government promises that priority will be given to Singaporeans, something along those lines. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to bring the focus back to the people of Singapore. Democracy, I've always been told, is the rule of the people, by the people, for the people. Let us not wait for a promise from the government, because the issues that were raised 4 years ago and the issues we are still fighting about this time will be still there in another 10, 15 elections time, unless the people of Singapore say enough is enough and we take action. That is, to me, I think, the most important thing. Politicians can come. We will be here. But I also want the third leg, not just the government, not just opposition, but people of Singapore. Are you also ready for a change? You need to ask yourself. SDA will always fight. We are against the 6.9, not because of economic issues. That is important. But the infrastructure is not ready. And why complain all the time? Maybe you need to support now the rest of us opposition. Put us in power. Because until and unless... No, I'm serious.
Mr. Chairman, could I jump in, please?
End of the last sentence. And unless we are in power, nothing will actually change. It will be theoretical debates every 4 years. Why? Until I'm old man, white hair, and I will still be talking about the same issues. We need your help, Singaporeans. This election, make a change. Vote for us. We promise you, we will fight that your CPF comes back at 55. 6.9 million and many other issues will be changed, but we can't do it alone. We need every Singaporean support us. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I step in, Mr. Chairman?
Your hair is already white.
The government promises that priority will be given to Singaporeans, something along those lines. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to bring the focus back to the people of Singapore. Democracy, I've always been told, is the rule of the people, by the people, for the people. Let us not wait for a promise from the government, because the issues that were raised 4 years ago and the issues we are still fighting about this time will be still there in another 10, 15 elections time, unless the people of Singapore say enough is enough and we take action. That is, to me, I think, the most important thing. Politicians can come. We will be here. But I also want the third leg, not just the government, not just opposition, but people of Singapore. Are you also ready for a change? You need to ask yourself. SDA will always fight. We are against the 6.9, not because of economic issues. That is important. But the infrastructure is not ready. And why? First, they say don't have to raise GST. Then now, GST must go up. Flip, flop, and then flip again. They said the value of the HDB will always rise. Now, they said the price will fall to zero. Flip, flop, then flip again. They say our graduates are best in the world. Then they bring in foreign talent. Flip, flop, flip again. First they say my CPF money come back at 55. Now sell tissue law. Flip, flop, flip again. They don't know what they are doing. Is this the kind of government you want? Vote for SDA for a better future for you, your family and all Singaporeans, and not just the elites. Because Singapore, my land.
他自己本身驾车来分放给我们，第一个分放给我们是first one。我是姓沈，马来西亚 I stay here in Singapore。5年前我在这边走过的时候，我看到这边一些先生，他自己一个人驾车来开那个饭，给我们免费的午餐吃，他还送我一个包菜，所以我很感谢他。如果这里有免费午餐是他开始来的。
我戴口罩瘦了，你还认不出来？
我们这里很多人是很穷困的，连午餐都免得吃的。但是林先生每天都拿饭来给我们吃。从5年前开始，5 years ago， 就是这位林先生。
Serving people has always been my motto in life. Even the organization and the company that I've been working with, we have called it helping people succeed. Every day, in every way, helping you become better, better and better. Whether it's physically, mentally, emotionally, psychologically, spiritually, financially, or in any other way. It has always been my nature to be out there to serve the people. That's the thing that I'm very passionate about, and especially when I see people who need help in any area of their life, it has always been my nature to go out there and help them, to serve them, make them better in every way. That's maybe one of the biggest reasons I really love to go out there and serve, especially those who are downtrodden, especially those who are weaker among us in the community, and most importantly, the people who don't really have a voice, so that we can be the voice for the people. That's what makes me go out there and be passionate about serving. Thank you. Now, there are many issues and matters that I'm very passionate about. Right now in Singapore, whether it's the cost of living that's going up, or job security, or most importantly, thinking about the welfare of the people. I mean, think about the elderly. When they retire, they are not even getting their CPF in full to lead a life of dignity. We need to worry about that. We need to fight for that. Number two, the housing board. Already after 99 years, we have been told the value will go to zero. Initially, these were supposed to be the savings for our elderly, savings for us as we grow older. But that value of the blocks of our homes are going to go down to zero. These are issues we really need to think about and start to look for solutions. Number three, today if you look at all the young graduates that are coming out, most importantly, finding a good job is very difficult for them. Whether it's because of the COVID-19 situation or generally the job market is totally saturated. Our young ones are not getting the good jobs that they need. But number four, think about the PMETs, the middle-aged workers. They are also not getting good jobs, and they are getting displaced by the foreign talent that is coming in. These are some of the major issues. And I'll tell you something, they have a ripple effect in the family life of all Singaporeans. And you also, my friends, in the Sikh households, you know, after being cooped up during the COVID-19 in our homes, a lot of emotional issues, a lot of other issues are cropping up. So these are matters of the heart that I'm very, very, very passionate about, and I think somebody has to raise them up to have a better life for all of us Singaporeans. Okay, as a Sikh fellow Singaporean, thank you for giving me this opportunity to also say a few things about the values that we learned. In Sikhism, we have always been told about Seva, Simran and Satsang. Seva being the idea of serving eternally without acknowledgement. Nobody needs to know, but we are always there to serve the people. Number two, we have always had that philosophy of Sarbat Da Pala, the idea of making sure that we look out and we ask for the good of all mankind. And most importantly, during the times of our gurus, all the difficult things that the community and the society went through, especially the downtrodden who couldn't fight for themselves, we were told to wear that kirpan, to be that gracious community, to stand up and defend everyone else. I think these three main areas of the Sikh principles, which my parents and the community at large has inculcated within me from young, is what's bringing me forward to try and serve the rest of our community. I just want to hope and I pray that I live as a good example of a good Sikh in the bigger community of Singaporeans, and especially as a very small minority within a minority. Less than 12,000 of us Sikhs in Singapore. I think it is important that we are seen not just giving langar, the free food distributions that we do every day to many Singaporeans of all races, language and religions, but more importantly, we can also express and stand up for fellow Singaporeans when the need comes. I think the Sikh values that I've been given, thanks to my community, to the Sikh community, thanks to my parents, has taught me to stand up and be of service. Because which dunya save kamaiye ta dargah besan paiye is something that I live upon. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Thank you. My fellow Singaporeans, my friends, how are you today? especially for the residents of Pasir Ris Punggol. We are doing this live rally and Ask Palji question and answer sessions because a lot of questions have been coming up, and this year we can't really do rallies out there in the open for GE 2020. I want to thank you for joining us, especially this evening, taking your time. And if you have any comments, if you have any thoughts you want to share, please put it in the comment box, and if possible, I'll try and answer all these questions while we are doing this online session. And if I can't, we promise to reach out to you after this so that we can actually share with you more thoughts. We can gather your feedback, and we want this to be an interactive year, even though with the COVID-19 situation, we cannot go out there and have the traditional rallies of the yesteryears. Now, this year's elections are different. And as I've said it many a times, most of the issues that we are bringing up, because the question everyone has been asking us, what are some of the main issues that you're going to be focusing on? So this time, I think it's going to be the bread and butter issues that are going to dominate more than ever amid this COVID-19 situation. And I'll just tell you something. There are more than 2.65 million registered voters in Singapore. We are all heading to the polling booths. And amid a pandemic, we personally feel that it is a very irresponsible thing on the part of the outgoing government to have called for the elections during this time. But I cannot stop these elections anymore, neither can you. If they have told us it's going to happen, 2.65 million Singaporeans are going to go out there to poll. Let us all hope and pray for the best, that there is no another rise in the number of COVID-19 cases. Because we have said it time and again, this is totally irresponsible. And if you agree it's irresponsible, maybe comment. With the COVID-19 situation that's going on, plus the rise in the dengue situation that's going on, plus lots of Singaporeans unable to get good jobs, unable to find even decent income for their families, so many issues that we are facing. I think it is really, really, really irresponsible to have called for this election. But we here in SDA are prepared for this general election. We will stand with you, and we will make sure that we are the voice of the people to raise all the issues that you bring up. Now, in the door-to-door visits, although we couldn't do a lot of them over the last few weeks, we have been doing them very actively in the last few days, and a lot of issues have come up. We are going to be just sharing these issues with you in general in this little online presentation. And if these resonate with you, please comment. Please share this on your Facebook pages. Please forward it. Please like it. And most importantly, comment and tell us which are the main issues you want us to raise that we should give importance to much more than before. And for good reason. I'll tell you why. Bread and butter issues are going to be the ones that I think this election will assume greater importance than even any of the other elections before. And it is for good reason. Wouldn't you agree with me? Because the Singapore economy is at one of the worst levels. We have contracted, and the contraction seems to be going even worse as the months will come. Now, some people are saying that is one reason why the outgoing government called for an election very fast, although it is unsafe because they don't want the economy to go down even worse, and then Singaporeans will vote against them. I mean, think of it. Everyone used to complain that if we vote for the opposition, then markets will crash, economies will go down, housing prices will go down, and Singaporeans will have a worse life. But think about it, all this just happened even when the PAP government was running the country. So there is nothing wrong with the opposition. The alternative parties are ready to serve you, to be your voice, and we could be the better alternatives to bring Singapore in the post-COVID-19 situation. That's where we need you to share this, forward this to all your friends, tell at least the Pasir Ris Punggol GRC residents to vote in the Singapore Democratic Alliance, to give us a chance to serve you. I mean, think about those people. During the time of Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, when you go back to those times, he was also from the opposition parties. The brave Singaporeans of those times gave him an opportunity to come in, and he brought the country from the third world to the first world status. Now, Maybe it is time for you, my dear friends, to be brave Singaporeans, to give us a chance to come forward and serve you and to have the checks and balance that we need so badly. Because think about it, this time the general media, the TV channels, the newspapers, all of them are being used by the outgoing government to their advantage. We, the opposition, the alternative parties, do not even have much of those facilities. And if this goes on in the post-COVID-19 situation, many Singaporeans that we have met are afraid that there will be no other alternative voice left. Imagine a situation where all seats go to their party alone and there is no opposition party that is selected or elected in the coming elections. What will happen? There will be no one who will be there in Parliament to speak up for the needs of Singaporeans. And today, like I said, our job security, our bread and butter issues, our income inequality that's happening, the Gini coefficient that's going up, the housing prices that are going to be zero in the next many years to come towards the 99-year lease. And there are so many other issues with the aging population. I mean, think about that young man who just graduated. We met him and he is complaining that I can't even get a decent job, Mr. Singh. He is saying I'm working in a supermarket as a cashier. He couldn't even get the job of a supervisor in the supermarket. Think about the father, think about the mother who lost their jobs because they just couldn't go back to work during COVID-19. Now they are worried. They can't go to sleep. Who is going to pay for the bills for their family? Who is going to put the food on the table? But the worst of all, think about that old auntie. Think about those old uncles who are pushing the trolleys in Changi Airport and now they don't even have jobs because flights have gone down. Or think about really that old auntie who is wondering, have I collected enough cardboards for today just to pay for a simple meal? My dear fellow Singaporeans, times have changed. And in this crisis, we need a bigger team, a team of Singaporeans from all sides, from all parties. And we cannot leave this to one party to see us through over the next 5, 10, 15, or even the next 50 years. We need you to help us to spread the word, to go out there to tell every resident in Pasir Ris Punggol to give us a chance. We promise to serve you beyond your needs. We promise to be that voice of the people. But most importantly, you know the many issues. Comment in the box below or WhatsApp to us, write to us in our Facebook pages, reach out because we are ready to serve you. And in today's session, I'm going to just share with you some of the key bread and butter issues that we have been actually looking forward to serve you with, raise them in Parliament, and most importantly, bring up so that the lives of all Singaporeans today and the lives of Singaporeans for the future generations to come can also become better, better, and better. Now, one of the things that I shared with you about the economy contracting, think about it. It is going to be one of the worst economic contractions. It is not just a health crisis that COVID-19 has brought upon us as a country. In fact, the entire world is also facing an economic downturn. We need people with a different mindset. We need people with a different outlook. And the ruling party, with all of them having a similar groupthink, with all of them coming from the same mold, it is not going to be able, or they are not going to be able to bring out creative solutions that are needed for the post-COVID-19 generation. The economic needs of this country, not just Singapore, but the entire world are going to change. We are going to face new challenges. For that, we need new people like us to be voted in the new normal. If everything is going to be different, maybe it is time we had a balanced parliament. At least just give us 1/3 of the seats in parliament so they do not change the constitution as and when they like. Because in the post-COVID-19 situation, there are going to be many new challenges that we need to face as a country. And you need new leadership, you need new people like us with different mindsets to come and help this country through the next 5, the next 10, if not 15 to 50 years and beyond. We are ready as the better alternatives to come and serve you. Now, I shared with you some of the very, very broad issues that we are facing. And I'll tell you something, there's going to be sharp focus that we're going to fight for you on employment and income security. These are two important issues that I'm promising you. If you give us this vote, we will raise these issues and bring them up. We will also fight that there will be a fair policy on employment so that foreigners who are coming in, taking away jobs of us Singaporeans, will also become a much lesser challenge to Singaporeans. Today, we have so many qualified Singaporeans amongst us who are not getting the jobs that they need because of an influx of foreign talent, so-called foreign talents. But I'll tell you something, I have confidence that every one of you who's listening to this, your friends, your relatives, your neighbors, your loved ones, all our Singaporean citizens, we are also equally talented, if not more talented in many ways. Why? Why do we then need to forget our own people, and why do we need to bring in this influx of foreigners? So we're going to fight for those things, because I'll tell you once again, sharp focus on employment and most importantly income security is today one of the biggest issues. You would agree, wouldn't you agree? I mean, touch your heart, ask yourself why are they giving so much preference to foreigners? Maybe it is time that we started to focus on Singaporeans, because Singapore is my land. Say it with me, let's feel proud to be Singaporeans. Let's feel proud to give our people an opportunity. Now, on this front, and some people say that the outgoing party, the outgoing government has been very unfair to us Singaporeans. Yes, we have reached the first world economic success. Yes, we have got a lot of economic benefits, but has those economic benefits reached you and me? If you remember, in the last 2 weeks, there was one of the members of the PAP who actually calculated and said they have drawn $100 billion in reserves. And if you divide the number of Singaporeans, every one of us should be getting somewhere on the average of $23,225. Now, I really want you to put your hand on your heart, touch your heart and ask yourself this very important question. Have you really got anything close to $23,225? Now, some people say that number is very difficult to remember. Let's just use an easier number. 23,456. 23456. So the day you and I go to those polling booths, all we got to do is touch our hearts, ask ourselves this important question: where are my $23,456? Now, if you got that, because that is the average they calculated, they said that per person Singaporean should have received that much in average. So if you received $23,456 or something like that, then vote for them again. Vote for the same government to come in again. But if you and I have not received that amount or anything close to that, because most of us, we got a $300, then maybe $100 utilities voucher, and then another $300. And think about it, that is so far from the $23,000. Where is that money? How come each of us is not getting it? Where is the accountability? And that's why you need us, the alternative parties, to be in parliament to make sure we ask them, where are the $100 billion that we have drawn from the reserves? This was money that the Pioneer and the Merdeka generation worked very hard to accumulate. My dear fellow Singaporeans, they saved this money in our reserves. Yes, for the rainy day. COVID-19 may have been one of the worst rainy days. Yes, maybe we have drawn on the reserves. But I tell you something, I felt very sad when I heard some of the outgoing government members saying in the Constitution it does not state when we need to refill those reserves back. It does not even state that we really have to fill it back. Now think about it. This to me is a very sad and disturbing statement. I'll tell you why. Because a few years ago, they had spoken about global warming, and they said in the next 100 years, we will need to use $100 billion to help against the global warming pandemic that may happen. But in the last 100 days, in the last few months, they have already drawn $100 billion from our reserves. Where did this thing about global warming and 100 years to use $100 billion? Now, when I heard that a few years ago, me and my friends and many Singaporeans were like, wow, $100 billion, it's a big figure. Maybe many of us didn't see it. And in 100 years, then we thought, never mind, that's okay. That will be $1 billion a year to handle global warming. But in the last 100 days, to draw on our reserves $100 billion and then have some of their ministers say it's okay, the constitution doesn't require us or doesn't tell us a timeline when we should put it back. Now that to me is very, very, very irresponsible. Touch your heart, ask yourself, why are they even saying those things? And how can we make sure they put back the $100 billion and the economic goals that we have, the economic future that we come together with to think about in the post-COVID-19 makes us that $100 billion to make sure that whatever our pioneer and our Merdeka generations had done the hard work of saving that money, we don't lose it in our generation. Otherwise, we will be remembered as those people in 2020 who drew out 100 billion, but just because that government, the outgoing government, they said no. In the constitution, it doesn't state when and how much and how fast we must put it back. They did not even focus on putting that money back. Ladies and gentlemen, my fellow Singaporeans, that is one of the biggest reasons you need to vote us in, to be your voice in Parliament. There are many other points I can bring up, but these are some of the very crucial points. And the most important request I have for you, we are unable to go out there as openly because of the COVID situation to meet the residents as much as we are doing it already. Number two, the big rallies we used to conduct are now not even allowed for. And that's why this mutual interaction that we are doing online today. Comment and tell us what your thoughts are, but most importantly, forward this link to every neighbor of yours, especially those staying in Pasir Ris Punggol. Tell them, give us, the Singapore Democratic Alliance, an opportunity to serve you. We want to be the voice. We have been serving you for the last 13 years in Pasir Ris Punggol, whether it's legal aid, whether it's medical aid that has been going out, and daily food distributions in Pasir Ris Punggol. And we have also been bringing the elderly citizens out for outings and serving them in so many ways. I personally was there for the last 2 elections, and some of you may remember me and my team. You may also remember Mr. Desmond Lim, super qualified to take care of the town council. Why? Because during the times of Mr. Chiam Sitong in Potong Pasir, it was Desmond Lim himself who was running the entire town council. He has that excellent experience in making sure your town council will be taken care of. Our rest of our members who are also running for this election, very super qualified individuals. And I will promise you personally to be your voice in Parliament. All I need you to do is come. Tell us the issues you want to raise. Tell us what are the hot issues that you and your family are facing today. Whether you WhatsApp to us, whether you write to us, and through our Facebook pages, YouTube channels, or just comment in the box below. And I promise you, we will leave our WhatsApp number there for you to tell us what are the hot issues. So in the next few minutes, we'll just cover some general issues which have actually been forwarded to us, not just online, but also as we were meeting residents over the last few weeks and very much in the last few days. And some of the things, I'll tell you something. One of the things that many Singaporeans said to us, that with parties unable to walk the ground in the months prior to this phase 2 that just opened up, it puts us, the opposition and alternative parties, at a very, very, very great disadvantage. We are at a risk. I'm going to tell you something. Analysts are looking at it and saying, this year, maybe there may not even be a single opposition member winning a seat all over Singapore. We cannot allow that to happen. The reason is we have not been able to reach out to you as much as we used to. And the fear, this is not me saying it, but many analysts are coming out with this fear that in this general election, there may not even be any opposition who is voted in. So my dear fellow Singaporeans, I need you to share with every resident in Pasir Ris Punggol and tell them to vote us in. Even if no one else comes in and only our party goes in, I promise to speak up louder than everybody else and be the voice in Parliament, because we cannot allow them to have all the seats and clear all the opposition away, as many people are fearing. We need to win some seats. We need to be there to make sure that the future of your children, the future of ourselves, in fact, is taken care of and well taken care of. Now, in the next few minutes, bread and butter issues, like I said, because the questions that I've been getting for the last few days are, what are the main issues, Palji, that you guys are going to be covering for us? So I'll be very, very frank. Employment and income security. You heard me say that again and again, because none of the people that I've met in the last few days on the walkabouts, and none of the people who have been sending us mails have said we are very happy with the job situation in Singapore. No, in fact, all of them are complaining. Every one of them. And I'll tell you something, we feel exactly what you're feeling. Some of the bad policies of the outgoing government have affected Singaporeans very badly. We understand where you're coming from, because we also feel the same. And many other Singaporeans who have felt the same have promised us that at least they will go knocking on the doors of their neighbors and tell them, please give Singapore Democratic Alliance a chance this year in Pasir Ris Punggol to be the voice of the people. Now, I'll also share with you some of the major other issues that we will be standing up for. Number one is education. A lot of parents are complaining that what their children are going through. I remember one of the fathers who actually said this to me. He said, at work, in companies, they are still telling us to maintain safe distancing. But when I listen to what my children are going through in school, it is a challenge for them to have safe distancing. What, isn't COVID-19 so afraid of schools and studies that it's not going to affect our children? That's why in the schools also, a lot of parents are concerned about the safe distancing measures that their children are going to be having great challenges with. But overall, the education system that we have in this country also needs to be looked at. I mean, think about it. With all our graduates having a good education system, with parents spending a few $100,000 from the day our children are in kindergarten to the day they go to primary school, secondary school, college, polytechnics, to getting their degrees. Don't tell me we are so bad that we can't even qualify to get good jobs, and we need foreign talent to come in for the good positions. And when those foreign talents come in, the problem is then they bring in their whole village. They bring in other people from their villages. And that's how Singaporeans end up being Grab drivers, working in jobs that now even food delivery during COVID-19 or many other positions. Now, there's nothing wrong with these jobs. We respect all jobs, and we know if it's an honest day's living. All our taxi driver friends, all our food delivery people, all our cashiers, all our supermarket staff, everybody, they are earning a good living, they are earning an honest living. We respect them. But when you are trained, educated, qualified for much more better educated, you can say certificates and degrees and diplomas and even masters and PhDs, having MBAs from all those great universities, and you and your parents invested that money in the children to make sure that they can have a better future. And then we lose these jobs of ours to foreigners who are coming, to me, to our party, to Singapore Democratic Alliance. This is a totally irresponsible part of the outgoing government. Now you need us to come in. You really need us to come in, not give them anything more than a 2/3 in Parliament, which anyway is going to happen because they have had so much time to air their views on national broadcast and the whole media, the print media, the newspapers, and every channel is being used by them. But my dear fellow Singaporeans, we cannot allow no opposition or alternative voices to get in or not get in at all. We need your support. Please help us to help you. Help us to get elected so that we can be the voice in Parliament. In this election, I'll tell you something. The best the best way to get elected is to make sure you go out to your neighbors, share these videos with them online, knock on their doors, tell them, give the Singapore Democratic Alliance an opportunity to serve Singaporeans at least. And if we don't do well, it's okay. I personally will bow out and I'll apologize, and next election you don't have to vote for us. But if you don't even give us a chance once to prove what we can do for you, then I'll tell you something. This entire cycle, every 5 years we can run for elections, we can go on the streets, we can go door to door, we can give out flyers, we can put up banners, we can do lots of things. And now with online rallies, we can do a lot of things. But if you do not get your friends, your neighbors, your relatives, your loved ones, and yourself to cast that vote, and I told you, maybe one of the things you got to ask yourself is, where is my $23,456? And if you haven't got it in cash or in your bank account, then I'll tell you, it's time for you to vote us in so we can ask more difficult questions and get them totally accountable. Not only about this one issue, but many other issues. So the other few issues other than education, it's also transport cost. You see, over the COVID-19 period, we have all become too involved with COVID-19 that we forgot there were many other issues, especially the one about housing. Our HD blocks are going to go down to a value of 0 in 99 years lease period when it is over. Now that wasn't what we were told and we were promised. Every door that I'm knocking on, a lot of those Singaporeans are saying, we were given the impression that our houses, our value of the HDB flats will go up in value so that we will have a good retirement funds to settle down with. But Mr. Singh, that is not what is now being told to us. And I agree with them. What will we all do in our elderly age? Can we also have a retirement age that we can live with dignity? And I'll tell you something, with the housing, HDB flats going down to 0 value, we need to look at alternative solutions to make sure that we do not lose that money that we have been putting in our CPF, and that money that has been used to pay for our HDB flats going down to a value of 0, especially as we are having an aging population. Imagine you and I are old, much more older than what we are today, and our flats are becoming value 0. We can't even put back money into our CPF. Now, how will we sustain our lifetime, our lifestyles? Maybe not even the exact lifestyles we have been leading. Can we even have half that lifestyle? No, a lot of people are telling me, Palji, it's going to be so difficult. And I'll tell you, that is one reason you need to vote for us, so we can go in there, be the voice, ask the hard questions, and then look at alternative solutions to problems like this. Because I'll tell you something. One of the Singaporeans that I just spoke to on the door-to-door visits, they said something very important. They said, my own children are not getting good jobs. Palji, if they don't get a job that they are really qualified for, because I put them into school, I sacrificed so many other years. I sacrificed what my wife and I wanted so that children could have a better future, get a good education. But today what is happening? They are not even getting jobs that are worth their education level because of the foreign talents. And it has a ripple effect. When you don't get a good job, when you don't get the salary that you deserve, that our children deserve, what happens? Because of the low salary, even their CPF contributions are smaller. Now, when the CPF contributions are smaller, these children find it very difficult to buy a flat, settle down, get married, produce children. And can you see the multiple ripple effect? No wonder the fertility rate in Singapore is going down, down, and down. Because first of all, the prices of the HDB price flat have gone up so high that a lot of young people meet me and say, no, it's not worth actually getting married and then buying a flat. I want to save the money. Because the younger generation have different aspirations. They want to see the world. They want to travel. They don't want to be stuck in a monthly repayment plan. And if they're not even getting good jobs which will give them a good salary, their CPF contributions are low, they cannot even afford the HDB flats, they can't even afford to get married, and then we complain our fertility rates are going down. Because a lot of Singaporeans, young couples have told us, I don't want to have any more than maybe 1 child. Forget about have 2, forget about have 3, because the cost of bringing up these children has also gone up. So cost of living issues are very, very, very important, crucial bread and butter issues. But if you carry on voting for only the PAP, my dear fellow Singaporeans, who is going to come in, who is going to ask the difficult questions, who is going to suggest alternative policies to bring down the cost of living, to bring down maybe many other issues and bread and butter issues that we are facing. And I'll tell you something, there is no future for our future generation that is going to be as bright as what we were hoping that they will have. For that, I really want you to touch your heart. Ask yourself, why not give the alternative parties, why not give the opposition parties an opportunity to be elected this time? And my dear fellow Singaporeans, if you are in Pasir Ris Punggol, please give us your support. And if you are not in Pasir Ris Punggol, then I'll tell you something. Share this with every resident, your friends, and everybody else who you know in Pasir Ris Punggol. Because the Singapore Democratic Alliance had an opportunity this time, since we are an alliance, to go and run for election in many different GRCs and SMCs. But we decided to focus all our efforts only on Pasir Ris Punggol GRC, so that we don't spread ourselves too lightly, because these are serious issues and we are a responsible alliance. An alliance is already a group of people who have come together, different parties, because we believe in opposition unity, and we will be there standing up for you. Instead of spreading ourselves too thin in too many GRCs and too many SMCs, we decided to focus only on one, Pasir Ris Punggol. So if you see any other parties with the letter P, please don't support them, because if their name starts with a P, someone told me they will leave us poor forever. These were the words of some of the residents there. And they told me, Palji, you guys from SDA, Singapore Democratic Alliance, the S will remind us that you will make us really successful. Yes, we promise to give you all kinds of success, but you have to please support us. S for success. S for support. Support the Singapore Democratic Alliance. If you see any party with the name P, they're going to leave you poor. That is what one of your neighbors told me. And I agree with you. So on the day you go to cast your votes, my dear friends, please support the SDA, because S for supporting SDA and S for really making your lives successful and the lives of your children and their children too. And so that brings me to the next point. For those of you who are still online and those of you who have just joined us, I want to say thank you for taking this time to listen to our sharings online. Because we couldn't have a rally out there, we decided to use technology. Please share this with all your fellow friends, your neighbors, your loved ones. Share the link. Tell them, please, at least you owe it to the future generations to listen to our message. And I've already shared from the start many bread and butter issues that the residents of Pasir Ris Punggol and generally Singaporeans are asking us to stand up for and fight for. And we promise to be that voice of the people, the voice of the common people of Singapore. Because Singapore, my land, is something that we are really proud of. And these are some of the issues that I know really are being felt by each of you. Now, I also want to say something very simple. I'm just going to read to you some of the comments that are coming up. And some people are saying, can you also focus on immigration, on income gaps, and on social safety nets? Oh, that's a beautiful comment. I will not read your name out because maybe some of you would like to reserve your privacy. But yes, whatever comments you are commenting, we can read your comments, and I will also promise you, immigration has been one of the big issues that a lot of Singaporeans have brought up in the last few days. And I'm just referring to one very key important point. Yes. Oh, thank you. Luckily, I have what was suggested to us and requested by some of your neighbors. They said, Mr. Singh, can you fight that we tighten the controls on immigration? I'm reading to you from one of the comments that have come in previously from the residents in Pasir Ris Punggol. But I don't think it's just the residents in Pasir Ris Punggol, but Singaporeans in general want us to fight for this. And we promise to fight that the government should tighten controls on immigration. This is very important. And we should enact fair labor policies so that talented Singaporeans like you and me can find good jobs with good salaries to sustain our families and give them a good future. So I repeat that. One of the big requests that we have been getting on the online surveys that we did was to tighten controls on immigration. And if you agree with that, just comment yes, that should be done. And to also enact fair labor policies. And I promise you that is something we're going to push for so that Singaporeans can find good jobs. Related to that, a lot of elderly Singaporeans not only were disturbed about the fact that income goes down as they grow older and seek re-employment, but they were also very concerned about the CPF. So I'll tell you what we have decided in the Singapore Democratic Alliance. We are going to say that return our CPF in full. I repeat these words, and if you agree with that or you want to make it even better, please comment below. We are asking that our CPF be returned in full once we hit the retirement age so that the elderly Singaporeans can lead a life of dignity. If you agree with that, say wherever you are with me, say Singapore, my land. And I'll tell you something. There is no difference. You and I are also going to grow old one day. And if in this age we don't fight for the elderly, who is going to stand up and fight for us? We need to be one people, one nation, one Singapore. And we need to fight for these crucial issues. So one of them is going to be that to return our CPF in full once we reach the retirement age. And if you agree with it, give a thumbs up. Give whatever comments so that we know that these are the right issues you want us to fight for. Now, the other big one that we have been told to fight for is to give the poorer families in Singapore a chance to have a shot at success. Because everyone says, Palji, you are saying helping people succeed is what your motto is. You are saying the Singapore Democratic Alliance starts with the S and S for success. So what are you going to do for Singaporeans, the poorer families that need help? And we are promising you that we're going to use an extra 1% of GDP, and we're going to try and push for this to uplift poorer families in Singapore so they can have a good shot of success in their lives too. Because I'll tell you, we can be a first world country, from a third world to a first world country. But the true sign of first world people is how they take care of those who are the poorest, those who are lagging behind, and those who are lacking the goodies in their life. We need to be people with a heart, and I'm sure you will love it, because when someday we never need these kind of assistance in our life, may we always be prosperous, may we always be rich in every way. But if we also need help ever, we will know that we live in a community, we live in a group of people who also have a heart for their fellow Singaporeans. So the second thing that I'm going to share here is, yes, we are going to push that we can use an extra 1% of the GDP to help the poorer Singaporeans, because the income gaps are a lot. I was given this idea that the bus drivers during COVID-19 who were still driving around the bus, and this, by the way, it is a very simple example. You may laugh at it, you may think about it, but just think about it. They were working hard during the COVID-19 situation. So were the hospital staffs, the frontline staff in many different places, out there being the ones taking the risk. And I'll tell you something, we thank them from the bottom of our heart, because we know the sacrifice that they have put in the last few months of COVID-19. But I'll just use the example of a bus driver. He earns 3,800 at best in his salary, the monthly salary. But the CEO of our bus companies, they earn up to 1.2 million. If not, another bus company CEO is earning $2.3 million. And a lot of people the HR was wondering, should we increase their salaries? Now hold on. When I asked, what do you mean by increase their salaries? They were referring to the high salaries of the CEOs. They were not referring to the lower salaries of the drivers, of the bus drivers who are serving us. Now, something to think about. This is known as the Gini coefficient. The Gini coefficient, the difference, the income gaps. And some of you who are not familiar will share more about this. But our poorer people are earning so much lesser, and those in the high rungs are earning so much more. And I will tell you something. Even Professor Tommy Koh, if I'm not mistaken, in one of his comments, he says it doesn't take a very brilliant man, I can't remember his exact words, but I think it doesn't take a scientist, a rocket scientist to run a bus company. He also said such a thing. Now, if Professor Tomiko can feel the same, that the Gini coefficient is really something we need to look into, then I'll tell you something. You need to vote. You need to support the alternative parties, the opposition parties, so we can ask these hard questions and we can bring about a better income prospects to all our fellow Singaporeans. Now, another hot issue. Now, this one is very hot because a lot of people feel the idea of a social safety net is really lacking, and there are not much social safety reliefs in our society, and there is a divide that is going on. Now, some of these may be heavier issues, but slowly but surely we are a matured community of people. We are matured leaders coming from the alternative parties, and these are issues we need to start looking at. Are these challenges that are being faced by Singaporeans of a social compact that we need to really look at? Because I tell you something, COVID-19 has demonstrated without a doubt that material concerns often arise from how society is organized, how wealth is made, how wealth is shared, and most importantly, how wealth is redistributed. Now, I'll tell you something, maybe we need to look at these things. Our foreign workers, I heard one of the MPs from the outgoing party saying, "No, what? My Bangladeshi worker is very happy getting his $700 a month." Huh? Would you be able to find a fellow Singaporean who would also say, "I will be happy with $700 a month," even if he wanted to help be a cleaner, even if he wanted to help take up those jobs? $700 a month. For a Bangladeshi friend, it's good money. Why? Because he's staying in a hostel. He gets most of his nourishment, the food taken care of, and most of his salary goes back to Bangladesh or to all those other countries where they have come from. Now, to quote that as an example and justify, and these were the words of one of the PAP MPs who said, "Look, my workers are so happy with $700. Oh, people, we need to put ourselves in their shoes." Yes, for them, when they send most of the money back, convert the powerful Singapore dollars into Bangladeshi currency, it is still very good for their family to be having a good life and taken care of. But how can Singaporeans ever survive on that kind of very little salary? Even if Singaporeans say, "I'm willing to do those jobs," and they are willing to take it up, we need to look at the salaries we are offering. So it is not that Singaporeans are not willing to do certain jobs. It is we don't even give them a fair, equitable wage. How will they run their families? And that's why they keep taking a second job, a third job, or don't even want to take up this first job. Because how can you compare a $700 salary and think that is going to be enough for Singaporeans? So I think in this COVID-19 situation, with one of the highest numbers that we have had in this part of the world, for a small country like us, I think we need to really ask the difficult questions and see why all this happened, so that in the future years, we redesign the way Singaporean society is, take care of everyone around us, maybe value different jobs, because in other countries, all people respect every job. And the pandemic has demonstrated to us very clearly, my dear friends, how we treat, how we manage these migrant workers, and how it not only affects the public health, forget about just the health, but how it has affected the entire economy of Singapore. Now, the current government, the outgoing government, I know they imposed all these circuit breakers, but if you think about it, it basically froze totally most of the parts of economy, because the very high infection rates in the migrant worker dormitories had this ripple effect anyway on the rest of Singapore. So we need to look at Singapore's future economic and political roadmap. And we know that we need to look at the social mobility of our Singaporeans. Number 2, we need to look at life opportunities that Singaporeans have. Number 3, the inequalities that we are facing. And most importantly, social cohesion that we need to bring about. Big words, I know, but put it simply, we need to look at the bread and butter issues and make sure Singaporeans put Singaporeans ahead of others when it comes to good jobs, all kinds of jobs, all rungs of our society. In the last few minutes that I have with you, once again, I want to thank you for this, joining us here. But you will also have seen that economic issues are something that we have been grappling with for quite some time. The economic transformation that Singapore needs in the next 50 years, I repeat, cannot be brought forward by the same groupthink that the current leadership of the outgoing PAP government has. They come from a similar background. They think in a very groupthink manner. And what we need for the next economy, especially the post-COVID-19 economy of the world, countries are closing up, looking within. All this deglobalization is going to affect Singapore very, very badly. A lot of people are saying many sacred cows could potentially be slain in the run-up to this general election. And we need to start conversations. We need to have debates. We need to look at the shift in the post-COVID-19 world. And you need to help us get into Parliament this time so we can continue to ask those questions. And the worst that can happen, like I said earlier, some analysts are saying because the PAP has had the advantage during the COVID-19 situation. They had national broadcast on TV. All the mass media newspapers were writing their thoughts. Maybe the opposition parties didn't have much of an opportunity to reach out to you. Maybe the alternative parties couldn't share that we actually have good plans for you. So maybe this time in this election, there may not even be a single opposition or alternative party. We cannot allow that to happen. Put your hands on your heart, touch your hearts and ask, why not give the opposition, the alternative parties an opportunities? And if you live in Pasir Ris Punggol GRC, give us the Singapore Democratic Alliance an opportunity. And I promise you, even single-handedly, we, the 5 of us, if not even me, myself alone, will be the voice for all of you. What I need from you are your feedback, your comments, your thoughts, your ideas to tell us, Palji, these are the hot issues that we need to bring up. Because I'm going to tell you something, these conversations, these debates need to go into full mode, not only during this general election, but maybe for the next 5, 10, 15 years. Who is going to speak up for you? Who is going to ask these hard questions? And we will, from the Singapore Democratic Alliance, because our motto is Singapore, my land, and we are proud. We will even die for our country. We will give everything up for this nation to make sure that you and your future generations, Singaporeans, have got a surviving chance in the post-COVID-19 world. Because it is no more the previous world that we all were used to. Maybe the leaders from the PAP who were groomed in that particular way were good for the pre-COVID-19 world. But I'll tell you something, we need new leadership, we need new creative thinking, skills-oriented people, people who have come from the private backgrounds more than the public service sectors, people who have experienced hard times like us in our lives, so we can come out with new solutions, new ideas, and new way of life to bring Singapore and help it rise even higher, make it better and better in the post-COVID-19 world. We need your support. And I'll tell you something, it is not just what I am saying, but a lot of residents, many Singaporeans we have been meeting are saying, yes, we need a more fairer and a just society. People who also have got heart. And I'll tell you something, we need your support to help us get in there. Now, this is a global crisis and everything else is secondary. The government, some people say, have not really done as well as the previous first and second generation and maybe even third generation of leaders could have handled. The third and the fourth generation of leaders, many Singaporeans are commenting, did not handle this crisis. And if Mr. Lee Kuan Yew and his team had been here, they would have done it much, much better. And I'll tell you something, I repeat again, this is because Mr. Lee Kuan Yew and his friends came from the opposition when they were voted in. The brave Singaporeans gave them a chance in those years. And today, it is time again in these crisis years, you, the brave Singaporeans of today, have to give us, the alternative parties, the opposition parties, a chance to serve you. Anyway, they say alternative, it's always a better alternative. That's what we are, a better alternative. And I just want to say something. The health crisis that was put forward because of COVID-19 has also now become an economic crisis. And all of you who are still listening online, I want to say thank you. And if you joined us a little bit late, no worries. Go back to the start because the important points that I've shared, share this also not with your families only, but with every Singaporean you know, especially if your friends and relatives are in Pasir Ris Punggol. Tell them, give us, the Singapore Democratic Alliance, a chance. Because these cost of living issues, the issues of immigration, and how the government will plan to overcome this recession as a result of a pandemic are going to be the ones that are going to dominate the political agenda over the next 5 to 10 years. That is the only reason you need alternative voices and the opposition parties to be there. I repeat something very important. In the next few years, because of the pandemic COVID-19 situation, I'll tell you something, the plans that the government has to overcome this recession that is going to be very much worse, you need us to be in Parliament to look at these alternative plans, to look at what are the next government's plans and to help to come out with good plans so we can come out from this recession that is going to be one of the worst in many, many years. And I'll tell you something, sometimes people say when it's bad economic times, the incumbent PAP government may have an advantage, which is true. But as I said earlier, because they all come from a like-minded thought of group thinking, they all were trained in the same similar fashion. Maybe those kind of thoughts could have worked in the pre-COVID-19 economy. But in the post-COVID-19 situation, we need new people to think in new ways, to bring up new ideas. Maybe that's why they call it the new normal. And that's why you need to help us new people get into Parliament and be the ones, because we have come from the working world outside. The management experience I and my friends have accumulated working in the corporate world, it's needed now more badly than ever before. And I'll tell you something, the management experience, the ideas of how we handled the crisis in our private corporate companies and how we brought those companies to the next, from good to better to great. You need trusted people like us who have actually gone through a hard life in the corporate world to actually be able to bring Singapore to the next level in the post-COVID-19 world, to help the economy to grow so that you have better jobs, you have better salaries, your children are able to buy better homes, your parents are able to retire sooner than later. And most importantly, I have not mentioned this today, but I'm going to tell you the pain of the sandwich class. These Singaporean friends of ours, every time we have gone door knocking, we have been sharing our flyers, we have been talking to them. I will not have shared this earlier because it was a very sad one of our cases that we came across. But this gentleman, he actually had tears in his eyes while he was talking to us. He was so disturbed because he lost his job during this COVID-19 situation. And he said, I can't even get a very fair paying job to be able to take care of my family. And he has taken to food delivery. He has taken to a second and a third job to just take care of his family. Now touch your heart, my dear fellow Singaporeans. Ask yourself, why are we facing these kind of difficult times? And if that $300 or the $100 voucher or another $300 given a month or two later is enough to run our families, then that resident wouldn't be crying to us and tears wouldn't be rolling down. Having withdrawn $100 billion from our reserves, has that money trickled down to our common Singaporeans? And if it hasn't, the reason is because there are not enough alternative voices in Parliament to ask, how has the distribution happened? How have the common Singaporeans benefited from the reserves of 100 billion that have been drawn? And in the same way, I'll tell you, if you leave them to be the only party in Parliament, if you don't give us a chance to be elected and be your voice, then future decisions are also not going to be helping the common Singaporean door to door, that your neighbor, maybe you, your relative, your children, your family, your parents. Because I'll tell you why he cried. He cried because he's from that sandwich generation. He still is taking care of his 3 children, have to take care of their schooling, have to take care of their food, their nourishment, everything. But he also has elderly parents to take care. That sandwich class. And I'll tell you something, many of you listening to this, many of you maybe watching this may also belong to that class of people, the sandwich class. We need you to give us an opportunity. This is already time. We have waited enough years to be given an opportunity to come in, to be elected, to serve you as a voice for Singaporeans. And if you don't live in Pasir Ris Punggol, please tell everyone who lives there, pick up the phone. You be our supporters who pick up the phone and call everybody. Tell them, give the Singapore Democratic Alliance a chance this time. And if you live in Pasir Ris Punggol, please knock on the doors of your neighbors. As much as I am sitting with you on this live telecast now, our members, our teams are already in your neighborhoods. You may be wondering, how are they there too? And we are also doing, because we have divided ourselves into 2 parts. Some of them are on the road, exactly visiting, doing road door-to-door visits, doing block visits, while we are using the technology, social media to reach out to you. But I want to tell you something. New normal that is coming up in the post-COVID-19 needs new way of thinking, new paradigms, new ideas, new management skills that we have acquired in the corporate world. We need to bring it here, because we can then be trusted to come up with new policies for Singaporeans that will benefit all of you. Some Singaporeans have complained. We have actually seen the performance of the 4G leaders of the outgoing party. And no, it has not been on up to par with the expectation of most Singaporeans. They are disappointed in many ways, because I quote one of our Singaporean friends who say, Prata, sometimes wear mask, then don't wear. Do this, then don't do this. They were just deciding no decisive action. And I write to you, or I read to you one of the comments that came in. If it had been Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, the original leaders of the PAP, then yes, the effects, or rather the instructions that we would have been given, or the policies they would have come out in the last 3 months during COVID-19 would also have been more decisive, and maybe we would never have had more than 40 over 1,000 cases in this small country. Maybe they are right. But think about it. It was because the opposition parties of that time, Mr. Lee Kuan Yew and his friends, were given an opportunity by Singaporeans of that time to come in and form the government. And in the same way, we need your blessings, we need your support. And I want to say something very important. This is so important. You need to tap into the experience, the knowledge, and I'll assure you this much. The way things are going, we will still have a majority of the PAP in the next government that is formed. But you also need to tap on the experience, the knowledge, the talents, the ideas, the skills of other common Singaporeans that we can bring to the table. And I want to say something to you very important. This is how collectively we can ensure resilience and continuity and all the big words that they were using for the 4 budgets that came up. So I want to say, whether it's the fortitude or whether it's the resilience or all other big words, some people are saying, can you explain that in simple English? In simple English, they also have said, we need everyone to work together. If they feel, the PAP feels that everyone needs to work together, then you have to give us this support in this election, that we can go in there, we can be your voice, so we can work together with the government that is formed and bring forward a beautiful future for Singaporeans. in the last few minutes that I'm going to share with you. If you have comments, don't worry. Even after this live broadcast, please continue to keep in touch. WhatsApp us. Our numbers will be either below in the comments or even in the description above. Or just click on this page and email us. Or just reach out in every other way. Because I want to tell you something. I just need to let you know, today our education level of the average Singaporean is very, very high. You and I are equally, if not sometimes more educated than some of the leaders of the 4G, the new leadership that they are putting forward. So if their views, their thoughts can bring Singapore forward, I know that you and I, with our education, with our knowledge, can also give beautiful ideas to bring Singapore forward. But if there is no voice to bring these ideas forward in Parliament, if there is no voice to question, then our ideas, our talents, our way of thinking will be wasted. So each one of you who is listening to this, I, in the alternative parties, the opposition, give you that due respect that you are much more intelligent, you are much more educated, you have a lot of talents to give and bring forward to Singapore. You have a lot of ideas you can contribute. I know you can also put in the effort, the time, the energy, and we need you to vote us, to support us, to be with us, not only during this GE, but for the next 5, 10, 15 years. Because in the new normal, the post-COVID-19, we need a new group of people who come from all parties, all backgrounds, all experience-based learnings that we have gone through, so that tomorrow, Singapore can be better for you, your families, your loved ones, and everyone else. I also want to end off by saying, this was a golden opportunity, to be very frank, for the 4G leadership to demonstrate their capabilities in the last few weeks and months of the COVID-19. But most Singaporeans have commented, no, they have not reached up to our minimum level of expectation. So I want to say something. It was a golden opportunity to demonstrate their leadership skills and their ability to tackle deadly infectious viruses which affects the lives and livelihoods. And it was a major once in a lifetime challenge that they were given. But most of you, my dear friends, most of you, my fellow Singaporeans, are saying they have failed to prove that they can take care of us even during this short period during a pandemic. So think about the next 5, 10, 15 years. If the same 4G leaders who did not live up to the expectations of most Singaporeans, who were not able to deliver a very smooth, beautiful response to the COVID-19 crisis, ask yourself, touch your heart and ask yourself, will they be able to then, in the next 5, 10, 15 years, on their own, give us a good leadership for this country? And if I go by what the comments, most of your neighbors, most of your friends, most of your loved ones, most Singaporeans have given us, no, they will fail. Because in the last 3 months, they had a golden opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to prove that the 4G leadership could be dependent upon, but they failed miserably, in the words of most Singaporeans. So my dear friends, it is time that you give us, the opposition parties, the alternative parties, this golden opportunity to serve you, because enough is enough. They have done too many things with the bad policies which are affecting the lives of every Singaporean that we are meeting. We feel your pain. We understand how you feel. And most other people who felt the same pain, they have promised that they will support us. They will speak to their families. They will speak to their neighbors. They will speak to everyone and ask them to support the Singapore Democratic Alliance too. Because I ask you only for this one little golden opportunity. And I speak with true integrity, with true honesty. If we don't perform well, then in the next election, you can also say thank you and goodbye to us. Or don't even need to say thank you, just say goodbye to us. But if you don't give us an opportunity to prove ourselves, if you don't even give us once in a lifetime opportunity to serve you, then my dear friends, the crisis and the outgoing government have already brought Singapore down. The markets have crashed, economies have crashed. We are at one of the lowest periods of our history. How much more lower do you want them to bring us to? Give us this opportunity, my humble appeal. Give us this golden opportunity to serve you. Give us this once in a lifetime to prove to you, to demonstrate to you that our leadership and most importantly, our ability to tackle all the issues I covered earlier and many more issues, we will help you tackle them. We will be your alternative voice in Parliament. We will be the ones who will be the voice of the people and make sure that Singaporeans have a better life in every way. Because we have to come together as a team and make Singapore better. Because Singapore, my land, is my motto and the motto of all the leaders here in Singapore Democratic Alliance. So if you are from Pasir Ris Punggol, thank you for your time and listening to this. And if you're from any other part of Singapore, I also thank you for your time for listening to all our messages. Please now be our ambassadors, be our goodwill ambassadors. Help us with your talents, with your ideas, with your money, with your support, with your, you can say, energy and your effort, and most importantly, with your time. I'll end off with this by saying, in the last audio broadcast that we did in response to PM Lee's national broadcast, it was about 22 minutes long in response to whatever he had shared. And I'll tell you something funny. After we put it up, Facebook gave us an opportunity to boost the post, to reach 1.3 to 3.2 million Singaporeans. And the cost, when we asked how much, they said $50,000 only. Now with a smile only, but that's US dollars. For one post to be boosted to reach 1.3 million Singaporeans to 3.2 million Singaporeans. I will be very honest with you upfront. We don't have those kind of budgets, but we know you. Each one of you clicking on the share button, each one of you forwarding this link and sharing it in WhatsApp, in Twitter, in Instagram, in all other social media channels, and each one of you sharing it with all your friends is going to be the way we can reach out to every Singaporean, because we speak from the heart. You know, we have been serving Pasir Ris for the last 13 over years, doing daily food deliveries, giving medical aid, legal aid, and helping the residents in every way. Even the elderly Singaporeans who are stuck in their homes, we bring them out for dinners, for outings. We have been serving them, even though we didn't have that much of resources, that much of budgets, because we care. We care from our heart. Singaporeans, the situation now has already gone down very badly. And most of the things that I shared with you in these dire circumstances that we are living in, many people will simply vote for the PAP because the national broadcast on TV, because of the newspapers writing about them, because they had so much opportunities to reach out to the people. We, the alternative voices, don't have those channels. We need you to be our partners in success. We need you to give us a share of all these suggestions. And today, not everyone is tech savvy. So knock on the doors of your neighbors. Maybe explain to them in simple words, because we can't have those big rallies where they used to come and listen to us. And because not everyone is tech savvy, maybe these social media approaches are also not reaching every corner of Singapore. So go out there, tell your neighbors, take experts or cuts from part of whatever we have shared today. Share it with everybody. We need you to be our support, our voice, and we will then be your voice in Parliament once we have your support to get it. And I want to just tell you something. Even on this online social media, $50,000 to boost one post just to get the eyeballs for all our online rallies. We don't have that kind of budgets. And I'll tell you something, each night in the next few nights, if this is well accepted, if you comment and say, Palji, do more of this, we will do it. But I'll tell you something, if the PAP and the other parties are also having these rallies, it's very easy to switch channels and listen to them, because they are not only doing boost post, the PAP, but I've seen advertisements of their rallies coming up when I visit other websites. They have the budgets. We don't. We need your support to make sure we get the eyeballs. We also get the listening ears so people can understand. And we are willing to work as hard as it takes us. We are willing to use all smarter traffic generation ideas. And if you, the young Singaporeans, can help us with it, we will appreciate. Because I'll tell you something, this little investment of your time, effort, energy, money, and whatever else you put in, you are talented, you have the ideas, you know how you can help us forward this message to everyone. And if you put a little investment in this, I assure you, this investment in supporting the alternative and opposition parties, especially the Singapore Democratic Alliance, will go a long, long way. Because in the next 5 years, if not 10, if not for the rest of our lives, we will die for this country, we will die for the people, we will stand up and fight for you, the Singaporeans, be your voice. But this time, we need you to support us, bring us in. And this is all I ask for. So as I conclude today's online session with you, I know many of you are going to comment and tell us other issues you want us to raise. The better resourced political parties, of course, they have the stronger position to deliver more polished and more persuasive presentations. They are using a lot of direct advertising, and they are also using a lot of other advantages of the mainstream, the mainstream press and the media that's provided to the incumbent party. But I want to just say something. I know many Singaporeans are already fed up with those policies. I know each one of you is going to stand up. And I also want to say the last but not least thing that we're going to fight for is to stop the irresponsible spending that has been going on extravagant government projects by the outgoing government. And if we have your support, we will raise these extravagant spending projects to be slowed down, if not stopped, if not in the future, not even undertaken. Because this will help to lower the cost of living for all Singaporeans. Because I'll tell you something, this money is coming from the taxes that you and I are paying for. I remember reading one of the comments that one of your friends put online in yesterday's sharing that I did. He says, when you applaud for politicians, when they tell you we gave you $100 billion from our reserve, it is like going to an ATM machine and giving a big round to the ATM machine because the machine gave out money. That was a very funny comment. Huh? Do you ever go to the ATM machine, and when the money comes out, do you stand there and say, thank you ATM machine, and do you give a big round of applause to the ATM machine because money came out? No, you don't, because you know that is your money. That is money coming out from your own bank account. And in the same way, the incumbent party, the outgoing government, is making a big hoo-ha that we are taking out $100 billion from our reserves and using it for people. Oh, we don't have to clap for them, because that money is money that was collected from the taxes that we have been paying all these years. The pioneer generations, the Merdeka generations, and even you and I have put that money into our reserves. It is our money that they have used. And any government who is going to be ruling in the next 5, 10, 15, if not the next 50 years, when it comes to crisis, will use the money. So let's not be so super impressed that they are using money. It's not from their pocket. My dear Singaporeans, it is our hard-earned money and the money that has been in our reserves. So I want to end off with one last thing. It's a beautiful opportunity. For the next GE, there are going to be 93 seats that are up for grabs. A lot of us are saying we need to have at least 1/3 of those seats so we can question and not give them a free leeway to enact policies that do not serve Singaporeans. So I want to say thank you for your time. Please contact us through WhatsApp, through the emails, through our Facebook pages, through our YouTube. Support us in every way, because we are going to be the voice of the people. We are here to serve you. The SDA has been preparing, although we still feel it's very irresponsible to put the lives of common Singaporeans in danger, at risk during this COVID-19 cases, during this rise of the dengue fever, and during these difficult moments. But if they are going to push through and have an election, we are ready. We are ready not just to fight a good election, but also to be your voice for the next 5, 10, 15, if not the next 50 years of your life. Because I'll end off with this. The Singapore Democratic Alliance, the alliance is many different parties coming together to come together as a team, work together to make Singapore better. Maybe that's what's needed for the next leg of Singapore. Lots of different people coming together as an alliance to work together for your life, for the lives of your children, for a better future for you, for a better future for all Singaporeans. And I promise you, we will be there with you and we will work for you. We will be there asking the hard questions. But this time, please tell every neighbor, share this broadcast, tell every friend of yours, especially those living in Pasir Ris Punggol. Vote, support us, give us this support this time, and the Singapore Democratic Alliance will help you make Singapore a better success and make your voice be heard in Parliament. Once again, I thank you so much for listening to our presentations again. Please forgive us because this was one of our first live telecasts, and if we didn't do it very smoothly because of the lack of infrastructure and other talents and other abilities we have, we promise to become better and better as we keep doing it. Thank you. Do keep in touch with us. It was a pleasure to speak to you today. Keep in touch. Be happy. I'm your pal, Harminder Singh from the Singapore Democratic Alliance. Good night, my fellow Singaporeans. See you soon in Parliament with your support. Thank you once again. Hello again, fellow Singaporeans, especially residents of Pasir Ris Punggol. I thank you once again for joining us on another live episode, and you can ask us as many questions in this beautiful session. We're just doing this because live rallies are not being allowed, so the Singapore Democratic Alliance, of course, wants to connect with you and make sure that we have an opportunity to speak to you and share with you a lot of beautiful messages. In return, answer all your questions. So share this with all your friends, forward it to all your contacts, and make sure you even copy the link and share it on WhatsApp like you all did in the past videos. And if you look at this page itself and many of the other Singapore Democratic Alliance pages and also the Singapore Justice Party pages and many other Facebook pages, they're all supporting us by sharing this live video at the same time. Now, I'll also let you know something very important. The comments that you're going to be sharing with us, we will be reading them, and if possible, I'll answer most of your questions. And if I miss any of these questions, feel free to WhatsApp us or just write to us in the messenger box, because we're here with you and for you. And I'll tell you something, this is a totally unprecedented general election that's going to take place during a very difficult time for all Singaporeans. And I shared with you in the last message that we find that very irresponsible. So if you missed all our previous videos, do check them out. And also, if you scroll below, you will see some videos of real rallies that we did in 2011 and 2015. Because it has been 13 years that the Singapore Democratic Alliance has been serving residents in Pasir Ris Punggol. And I was also asked by the mainstream media yesterday at our walkabouts in Pasir Ris MRT station area, that what do you have to comment about the third party that's coming in, the three-corner fight. And our comments are this, and Mr. Desmond Lim, Mr. Abu Muhammad, and all our other candidates, Mr. Kelvin Ong, and not to mention Mr. Kushwadi, were also standing with me. And as we answered the media corp, we told them with total conviction that we are still confident because we have been serving the residents for the last 13 years in Pasir Ris Punggol. You know, every day lunch boxes go out to all the needy residents, plus the elderly who are now staying at home and they don't have anyone to meet up or even speak to. And they come down, it's a time for them to have a good interaction with their friends. And most importantly, many of the volunteers there already know us and they have been helping us for many years. And Pasir Ris Punggol residents have also been benefiting from legal aid, medical aid, and not to mention a lot of outings that we bring residents for, and even simple things like haircuts and other services that we have been providing. And I want to say this very strongly. Yes, of course, it was painful to know that we are the only GRC with a three-corner fight in Singapore. But the number of messages and the number of support messages that we have received since yesterday are amazing. They are saying maybe you should take it totally positive that you were taken as a possible winner of this election, and that's why a third party has come in to literally dilute your chances, although they just came in the last few our months being active in Pasir Ris Punggol. And as Mr. Desmond Lim yesterday told on mainstream media, he calls them like a hot balloon, hot air balloon parachuting. And I think that's a very nice way of putting it, which Mr. Desmond Lim very seriously said it. Because if this had been an opportunity for us to have a one-on-one with the PAP, then I assure you, we would have had greater opportunity to be there for you and speak up for your issues. But not to worry. My team and I are ready for this election. We are on the ground right now, even as I'm speaking to you. And the whole morning, this morning, we were also on block visits. We were at the shopping centers. We were everywhere. And now in the evening, we decided to have this interaction with you, to share with you. And if you don't get an opportunity to listen to this whole entire presentation and whole entire message that I'm going to be sharing with you, especially on the pain points of Singaporeans, especially on what we are going to fight for you in this upcoming election, not to worry. Please come back again. Make sure you listen to it. And most importantly, put your comments at the box below and let us know what your thoughts are, or send us a WhatsApp message on our SMS or messenger box. And please be our ambassador, be our voice to forward this so that we can be elected in this coming election and be your voice in Parliament. And I just hope, my team and I, we hope that you are staying well and safe as we battle the COVID-19 situation, pandemic, and the resulting economic consequences. We understand your pain, the pain of every Singaporean due to the bad policies of the outgoing government. And in the next 9 days, let's remember this very important point, that in the 9 days time, all of us Singaporeans will be heading to the polls. 2.65 million people, registered voters. And I'll tell you something, we will decide who will represent Singapore and Singaporeans in the 93 seats that are going to be across 17 GRCs and 14 SMCs. Here in the Singapore Democratic Alliance, SDA, we decided to focus our efforts on Pasir Ris Punggol, where we have been running for the last 2 elections, where we have been serving residents for the last 13 years, especially the last 5 years, very, very consistently. And firstly, for many reasons, everyone says this is a totally precedented general election. For many reasons, in fact, please comment more, and I will also share with you what our panel of analysts and our candidates here have shared. Firstly, think about it. The timing of the polls is very strange. A lot of parties have also voiced this same concern, that Singaporeans are very disappointed. Every day as I knock on the doors, every day as I speak to more and more Singaporeans, including those I meet at shopping centers, at the MRT stations, along the walkways, many Singaporeans are totally disappointed. Disappointed in the fact that the PAP has been very irresponsible in calling for this election at least 9 months ahead of time. 9 months we still have, and who knows, by then maybe we could have found the solution to curing the pandemic, or a vaccine could have come up, or maybe it would have become much more safer. We have 9 months to go, my friends, and they are calling for an election at this point. Ask yourself, touch your heart, ask yourself, why are they rushing for the election at a time when a pandemic is going on, at a time when dengue cases are rising, at a time when economic issues that all of us Singaporeans are facing are going up and up? Why are they being so responsible? And in the future, if allowed to be the only you can say party in Parliament, they will carry on making decisions which may not serve the best interest of Singaporeans. So I please humbly urge you to give us this opportunity to serve you, to elect us, to be your voice in Parliament and speak up for you, especially also your families, and most importantly for people in Singapore who don't actually have a voice to speak up for the troubles they are facing. And I thank you in advance. Talking about thank you, I also want to especially thank, on behalf of all of us 5 candidates who have joined me here in the studio, all of us give our heartfelt appreciation and thank you to our brave healthcare workers who are already fighting day and night, day in and day out, in order to provide care to the COVID-19 patients, as well as to ensure other patients can still get the medical care they need. I just take a minute to just share with you something very important. You know, I had a little fainting spell on one of the walkabouts because we were working until 2-3 a.m. every night to make sure not only we visit all the residents and cover all the blocks completely, but after that we had long meetings to come up with manifestos, to come up with the action plans, to come up with policy matters that we want to raise for all Singaporeans. And maybe I did not get enough rest. I fainted. They brought me to the hospital. An ambulance came. And I also want to say thank you to the front line staff, to the first responders, and also the ambulance staff and the people at A&E that took care of me that whole night. But I'll tell you something very painful. This may be very sad. I did not want to share this, but after speaking to Mr. Desmond Lim in detail and the other leaders in the party, they said, I know it is quite a shameful thing to share on behalf of a first world country, but as an alternative party politician, it is our duty to bring up these kind of issues. And this, what I'm going to share with you in the next 1-2 minutes, is what I personally went through that night when I fainted, when I fell on the streets and they revived, or they got me together, they got me into ambulance, brought me to A&E. And after the medical doctor did all his checkups, took my blood test, did many other tests, I was free from COVID-19. That's a good relief, and I felt very much at ease too. And Mr. Desmond was there with me until 12 midnight. Kelvin Ong, another candidate, took me to hospital in the ambulance, was there with me until late, and every member of the SDA was concerned, always on our social channel. But what I'm going to share next is going to be very painful, because when the doctor came back initially, he said, maybe I think you're okay to go home, discharge, and take care of yourself in these particular ways, he advised me. But after a second reading of my medical test, he says, maybe I should keep you in here for observation for a while, maybe a few days, to make sure you get totally much better in every way. And I agreed reluctantly. And I'll tell you what happened next. After they had registered me, which was a few hours later because there was so much traffic there. But before I tell you what happened next, one of the main doctors who was examining me, she used the next word, and she said, I am sorry, I'm taking too long because I'm totally overwhelmed. And I see that all our medical frontline staff were overwhelmed, not only that night, but all this time during COVID-19. And the doctor telling me that, and I said, no, don't worry. In fact, I'm thankful you're taking care of me. No need to worry, take your time. A few hours later, as I was registered and I was going to be pushed in to a ward, they told me, listen, Mr. Singh, we are sorry. All ward beds are full. We will only be able to give you a bed tomorrow at 11:30 or maybe a little bit later after the other patients move out. But for tonight, can we keep you in the observation ward and maybe you can relax there? Now, I thought in the observation ward, no problems. I'll stay there for the next 7, 8, 9 hours. And at 11:30, I'll get a bed for me to get warded in. But I'll tell you the sad news. As the head nurse pushed me into the observation wards, all beds, and there were tens and tens of beds in multiple rooms of the observation wards, were totally filled. And this was in the middle of the night at about 3-4 a.m. that same night. And I'll tell you something, I saw so many elderly Singaporeans, I saw so many other fellow Singaporeans, all in multiple beds, but it was just too overcrowded and there was no extra bed left. And in the corner, she opened another door to check another observation ward. She went to the other side, and finally, to even the short stay ward, she pushed me in there to see if there was a bed available. And I'll tell you something, there was not even one single bed, forget about in the hospital, but even in the observation ward. And what I saw in the corner made my heart melt. I saw elderly Singaporeans who were in wheelchairs, just had a blanket on them, and they were just waiting for a bed to be available. And that's when I moved back to the doctor and I said, sir, I think there are so many others who need these beds much more than me. I will promise to come back when there is more availability to have more checkups. And I will promise to rest at home, take good care of my health, get good sleep, get good nourishment, get good water. But I see these fellow Singaporeans who are sitting in wheelchairs or sleeping in wheelchairs at 3-4 o'clock in the morning waiting for a bed. And that's when the medical frontline staff told me, yes, Mr. Singh, because part of the hospital has been reserved for COVID-19, we are really overwhelmed. So at this point, I want to tell you something, my fellow Singaporeans. For a first world country, I may be wrong in the numbers, but I was told by one of our friends here, and forgive me if I'm wrong, but we only have, for every 1,000 Singaporeans, 2.3 beds available. That is one of the lowest numbers compared to all other first world or developed countries, and it is very, very painful. If you stay with me, I'll share with you, we only spend about 39% of our annual returns on social, medical and other needs, when countries like Thailand, when countries nearby like South Korea spend even up to 50%. Now these are issues because anybody can fall sick. All my life I had this denial, or I had this confidence in myself that no, I'll always be healthy. But a few days, a few weeks on the ground as we age, as I aged, and sleeping very late, waking up very early, not getting proper food, and I fainted on that walkabout. And I'll tell you something, it has humbled me to maybe think that all of us can have these kind of problems in our life. But we cannot allow the government to have so little beds available where I was pushed in, and if I hadn't seen this with my own eyes, I would not have believed this. So I'm very sorry I'm sharing this, because it could be a very shameful thing for a country of a first world status, for such a rich country to not have enough beds, not only in the hospital, but even the observation wards, to temporarily hold us Singaporeans. But this is painful, my dear friends. And if you are listening to this, share it with your friends, forward it to everybody. Tell them we need an alternative voice. And even if just the SDA is elected in Pasir Ris Punggol, if only the 5 of us get in there, we promise to speak not only for Pasir Ris Punggol, but for every citizen of this country. Because Singapore, my land, is what we really, truly believe in and stand for. Thank you. So coming back to thank you, I just sometimes get very worked up about this issue, because we are having an aging population, and you know that and I know that. Not only myself, maybe in your family too, there are aging parents, aging relatives, and you need to think about yourself, and I need to start thinking about myself too, because we are also aging. I cannot be in denial anymore. I always thought I was that young man, sweet 16, full of energy, full of vigor, and able to run day and night. But no, that episode, and I was ashamed and embarrassed that it happened on national television. But I'm going to say something. It had a lesson not only for me to take care and be personally responsible for my health, but I urge you, every Singaporean, to also take personal responsibility for each other and your personal health too. So let's say thank you to our brave healthcare professionals who have been taking care of all of us, fighting day and night, day in and day out. They have been doing this in order to make sure and take care of all COVID-19 patients, as well as to ensure that other patients can still get the medical care that we Singaporeans need. I want to say something, that a truly compassionate, responsible government would be dedicating every resource, every spare minute, every second of every day in supporting our healthcare workers and the heroes and the heroines of our healthcare, and helping Singaporeans go through these difficult times and helping people succeed. But instead, they are calling for an election 9 months ahead of time that is necessary. So instead of, I tell you something, the outgoing government has totally diverted a lot of time, effort, money and attention away from the real bread and butter issues, the medical issues of the pandemic, the economic issues of the pandemic, and all other issues that are being faced by Singaporeans. And they have forced this general election upon the entire nation, while exposing, and I repeat that, you exposing me, exposing your loved ones, exposing all Singaporeans, all of us, to unnecessary risks to our health and to our well-being. But what is done is done. And some people I met yesterday after the nomination day, they said, Palji, there is no way we can change this unless we have a 2/3 majority in parliament. Yes, there is nothing we can do about this. We will always talk about it, we'll always complain, we'll always in hindsight say this should have been done or that should be done. But unless we have 2/3 or rather, we have at least 1/3 of alternative voices in Parliament, they will always continue to make these kind of irresponsible decisions. So I urge you to give us your support to the SDA in this election and support all other alternative parties, because the Singapore Democratic Alliance believes in all parties coming together. After all, we are the only alliance in this beautiful country. So support us, give us your vote this coming election. Because what is done is done. Think about it. What can we do now is to not allow such unilateral actions to be taken ever again by any government. If they have too many of their own people in Parliament, they are going to continue taking unilateral actions, and some of these are going to be against the benefits of Singapore and Singaporeans. And we must ensure that future elected representatives never again ignore the wishes of the people. Because most people were saying, you still have 9 months more. Why the rush? Touch your heart. Ask yourself, why the rush? So I want you to say, as a ready and responsible party, and I remind this as SDA, as a ready and responsible party, the Singapore Democratic Alliance has put ourselves forward in Pasir Ris Punggol for the 3rd time as candidates to represent your concerns, to represent your aspirations, to represent your views in Parliament, and not just the residents of Pasir Ris Punggol, but we will do that for everyone Singaporean here. But if you have friends who are staying in Pasir Ris Punggol, please forward this video to them. Tell them to give SDA their support, give SDA their vote, because without your support, without your vote in this election, I can make 1 million more videos, but I will not be able to bring your voice to Parliament where it really matters. I really need you to support us so we are elected. Please forward this video to your friends, to your families in Pasir Ris Punggol, because the vote they hold in their hands is a super powerful ballot vote that they have the power to change what is happening. The change will be for the better, and we promise to speak to make your lives and lives of your children much better and better. And I want to say something very important. As a voter in Pasir Ris Punggol, you have an important choice to make on the 10th of July, my dear friends. On the 10th of July, make a very informed choice. And that's why we are sharing all these videos. If you look below on this page, there are also our full detailed manifesto, which will cover the 4 main pains that Singaporeans are facing, and then the 4 main solutions we have for policy changes. All this I will also cover briefly in a few minutes' time. So watch this video till the end, and if you have to go somewhere, come back and watch it and listen to it again and again, and share with everybody. Share with everybody, because this is the humble appeal we have, because we are not $1 million ministers to have that kind of salaries. I wanted to boost the previous video, and Facebook gave us a very high figure to reach all Singaporeans, about 1.2 million to 3.2 million. The budget we need is $50,000. Now we don't have that kind of budget. We tried to narrow it down to just Pasir Ris Punggol, taking a 5-kilometer radius from Pasir Ris MRT and 5 kilometers from Punggol MRT. Even for that small group of people, residents there, Facebook, the budget required is $8,000 to boost the post. I will tell you very honestly, we do not have those kind of budgets. Of course, if you want to sponsor, you are more than welcome to contact us, because every dollar you spend, every dollar you support us will help us to reach more and more Singaporeans. And just to reach Pasir Ris Punggol residents alone, we need minimum $8,000 for one video. So every day we will produce these things, and we have also taken our manifesto, made it into smaller parts, easy to understand. But if there is no one watching it, there is no reach, then there is no effectiveness. For that, we need your help. Either just click on the share button, click on forward, copy and paste this link and share with everybody in all your WhatsApp groups, in all other social media channels, or reach out to us. And if you want, The good news is the elections department has clarified that we can actually put your name, that this video is sponsored by this wonderful person, and you will also be mentioned. But if you do not want your name to be there, we respect your privacy and no names will be mentioned. It will be an anonymous donation. Every dollar will go towards making sure this message reaches the voters, because I repeat this again, as a voter, especially in Pasir Ris Punggol GRC, you have an important choice to make on the 10th of July, to make an informed choice. I hope you will give us this opportunity to serve you, and we will be there not only to speak up for you, but to listen to what your needs are, to listen to all your hopes and desires and aspirations. And we pray you make your vote count by voting for SDA in this election to speak up for you. I thank you once again, because in the days to come, like today, I will be sharing more of our policy proposals as well as concrete action plans for our community and town council. And you'll be very happy to know that when Mr. Chiam Sitong was in Potong Pasir, our candidate Mr. Desmond Lim, who is also the chairman of SDA, he was the main person in charge of the town council. So Pasir Ris Punggol GRC, you are very, very lucky and blessed that our leader who is leading us in this election, he has all that good experience from Mr. Chiam Sitong's time in Potong Pasir until today to run excellent town councils. If they could do a good job, the main man behind Mr. Chiam Sitong, who was running the town councils, Mr. Desmond Lim, he has this beautiful experience to run town councils. So we promise you, Pasir Ris Punggol, your estate will be very well taken care of. Everything will be maintained to the best of our abilities, because we have done it before, maybe on a smaller scale, and it's very easy for us to scale it up. So thank you for giving us this support, because I promise you, we have concrete action plans for our community in Pasir Ris Punggol, for the community of Singaporeans as a whole, and most importantly, for the town council in Pasir Ris Punggol. So if you have friends staying in that area, please tell them to give us the vote, give us the support, vote for SDA. I thank you again. So please, on that note, before I end, and I'm going to cover some of the important pain points that we're going to stand up for and the policy matters in 1 minute. But I urge you once again, if you have any questions, if you have any comments, please type it in the comment box below. And if I can't answer them online right now, I promise to get the answers and get back to you as soon as possible. And if you want, you can WhatsApp us also, and we will directly respond to you, or click on the Get Started button on this page. It will lead you to our messenger. And I'm already every day getting more and more questions, and we are more than happy to answer them. And secondly, I'm also getting a lot of advice from all of you to take care of our health, to be there and not just to sacrifice our life for Singaporeans, but we are willing to do that. And there was a comment, thank you for sacrificing even your life and willing to go to that extent. We are, because we feel the pain you feel, we feel the pain your families feel, we feel the pain, every Singaporean pain, every Singaporean's pain of the bad policies of the outgoing government, and we cannot allow them to unilaterally carry on making such decisions. If you vote for us, we will be able to make sure they do not come out with bad policies that will be bad for the future of not only yourself, but your children too. Give us your support, vote for SDA. And don't forget, our numbers are also in the description box of all these videos, or just comment and we will also send you a WhatsApp number so you can directly liaise with us and give us your feedback and grow this support and be a very useful part of the community. Finally, I have a very humble request. If you do find this sharing informative, or at least even worth some thought, we hope you will share it with your friends all over Singapore, but mostly with also your friends and loved ones, especially if they are living in Pasir Ris Punggol, because they have an opportunity, and we are a very responsible party, because we did not have unlimited resources, because we had limited resources. We decided to forego all other fights in SMCs and GRCs and only focus on Pasir Ris Punggol, because we have been here for the last 13 years. We were running for the last 2 elections, and even yesterday as I was knocking on all the doors, the lady looked at me and said, Behind your mask, I recognize your eyes. Yes, because we were wearing masks, she couldn't see the rest of me. But I recognize your eyes. She said it and she laughed. She laughed so loud. But that's why we don't want to lose this rapport. And even though there's a three-cornered fight, we are very disappointed and saddened that they could, when they had a choice to go to so many other SMCs and GRCs, they decided to come into Pasir Ris and form a three-corner fight when they just have been on the ground for the last few months or a year or so. But we have been serving you for the last 13 years. Please give us your support. We want opposition unity, and as an alliance, if we get elected, I assure you, we will work towards making the unity even more stronger and making sure that all alternative parties come together. Of course, even if we don't get elected, we will do the same. And I reach out to every member, every candidate of all alternative parties. Come together. Let's work together. This is a small country. Why have 10 different parties fighting with the incumbent? Maybe it's time we also came together. We respect your individual parties. Remain where you are. But as an alliance, maybe we'll have a closer tie-up. Because remember, together, everyone achieves more. As a team, let's work together to make Singapore better. Because it is our very strong conviction, Singapore, my land. And I will keep repeating that. Thank you. Finally, together, let's not forget that we can make a difference. My dear friends, together we can make our voices heard. And with pride we can say together, Majulah Singapura. That forward going, making sure that Singapore goes forward and upwards and rises to greater heights. But I need your help. Only together we can make this happen. So be part of the team. Make Singapore better. Be part of the team to bring our lives into greater heights. And I will just say something towards the close of this short presentation. And if you do have some comments, and I'm seeing some beautiful comments, maybe I'll just quickly, thank you, sir. You have written here, best of luck. Dear Sergi, thank you, Sukhbir, for your beautiful comment. I've got a nice comment from Mr. Raymond. He says, please do not miss this time. And all Singaporeans are looking towards you. Oh, very good. Thank you, Mr. Raymond. I'm not reading out full names because I still respect your privacy, but please comment. And Mr. Raymond says, please do not miss this time and opportunity for all Singaporeans to support the opposition parties and make us members of the parliament for future better life. It's okay if the English is a little bit imbalanced. It's all right. We get your message. I thank you, Mr. Raymond. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sukhbir, for your good messages too. The next name is written in Chinese fonts. I can't read that. 我一点一点讲华语，你好吗？好，谢谢。我一点一点讲华语。I can't speak much. I can't read the Chinese fonts, so I can't say your name. But his comment says, "Keep going as we stand by you." I thank you. I like your picture. He's very confidently smiling. I can't read your names, but thank you, sir. He says, keep going as we stand by you. That's very good. And the next comment, good, same question. I hope Victor. Victor says, Ayo, what a nice way of putting it. Victor says, but why create a three-corner fight in Pasir Ris Punggol? It only creates an advantage for PAP. Yes, Victor, I agree with you. It is creating advantage for the incumbent party PAP. And this is a good question. Why did they want to come here and create a three-corner fight? And as I've said, we found it you can say our responsibility after having been in 13 years in Pasir Ris Punggol. And after having stood for the last two general elections, we found it our duty and responsibility to come back again to Pasir Ris Punggol to stand up for the people, because that is exactly what they wanted us to do. And we agree with you, Victor. Why did they come when they have got so many other SMCs and GRCs to go to? It is okay. We still respect. Everyone has a free choice to go anywhere. And I'm going to say something very important. I remember in the 2011 elections when I first ran for Pasir Ris Punggol with the SDA team. If I remember correctly, we had 35.7% of the votes in that election. I just pray 35.7% of the votes this time, and maybe even much more, are still given to Singapore Democratic Alliance, SDA. Because if you give us 35.7% of the votes, and if the other two parties divide the other remaining votes equally, that will give us that opportunity to win. Of course, the win should be more than 51% and above, but because it's a three-corner fight, I remember 35.7% of you, my dear residents in Pasir Ris Punggol, you voted for us back in 2011. Even in the 2015 general election, we were the third highest vote count among all parties that contested. Of course, the first highest count went to the PAP, the second highest count went to Workers' Party, and the third highest count of votes all over Singapore went to the Singapore Democratic Alliance. So I want to say thank you to voters in Pasir Ris Punggol for your support in 2011, for your support in 2015. And if you continue giving us that support, and even if just 35.7% of you who voted for us back in 2011 vote for us, I will be your voice. We will be standing up for you. We will be speaking for you. We will be serving you for not only the next 5 years, for as many more years that you want us to serve. And I will put it this way to you. It's a no-risk guarantee I give you. If we do not serve you for the next one term, in the following elections, don't give us your support. I am not here to stick around even when I'm no good. And my team stands by it. I see them all nodding their heads going, yes, correct. We only ask for one chance. Because if you don't even give us one chance, you will never know how good the alternative parties can be. One chance, my fellow residents of Pasir Ris Punggol. And if you don't stay there, please share this with everybody. Tell your friends and families and loved ones to give us a chance. Only 35.7%. The first 2011 election that I was there in Pasir Ris, if that same number gives me this support and the other two parties divide the balance equally, we will still be able to serve you. And if we are still the third highest vote count, like we were in 2015 general election all over Singapore, the SDA was the third highest, we will still have a standing chance. But if you do not vote for us, remember, this time a lot of people are expecting the PAP to have a clean sweep of all the votes. In fact, after nomination day, some people told me, no need to do anything. Don't waste your time, your money, your effort and palji. This was messages I received even yesterday, because they are saying PAP is going to win anyway. All you guys doing all this hard work, no need. Go back home and go and rest. Go and rest. Prepare another 5 years later for another election. But I want to say this much. I don't even know whether I will be there 5 years later, whether I'll still be alive, because I'll tell you something. 5 years ago, my energy level was even much higher than where it is today. 10 years ago, 2 elections ago, it was even much higher. I could have served you with even much more power. Today, whatever power I have, don't let it go away. In the next 5 years, as we grow older, we all will become weaker. We may not be able to speak up that strongly to fight for that issues. Today is a chance. This election on 10th of July is an opportunity for us to be there only if you vote for us. So thank you, Victor. I hope that clarifies your comment. And I like the next one. Mr. Deep says, good luck, Mr. Harminder Pal Singh. Thank you, sir, for your well wishes. And not just him, but so many other good luck wishes that are coming in. And I see a lot more comments that are coming in. I want to just say something to you, my dear friends. Keep commenting, keep telling us what you want. There are over 61 engagements and comments. Wow. Another Chinese name, I can't read the fonts, but he says, keep it up, rooting for you guys with a yellow smiling face. Thank you, sir. It's a group photo there. Very good. He writes in the next comment a few minutes later, it's okay, I speak English. Thank you, sir. I know you are still listening to this. Oh, wow. Thank you. And I can see your comments. I also want to say thank you, Kiran. She writes, wah, 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 Balay Punjabi Sher. Well, that's Punjabis are the people where I come from. It's called Punjab, and a sher is a lion. Actually, we are in a lion city, think about it. And the word Singh, that's what our names have. For all guys, we call them Singh, and the girls are called Kaur. The Kaur means a princess. The Singh means a lion. So thank you, Kiran, for writing a beautiful comment. She says, wah, wah, Balay Punjabi Sher. Thank you for your support. And I see another beautiful message a few minutes ago. It says, all the best. Hope to see you soon. Yes, sir. All the best, and I hope to see you soon too, serving you. As the beautiful component party and the alliance in Pasir Ris Punggol and in Parliament. Because I'll tell you something, touch your heart and ask yourself, has your life actually got better over the last 10 years? Has the life of your friends and your loved ones got better over the last 10 years? And most Singaporeans were meeting on the road. I met Mr. Ahmad yesterday. He says, no Palji, buruk, sudah worse lah. Bang, and he called me Bang. He says, Abang, Abang I think means elder brother, correct? He said, Bang, buruk lah kita. We are having so much difficulties in half Malay, half English. And I'll tell you something, not only Mr. Ahmad that I met yesterday, but a lot of Singaporeans are feeling the pain of the bad policies of the outgoing government. Let them rest. They have taken many years to work hard for Singaporeans. Maybe it's time for new leaders to come up to serve Singaporeans. And let's not forget that when Mr. Lee Kuan Yew and his group of opposition leaders first came into power, they were also from the alternative opposition parties. And the brave Singaporeans of those years, think about it, they gave them that opportunity to come forward and serve. And today, you, the brave Singaporeans listening to me, especially the brave residents of Pasir Ris Punggol, have an opportunity to give us an opportunity to come in and serve you. Put your hand on your heart, touch your heart. Ask yourself again, has your life really gotten worse or better over the last 10 years? And we have been walking the ground for the last 13 years now. The SDA has been giving out daily lunches for, I think, the last 5 years very consistently, and in 7 different stations all over Pasir Ris Punggol. Many of you are volunteering and helping us. I want to say thank you for this. Also, many elderly who are stuck at home, they come down, they intermingle, they get a good meal. And not only the poor people benefit from this lunch program, but everyone else too. And I want to say thank you to all the volunteers. Thank you to all the sponsors. Thank you for everyone who has been contributing for this program. And if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Desmond Lim just told me a few days ago, we have distributed more than 3.5 million lunch boxes over the last 5 years. So every dollar counts. And as I shared earlier, if you missed the earlier part of today's presentation, go back, check on it. Even to have this video going viral and being boosted to more viewers in Singapore, Facebook says it can reach 1.3 million to 3.2 million Singaporeans for just a small sum of $50,000. When I first saw that number, when I told that to my party members, they said smaller, 50,000 US smaller, too much for us, which is true. We then went and tweaked the outreach to see if we just targeted Pasir Ris Punggol GRC, because that's where we are representing Singaporeans, and the budget required for every one video to go boosted is US $8,000. Mr. Desmond Lim has very happily, and Mr. Abu, our senior leaders, come out with a very creative plan, which you may like, and it says, maybe come have a dinner with us, and we will be more than happy for you to sponsor that boost post itself. For me, being a junior to them, maybe have lunch with me for $5,000 and I'll reach half of Pasir Ris Punggol. But this is what's needed. We need your support in terms of your talents. We need your support in terms of your ideas. We need your support in terms of money, of course. And most importantly, in effort, energy, and most importantly, in time. If you can give us your time, your effort, your money, your talents, your ideas, we will promise to go out there and be the best voice you will ever find in Parliament to speak up for you. And on that note, I also want to thank all the Singaporeans who are not actually, you can say, involved too much in the elections as candidates or maybe playing major roles, but they are still coming forward to help us, to write articles, to take photographs, to distribute flyers and contribute in every way. So it's not just money, but if you have ideas, we want your ideas. If you have certain talents, we need to tap on those talents. If you can put in your energy, your time, your effort, we need all your contributions, because let's remember, be part of the team, make Singapore better. Thank you. Coming back to it. So having walked the ground in Pasir Ris Punggol for the last 13 years now, we really feel the pain of the bad policies in every resident we speak to. Think about, I have shared this before, maybe you missed it, but I just want to say, think about the young graduates who are now working as supermarket supervisors. And some of them don't even have a supervisory position. They are working at a supermarket as a cashier, holding graduate degrees. And if you give me a few minutes, I will maybe share with you the solutions, the policy matters we have to solve and make the lives of these kind of young graduates much better. At the same time, think of that father who can't sleep at night because he has just lost his job. He's wondering, how will I take care of my children? How will I take care of my family? He's having sleepless nights. And then think of that old man who is still pushing trolleys in Changi Airport. Think about that old lady who is selling tissue paper, or the worst, that old lady we met on the road itself. We bought her lunch and we had a little conversation with her. And I'll tell you, all she said was, thank you for fighting, thank you for fighting, thank you for fighting, speaking for us. And she kept saying thank you. We said thank you to her instead for being part of the pioneer and Merdeka generation to build up Singapore to where it is. But I'll tell you something, what she said next was something that made me tear. And she says, no, I just worry this cardboard collect enough money to buy simple lunch. I tell you what she was worried about. She spoke in broken English, but her worry was, if the cardboard that she has collected, is that enough to sell and have enough money just to buy a simple lunch? Is that what you want to face when you and I grow older? Is this the kind of lifestyle we want to have when we retire? Is this the dignified lifestyle that our pioneer and our Merdeka generations deserve after having built Singapore from third world to first world? We as a group of fellow Singaporeans, we should look, reflect and think about this, my friends, because this is not what you and I want to face as we grow older. And this is why we keep coming back, we keep fighting for the people in Singapore. And these are the people we are fighting for. But we can't do it alone. We need your support. We need your support, my friends. We need you to help us, vote for us and support us in every way, because we are not going to give up. These are the people we are fighting for. We will never give up. Because ask yourself, how can you give up? The SDA will always be here to fight for a better life for all Singaporeans, because we want our elderly to retire with dignity. We want our young and talented Singaporeans to find good jobs. And we want fathers to go to bed knowing their jobs are safe, families are happy, families are healthy, families are holy, families are wealthy, and families are wise. Because happy, healthy and wise is what the motto of every Singaporean should be. And we demand the government, the irresponsible government, the outgoing government, to cut the spending on irresponsible, extravagant projects so that the cost of living can go down for all Singaporeans. And we will press for more assistance for needy families to build the nation's only resource we have. It is our only resource, the greatest resource Singapore has, maybe the only resource we have. It is our people, you, I, your loved ones, and all Singaporeans. For that, SDA has a heart for the people. We will always be by your side. But we need your support. We need you to help us today, and especially on polling day. On polling day, to vote for us, to give us your support, to have us in Parliament. And in the next part, I'll just quickly share why do we fight. Because I just saw a question. Balji, you lost for the last 2 times. Can I read to you the question if it's okay? Because I think it's a very... okay, it's an important question. Very good question. The question says, Palji, for the last 2 elections, you did comparatively very well, getting 35.7% of the votes as you shared earlier, and being the 3rd largest vote count in the last election. Yes, for those of you who have just joined us, in 2011 election, we had 35.7% of all votes in Pasir Ris Punggol. And in the last election in G15, 2015, after the PAP and WP, SDA was the 3rd largest, the best percentage vote count, the third one, not the best, but the 3rd one. And we thank Singaporeans and the voters in Pasir Ris Punggol, and we look forward to your continued support. So he says here, after having lost the last 2 times, why do you keep coming back to fight for Singaporeans, especially in Pasir Ris Punggol? And I just want to say something. As I shared earlier, for 13 years we have been serving, but more importantly, let's put that aside. The contributions of SDA for the last many years, 13 years in Pasir Ris Punggol. Let me just give you the second big reason, and that is that for the longest time, the PAP-led government has been given a free ticket, my dear friends. A lot of people have told us they have a free ticket to do as they wish, and that's why they come out with policies and they flip-flop like a prata. I love to eat my roti prata too, but a lot of them people I met on the street say they flip-flop. Sometimes say wear a mask, sometimes says don't wear. If you wear a mask, then you know you don't really need it. You will deprive the medical workers who need it more. And then now they flip-flop to say you don't wear a mask, give us $300 fine and so on. A lot of people talk about HDB prices. We were told they will always keep going up and they will always appreciate, so that will be our retirement fund. But now we are told it's going to go down to zero. This issue nobody is talking about. In COVID-19, everybody has got confused about other smaller issues. But think about this, my dear friends. A HDB flat was supposed to be an appreciating asset for us to rely upon our retirement age. But today, forget about the fact that CPF funds are not coming out at 55 as we were promised. Then it became 57, then became 60, then 62. And now, hello, you don't get it as a lump sum. You get it every month, even as a $500. It's from age 65. And how can you survive with $500? I'll speak about that separately. But I come back to this. HDB was supposed to go up in value, but now it's going to go down to zero already. And many residents are meeting. They are worried about this, the dropping value of our HDB. Again, flopping here and there. And I'll tell you something. They have been able to do this because they have a free ticket to do whatever they wish for. And I tell you something. It was promised that the PAP government, especially during the time of Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, first G, second G leaders, they promised that they will plan for the long-term prosperity of all Singaporeans. I repeat the keywords, all Singaporeans. But is that really happening today? With the new G leaders, maybe they are not capable, or maybe they have forgotten, or maybe they are just overwhelmed with many other responsibilities with COVID-19. And like many Singaporeans who said they are totally disappointed with their performance during COVID-19. They do not want to see such bad performance in the next 5, 10, 15, or even the next 50 years. And maybe that's why you need to vote for us, the alternative parties, to come in, to have a different contribution, because we come from a varied backgrounds, we come from varied life experiences, and most importantly, we have varied ideas and not the same groupthink that they have been groomed for, and they will continue with if you do not give us a chance to be in parliament for you. Because think about this. I quote to you one of the, you can say, the think tank members in Singapore. They have said these words, and I can't remember who it was, but I remember they said the words, they are ruthless, they are selfish, and they are growth at all cost mantra. Three things, huh? They are ruthless, they are selfish, and their growth at all cost mantra. They are using that mantra has resulted in the suffering and yet more suffering for the average Singaporean like you and me. And that's why we continue to come back to fight for you again and again. Because think about it. A lot of people, I saw the comments yesterday on another post that we put up of all the pictures of our walkabouts. So if you haven't seen that, please go down and you will see a lot of pictures of all our walkabouts. And one of your friends commented, he said the new elite class of PAP leaders are mismanaging our country. They mismanage the COVID-19 pandemic. They are mismanaging a lot of other resources we have. And we don't want them to mismanage the rest of the country over the next 5 to 10 to 15, if not many years to that are coming up. And I remember the words. He said that what's worse, the new elite class of PAP leaders are mismanaging our countries. So for Singaporeans who are listening to me, please, we need your help. We cannot do this alone. We need you to forward, to share, to get this message out to everybody. Because just look at Look at the last 10 years, and especially if you have friends who are staying in Pasir Ris Punggol, tell them to vote for SDA. We have fought for 2 elections there. We have been there for 13 years. We have a chance to win because all we need is the same 35.7% who voted for us in the 2011 election. And we were the third best percentage count in the last 2015 election after PAP and WP on a national level. And you have to be our ambassador. Forward this message to all. Tell them to ask themselves just a few questions. Number one, are they really happy today in Singapore as compared to the last 10 years? And if you are happy, go ahead, vote for the people in white. But if you are not happy, please give us a chance. Because I'll tell you something, $100 billion reserves were taken out in the last 100 days. A few months ago or a year or two ago, I remember reading about a global warming epidemic. And they said that over 100 years, we will need $100 billion to take care of global warming. Now, when that was mentioned, a lot of Singaporeans, and even me included, we were like, wow, $100 billion. And then when we heard it's over 100 years, we felt, never mind, that's a long time. And they're going to spread it out to take care of global warming. We felt it was okay. Very important. But in the last 100 days, my dear friends, they have already taken out $100 billion because of COVID-19 pandemic. 100 days, $100 billion. And it was from the reserves to benefit all Singaporeans. But I like what one of the ladies in white said. If you remember, she said, take 100 billion, divide by the population of Singaporeans, that should come up to about 23,000 over dollars per person. So I want you to ask yourself, touch your heart, ask yourself, why doesn't my bank account show $23,456? If it does show $23,456, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, easy to remember the number. If you do see 23,000 over dollars extra in your bank account in the last few months, then please vote for them. And if you do not have that money, if you only have that few $300 or a $100 voucher and then another $300, is that close to even the 23,000 that she calculated per person? She calculated from the people in white. They gave us that number. But we, the Singaporeans, average Singaporeans, everyone I meet at the doors, they said, I haven't got my 23,000 over dollars. So touch your heart. Ask yourself, why aren't we getting those $100 billion? Why isn't it coming to help the average Singaporeans? And if it is not, then you need to vote for us so we can find out and have them accountable. So we can go into Parliament to ask the right questions so we can speak up for you. Because I'll tell you something, just look at the last 10 years, my dear friends. Don't have to go too far. Just look at the last 10 years, and if you've got more points for me to share, put it in the comment box and I'll promise to bring up and raise them, not only in the next few video calls that we have with you or live telecasts we have with you, but also in Parliament. Because just look back at the last 10 years. You would realize that higher taxes are punishing the average Singaporean family. You would realize that housing has got so expensive that it is difficult for our youth to even start new families. And I'll tell you something very important. One of the uncles I was speaking to on the I think it was Punggol Mall, Punggol Plaza, Punggol Mall. I was speaking to him and he said to me one simple thing. He said, we complain our dropping infertility rate. We can't even replace our Singaporeans with enough babies. But how do you expect it? He says, my son can't even get a job that is enough to pay what a graduate should be earning or enough to pay for his loans that he took from university and then to pay for his living expenses. Forget about being able to afford the housing which has become too expensive. So young people we are meeting are saying their parents are telling us this. We are the sandwiched class. We have to take care of our retiring parents. We have to take care of our own younger babies. But many other Singaporean young people are saying, forget about even starting a family. I can't even afford to pay back my university loans. How to even pay for the down deposit of the HDB blocks because they're getting so expensive. Now, if our young people don't get married, they don't get a flat, and then we worry about our dropping infertility rate, and then we have to bring in more foreign talents to replace us, doesn't make any common sense. So we will be there to fight for you, to bring up these issues. But I need you to help me share this with more people, especially those living in Pasir Ris, Punggol. Forward this, share to them, copy the link so they will give us their vote on the 10th of July. Because the next part, I also tell you something. We have a broken, overcrowded and inefficient public transport system. Think about it, the last 10 years of problems. And some people said that's why maybe some ministers retire this year. Because they knew that the entire population is very angry about those issues. They are anyway going to get voted out. Now, I am not saying that. This is what Singaporeans told us as we go out door to door, as we go to MRT stations, as we meet them at shopping centers, as we speak to them in coffee shops. He says they retired quietly now because they know that it is a broken, it is an overcrowded, and it is a totally inefficient public transport system. For a first world country, you know, I know, that's very embarrassing. Very embarrassing. But the next point I'm going to share is one of the hottest issues that we are going to fight for you and stand up for. Stand up for. And we will do that. And it is the irresponsible immigration policies. The irresponsible immigration policies that are depriving talented Singaporeans of good jobs. So if you know somebody like that, or maybe you yourself are facing such problems, or your family members are going through that, then you know this is an important issue that we really need to raise. The irresponsible immigration policies of the outgoing government that are depriving our talented Singaporeans. I mean, we talk about world-class universities. We are talking about the pride of our Singaporeans are talented Singaporeans. Then why can't we get the best jobs? Why do we need to bring foreign talents into this country? Don't we have enough good people? And I know we do. I know each one of you who is listening to this, your parents, your families, your children, your loved ones, your relatives are talented enough, my dear friends. But we are not having fair economic or hiring or jobs policies. We need to enact such policies so that Singaporeans get an opportunity. And if you stay with me till the end, I'll share with you what our action plans for the SDA to do this. And maybe I've also shared that in other videos, and in the next few days, I'll continue to share this. Because I'll end off with something very important, the last 2 points on why we keep coming back. And the next point is so very important because a lot of Singaporeans that are meeting in Pasir Ris Punggol and all over Singapore, they are saying the rich are getting richer and the poor and middle class like us are getting hammered. Every one of us, the poor and the middle class, are getting hammered. And I'm not saying this. These are the cries of common Singaporeans like you and me. And Singaporeans, we need to stop this cycle. This is a vicious cycle. If it continues, then the rest of us, the poor, will continue to get poorer. The economic inequality will get even wider. The income inequality will get worse. And our Gini coefficient, all these difficult terms I'll explain in simple English later, are going to get worse for this country. And I remember even Professor Tomiko, our ambassador at large, said one thing. He said the bus driver, because he's a director in one of those bus companies, and they were debating whether we need to raise the salary of our CEO from already a $1.2 million to raise it further. And Professor Tomiko said, I asked them, what is your bus driver's salary? He said, in fact, I asked them about the Gini coefficient, and they couldn't understand what was that. That's very sad if they couldn't understand. But I'll tell you something. He said, when I was told it's 3,800 on the average for a driver, and they are thinking of raising the salaries of the CEO from 1.2 million to even higher. Now, I ask for forgiveness if my numbers are not accurate because I may have forgotten what I heard. But if I'm not mistaken, these are the numbers. So please don't pofma me for technical numbers like this. The concept behind this is important. Professor Tomiko himself said it doesn't take a rocket scientist to run a bus company. If I remember these words right, and Mr. Tomiko, if I meet you again, correct me if I said this wrong. Sorry, Professor Tomiko. If I remember your words, you said it doesn't take a rocket scientist to run a bus company. And they were thinking of raising the 1.2 million salary when a simple bus driver was earning 3,008 per month. Do you see the gap? Do you see that gap? And that gap is growing. The rich are getting richer, and every Singaporean that I meet in Pasir Ris Punggol, They are worried. They are worried, how do I take care of my retiring, my elderly parents? How do I take care of my younger children who want to now go to school and all that? And in between, how do I even bring my wife or my husband for a nice second honeymoon to revive our love, our affection, our joy for everyone? This is the sandwich generation. They are much more educated. We are much more educated. We see the true, you can say the lies that we have been told by them. Actually, Singaporeans are not really very happy. And if you are not happy, if you know someone who is in this situation, who is facing all these problems, then you, please have to forward this to everyone, share it with everybody, so everyone will understand the pains we are going through, and we can all come together for a better future for all Singaporeans. Because I end off with the last reason why. Why do we keep coming back? And the reason is actually what some of my party leaders reminded us as we came together on the very first day to be briefed and prepare for this election a few weeks ago. And they said, listen, Palji, the weak leaders from the PAP's inner circle and the current 4G, 3G generations have proven during the COVID-19 pandemic, they have exposed their weak points, and they have exposed they are totally incapable of steering Singapore through tough times. And I remember saying this earlier, that there were many residents who do feel the same too. The weaker leaders from the PAP's inner circle, especially the 3G, 4G leaders, are just not qualified enough, not matured enough, not, you can say, they have not experienced the real life issues as much as many of the other Singaporeans. And if they can come up with such policies which didn't actually help Singaporeans during the COVID-19, and I don't want to tell you the numbers, but over 40,000 for such a small country, think about it. It is something very shameful and something painful for us to bear. But they have actually exposed during the COVID-19 pandemic that they are incapable of steering Singapore through tough times. And that's why you need to vote for us. You need to give us your support. You need to give us that strength to be there in numbers to steer Singapore for the next 5 years, 15 years, if not 50 years. Because I'll end off with this to tell you, think about it, touch your heart. Ask yourself, Singapore has achieved prosperity from third world to first world, but prosperity for who? Are the common Singaporeans, are you and I, are your loved ones and my loved ones really benefiting? Where are the $23,456 that each one of us Singaporeans should have got during this pandemic? Now, if you take that money, and if the government says it's going to be a 1 year long pandemic, every year give us not every year, every month, just give us about $2,000. In a year, that will also come up to about $23,456. And if you multiply by the number of Singaporeans, that will also be 100 billion. Now, that is what we would have proposed. Now, if the pandemic is going to stretch over 2 years, let's say, then take that same 100 billion, divide by the number of Singaporeans, comes to 23,456. Over 2 years, just give us $1,000 to every Singaporean. Wouldn't that extra $1,000 help you during this pandemic? Wouldn't that extra money per household member? So if you have 4 people in your family, 4,000 extra dollars over 2 years every month, that still comes to 100 billion. Now that is how we would have done things differently, and we can still do it. Because we need your support, we need a new team, we need a new way of thinking, we need new paradigms, we need new ideas, we need new talents, we need us, the new people, to be there with you, for you, and stand up for you. 100 billion in 100 days, my dear friends. Have you benefited from it? Ask yourself, where are my not 100 billion, where are my personal $23,456? And if you have that, then give the vote to the incumbent party. But if you don't have $23,456, then let me remind you, that number adds up to 100 billion that they have taken out from the reserves, which was money from the pioneer Merdeka generations. Yes, from the first G, second G leaders of our country. And where due credit is due, let's give them credit. They brought us from the third world to first world country status. And Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, as I said earlier, was an opposition leader at that time. And the pioneer generations gave the opposition leaders of those time, like Mr. Lee Kuan Yew and his friends, their vote. Today, you have to be brave like them. On the 10th of July, touch your heart, ask yourself, why is my bank account not showing the $23,456? And if you don't have that money, if your loved ones don't have the money, then give us a chance, vote for SDA. But of course, if you have $23,456 given to you during the COVID-19, then carry on voting for them. But everyone, most of the people we are meeting, they are saying, no, Palji, prosperity has not come down to the common Singaporean. Singapore has achieved prosperity, but for who? Ask yourself. And that's why most Singaporeans are meeting. They can no longer trust that a central government just led solely by one party, the PAP, will bring prosperity and happiness to us Singaporeans. Singaporeans, I repeat, can no longer trust that one party-led government will bring happiness, prosperity, and progress for our nation. No, they cannot do it. And that's why we need multiple parties to be represented. You need to at least give us this vote in Pasir Ris Punggol to the Singapore Democratic Alliance so that we can help you. We can be the voice for you, and we can make Singapore much better for you. In the next few videos, I will also be sharing with you the core pain points that are faced by Singaporeans. There are 4 major ones we have identified. I will just read to you, and please promise me, if possible, to keep watching our videos. The first one will be on the spike in the cost of living, which a lot of people are complaining about. Number 2 will be, more importantly, about the loss of good jobs for young Singaporeans due to the lax immigration policies, and this is very irresponsible. It is a core pain point that many Singaporeans, average Singaporeans, are facing. Number 3, most importantly, the CPF savings. We believe it is a broken retirement scheme, and we need to make improvements to the scheme. That's number 3. And number 4, the biggest pain point is the widening gap between those people who have it, the rich getting richer, and those who don't have it, the have-nots, the poor, average, and the middle-class Singaporeans who are facing a lot of social inequality issues. Of course, beyond that, I also spoke about HDB prices going down to 0. That is something everyone is telling me, maybe because I'm knocking on the HDB doors on Pasir Ris Punggol, and people living there are worried. It's going to go to 0, Palji. What are you going to do about that? And many other issues about immigration policies, and many other issues about the aging population, the sandwich class, young graduates unable to get jobs, reviving the economy during this post-COVID-19 pandemic period, and many other issues are going to be there that we're going to fight for. And what are we fighting for, and what are we going to do is basically in one word summarized as fighting for the dignity of the people of Singapore. These policy proposals are targeted at helping you and me, your loved ones and my loved ones at different stages in their life to live a life of dignity. It's to help us Singaporeans, think about it, to live a life of dignity and enjoy personal prosperity. And this is our promise. The SDA promises to challenge the PAP-led government and to press the government to implement policy changes that will benefit all Singaporeans, not just a few elite class. And this is important because our policies are crafted by people who are 100 times smarter than me. These are the think tanks. Some of them are professors and university lecturers and polytechnic lecturers. They don't come forward to speak because they give me all the material, and sometimes when you see me looking down, it's because I'm looking at the notes, I'm looking at the screen to make sure I don't miss any of the important points they have given us. And they see the main core pain points, and they have crafted all these policy matters that we will bring up with the staunch belief in mind that Singapore is for all Singaporeans and not just the elite. I repeat that Singapore is for all Singaporeans, for you and for me and the entire whole race, these people, this group of us called Singaporeans, and not just for the elite. So we need your support. I'd like to thank you once again for joining us. And as I end, maybe I'll take 1 minute, but promise me to watch the future videos and share it with everybody. Because what are we fighting for, and what are the action steps? Number 1, and remember, we will address the burden of high costs of living by reducing GST and cutting spending on the extravagant public projects. In fact, for the you'll be happy to know this is something a lot of Singaporeans are saying, I wish you take over as the government immediately, because the next sentence that I'm going to say is that the SDA proposes on a progressive GST taxation system that will go down from as low as only 3% to 15%. Now the 3% will be for basic goods, which will be taxed the least, and the 15% will be, of course, for luxury goods. Basic goods meaning things like food, things like common household products and other essential items. We, the SDA, are proposing to reduce the GST to 3% for these basic items. Very important. So we need to be voted in. Also, maybe we are also going to fight for the fact that a lot of money is spent irresponsibly on over extravagant projects, and we need to start cutting down so the cost of living in Singapore goes down too. And the second thing we're going to bring up and fight for on behalf of all of you, my dear friends, is to tackle social inequality by giving the disadvantaged Singaporeans a shot at success, especially the middle class and the poorer Singaporeans. Because let's not forget, as I said earlier, and I will repeat this and you can quote me, the only resource Singapore really has is our people. Yes, the only resource we have as a country are our people, you and I and your loved ones, and we need to make sure that everyone is taken care. We're going to use a lot of modern technological equipment, conducive aftercare, school care for dedicated in centers near the homes, and also maybe caregiver tutors to those who need the motivation, who need coaching, mentoring, and who need that extra help. Because I tell you, there are more than 100,000 disadvantaged Singaporean families who are living in a cycle of poverty. More than 100,000 disadvantaged fellow Singaporeans. Now that is a very sad number for a first world country, and we are not spending enough of the national budget on education, on health and social protection. I told you I will share with you the numbers. Think about South Korea, think about Thailand. Both these countries near us, they spend 50% of the national budget on three things: education, health and social spending, social protection. But in Singapore, being a first world country, we are not even spending 40. If I remember the number right, is only about 39% of our budget, compared to some of our neighbors spending even up to 50% on education, health and social protection. We need these policy matters to be looked at, and we need to be voted in to be able to do that on your behalf. The third thing, everyone knows this, I don't need to dwell too much again upon it, but we all are growing old. One day you and I will also be of that 55, 58, 60, 62 retirement age, and our CPF is broken. We need to fix this broken retirement scheme, because I'll tell you something very sad. A lot of elderly Singaporeans who I met, they held my hand, and this elderly lady couldn't even stop shaking, and because of which my hand was shaking. This was at the next to Pasir Ris MRT station, the mall there. She was actually holding my hand and she said these words, "It is better to die than fall sick." Oh my, let that digest for a while. An elderly Singaporean being afraid of falling ill, of being sick, and rather choose to die because the cost is just so high. And they can't even tap on the CPF as much as they need because they're not given out the lump sum. And no wonder, let's not deny, it is no surprise that the suicide rates among Singaporeans, elderly citizens, are leaping up and up. And we in SDA propose a tweak to our system, which will still take care. There will be a component that will be reserved for MediSave and MediShield Life, but they will be able to take out maybe the full amount when they hit the retirement age of 62. Because let's not forget, the retirement age we were promised was 55. Now it's already 7 years later, and we want them to have a life of dignity. And not just them, let's not talk about them. You and I are going to be old too. And I'll tell you something, how much is enough is $1,379 for a single elderly person. If there are two, a couple, an elderly couple needs about $2,351 per month to have a wonderful, maybe not so wonderful, just enough money for a good life. And if it's a single person between 55 to 64, they are still looking at about $1,721 a month. Now, when we give 500 to these elderly people from their CPF every month, how will they come out with the balance amount from 500 all the way up to 1,379 for an elderly Singaporean above 65, or 2,351 for a couple, or even if they are between 55 to 64 years of age, they still need $1,721. My dear friends, the minimum sum is going up, and so many Singaporeans cannot even meet that minimum sum. I think it's about 47%. I'll check for you once again. But more importantly, they're getting 500 a month after 65. Where got enough? Maybe need to watch that Money Not Enough. That movie, Money No Enough, if I remember the name right. But the last and the fourth issue, I know you're laughing. I mean, these are serious issues, but since we are having a heart-to-heart conversation, we can also laugh about it. But these are serious issues, and we need to be voted in. Because the fourth issue is the most important. It is that we, the SDA, will push for good jobs for all Singaporeans by curbing irresponsible immigration policies. I repeat, we need to have good jobs for our own Singaporeans first, by curbing the irresponsible immigration policies. And don't get me wrong, I am not against foreigners coming here to work. Neither is anyone in the SDA. Am I right, gentlemen? All of us, we know that these foreign talents are also coming here to look for a good job to make their lives better. But we are forgetting that we need to put Singaporeans first, because this is our land. Where are we going to go and find a better job? And when we retire, we got to come back here, and we need to sustain ourselves too. So we're going to have multiple points that I'm going to share with you in the next few videos, what we're going to do about this too. So don't forget to watch and keep in touch with us. Share this, because I'll end off with this. The only way to improve the plight of you and me and every Singaporean, my dear friend, is to vote in good leaders who can understand and who can care for people. Vote in good leaders like us who can understand your needs, because we understand how you feel. We understand not only how you feel, but a lot of other people, whatever they shared. And the reason we understand how you feel is because we understood how they felt, and we found, in fact, they also found, and that's how we came to this conclusion, that the only way to have a better future for all Singaporeans is if we have good leaders who understand, and number two, care for the people. Leaders like us who promise to listen to you, my dear friends. Number two, leaders like us who will involve you, the people, in the decision making. More importantly, leaders like us who will challenge the PAP-led government to correct the bad policies that are resulting in the suffering of all Singaporeans. And most importantly, leaders like us who have strong foundations in the community of Pasir Ris Punggol, where we have been serving residents for the last 13 years. So today's topic, and I know a lot of your comments and questions were, what is your take on the three-corner fight? And by the way, Pasir Ris Punggol GRC is the only GRC having a three-corner fight. So the answer is, we are, of course, very disturbed by it initially, because it would have been better to have a one-on-one with the incumbent party like we had for the last two general elections. But the wise people and even the residents of Pasir Ris Punggol have reminded us, don't give up. Because after nomination, we went down to Pasir Ris MRT, we went down to the blocks, and we have been still meeting residents every day. This morning at the food courts, at the pasar, at the wet markets, and everywhere. And I'll tell you, they have told us, don't give up, because 35.7% of Pasir Ris Punggol residents voted for SDA in the year 2011 when I first stood for elections there. And in the last general election in 2015, we were the third best percentage count after PAP, WP. The Singapore Democratic Alliance had the third best count of voting percentage in Pasir Ris Punggol again on an overall national count. So even if just the same 35.7% of you who supported us in the previous elections vote for us this time, we still have a chance to be your representative in Parliament. But you need to go to every door, knock on your neighbor's door, tell everybody you meet in public, please vote for SDA. Please forward these videos to everyone. Like I said, the cost of boosting is 8,000 just to reach $8,000 US just to reach the Pasir Ris Punggol residents. That's the cost for one video. And if you want to reach the rest of Singapore, that's over 50,000 US dollars. We don't have $1 million salaries. We have small budgets. We cannot afford these kind of Facebook boost posts like everyone else is suggesting we do. We don't have these kind of money. If you want to sponsor, we will be more than happy and thankful to accept your sponsorship. If you like, your name can be on every boost post that we do. But if you don't want your name to appear, we will also respect your privacy and your names will not appear on any of the boost posts. So if you can contribute not only money, but talents, your ideas, your time, your energy, your effort, your strength, your wisdom, we need to, because together as a team, we can achieve more. And I end off with this. When you elect us, I thank you for this time. And when you elect us in Parliament, in the last few minutes that I have, we will be better able to be the voice of all Singaporeans in Parliament, especially Pasir Ris Punggol. Number two, when you elect us to Parliament on the 10th of July, when you vote for SDA, we will challenge policies which lead or which have led in the past to greater suffering for Singaporeans, the average Singaporeans, and we will fight against those policies. But the most important, I promise you, you give us your vote on the 10th of July and we will involve you and every Singaporean in policy making decisions and champion the policies that will put all of us Singaporeans first, because we are proud to say it again, Singapore, my land. So I really hope that you'll give us your support in this election. And I ask for forgiveness if in this you can say interaction I may have made some mistakes in sharing, and I'm very sorry about it, because this is also something new for us. We are unable to hold the big rallies in the field, so we are trying to connect with you every now and then on these videos. So please like this page, please like all the pages of Singapore Democratic Alliance and also the Singapore Justice Party, and most importantly maybe our YouTube channel too. And if possible, comment. Send us a WhatsApp message and tell us what are the policy matters and what are the ideas you have and how we can improve. And on that point, I want to thank everyone who has messaged me over the last few days, few weeks. And if you want, click on the messenger button and please tell us how we can make the lives of Singaporeans, especially yourself, your family, your loved ones, even much better and better. So let us be the voice of all Singaporeans and let us be your voice. And most importantly, let us be the voice of those Singaporeans who are unable to voice their problems, their anxieties, and their concerns. We will always be with you on your side. Once again, I thank you on behalf of the Singapore Democratic Alliance. We have very good 5 very well qualified. You were looking at their pictures on the posters behind, and if I'm not mistaken, I don't know whether the faces are big enough, but go to our websites. Go to our Facebook pages and you will see more of us there. Interact with them. Together, we will make this country a better place for the next 5, 10, 15, if not 50 years. As long as we live, we will always be by you, on your side. On behalf of all the candidates and all the members of the Singapore Democratic Alliance, I thank you for your time this evening. I request you humbly to please share this video with everybody. Watch it again and again so you remember the main 4 points that we're going to be fighting for you. And if you have another 40 points, give it to us. I promise you, none of your points will be ignored, and we will speak, we will stand up, we will defend, and we will be the best voice you can have in Parliament. I thank you once again. Have a good night, have a good evening, have a good day ahead, depending on what time you are listening to this. But I hope to see you also in person after this COVID-19 situation is, better. And most importantly, please do take care of yourself, stay safe. And as I shared my hospital experience just last week, I really want to tell you something. It's important we take self-responsibility, because the bad policies of the previous government has left a lot of cracks. And it's going to affect us all badly. So thank you, my dear friends. Look forward to talking to you again and speaking to you in person too very soon. Thank you once again. Have a beautiful time ahead. I'm your pal, Harminder Singh, Singapore Democratic Alliance. Singapore Democratic Alliance. Thank you once again. Vote for Singapore Democratic Alliance. Thank you. Thank you once again for joining us on this beautiful online rally from the Singapore Democratic Alliance. Today I have very important points to raise, especially the very important point that says we are looking to win and not just be NC MPs, because NC MPs do not represent the residents fully. So we are here to win, and that is the important point I want to share with you. Now, my party leader also, Desmond Lim, mentioned this very clearly, that we shouldn't be steered away. I quote the words, we shouldn't be steered away from the party's campaign and all the manifestos and all the points, policy matters that we are raising for this general election, to talk about the non-constituency member of parliament, the NCMP scheme, because this talk has been going on very heavily today. A lot of different party leaders were asked about, are you going to be happy getting an NCMP? And we repeat again, we are here for the win. We need your support to win, and we cannot represent you fully as an NCMP. We have to win this election, and that's where we need all your support. Because like Desmond said, we are not going to fall into the trap, and this is important. Desmond Lim made it very clear to the media, does not matter what other party leaders are saying, but the SDA says very clearly, we are not going to fall into the trap of the PAP telling people that there is already sufficient NCMP seats, so we don't need the opposition. My dear fellow Singaporeans, especially residents of Pasir Ris Punggol, we really need the opposition to have that ability to have a check and balance. And Mr. Lim made this very clear to the media earlier. We come here, and I repeat his words because this is the same words of everyone in the party. We come here not just to contest to become a NCMP. We are here to contest to be the full member of parliament for you and be your voice in parliament. So I look forward to your support. For some of us who are not very familiar, let me just take 1 second or just a few minutes to explain. The NCMP scheme, which was introduced in, I think back in 1984, it allows the best performing losers from the opposition to enter parliament after a general election. Now, Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong, the outgoing Prime Minister, had earlier said that there is no possibility of the opposition being excluded from parliament because there is a NCMP scheme. Now, if I want to make this very clear, this was because I think my friend Pritam Singh Ji from the Workers' Party had warned of a possibility of a total opposition wipeout in this election. And I don't think it's only my friend Pritam who is concerned about this. Every one of us Singaporeans I meet on the door-to-door, in the shopping alleys, in the marketplaces, they are all worried that because of the pandemic, this election may go all the way towards the PAP and there will be no opposition, there will be no alternative people like us to raise the questions and hold them accountable. And I'll tell you something, SDA do not or does not ever want to just support this NCMP scheme, because we feel we are coming in to be the full MPs, the full members of parliament, to be your voice in parliament. And I want to say something. After the last general election, they raised the NCMPs in parliament from 9 to 12. And now the NCMPs do have full voting rights. But no, we are still not the voice of the real residents in Pasir Ris Punggol. No, we will still not be able to speak up with that kind of confidence, knowing that we have the mandate of the people behind us, who gave us the vote, who told us that yes, go into parliament, be the full member of parliament and speak up for us. But I'll tell you, this is not enough to just be an NCMP, because our 5-member team that is representing Pasir Ris Punggol, we believe that there's a big difference between being an NCMP and being a real member of parliament. Because I'll tell you something, the residents need to write to the ministries. The residents need us to write to certain authorities or to certain agencies to appeal on their behalf. And as an NCMP, we really cannot do that. So it's not only about going into parliament to be your voice, but also having the power to represent you when it comes to writing letters on your behalf to the ministries, when it comes to writing letters on your behalf to the authorities, when it comes to making appeals for you. So for that, we need your full mandate this time. Support the SDA and bring us into power as a full MP, not just a NCMP. And in fact, this afternoon, I remember while we were on the walkabouts the media was asking Mr. Lim, Desmond Lim himself, if this position was offered to him, would he like to take up? And he said instead something very strong. And I want you to share this video with everyone, forward it to all your friends so they understand how serious we are. Because I liked what Mr. Desmond Lim replied to the media. He said, I would offer the PAP to take the NCMP seats in this constituency because we the SDA, are here to win, and I believe the residents of Pasir Ris Punggol will give us, the SDA, the mandate to represent you. Thank you in advance for your support. And I'll tell you something, this is beautiful because this is very important. Every time we go on walkabouts, every time we do these online rallies, every time we meet the citizens everywhere, people are crying out for this representation of an alternative voice. And we are proud to say that we have contested in Pasir Ris Punggol in the last 3 general elections against the incumbent PAP. This time, I know there is a 3-corner fight which will be seen in this year, but we are confident because for the last 13 years, we have walked the grounds. Every time we go there, even wearing the mask, people recognize us just by the eyes, or maybe in my case because of the turban too. But even for Mr. Abu, even for Mr. Desmond Lim, wearing the mask, they recognize us because we have been here for the last 13 years, and we hope you will give us your support in this general election to be your voice in Parliament and represent you. And this is so very important because in this tight competition of a 3-way, by the way, Pasir Ris Punggol is the only GRC having a 3-way competition, and I'm not going to deny it is a tight competition because when you have 3 sides all coming for the same place, but we still, why are we still so confident is because for the last 5 years especially, everyday lunch boxes have been going out to residents there. There are 7 stations all over Pasir Ris Punggol that many of you not only know about, but you volunteer, and I thank you from my heart for that. But more importantly, hospital visits or bringing residents out for outings, giving them medical assistance, legal aid, even simple things like haircuts and many other things. The SDA has always been there with the people of Pasir Ris Punggol. And that's why I'll tell you something, even though we had many opportunities to go to different SMCs and GRCs, we decided to focus our resources on Pasir Ris Punggol because this is the bond, the rapport we have with the residents there. And I hope if you are listening to this and you are not from Pasir Ris Punggol, share this video with the residents of Pasir Ris Punggol. Wherever you are from, help us to be the voice in Parliament, to represent you and get elected as full members of Parliament. Because on the tight competition, I know it is a 3-way battle this time, and it's the only GRC. So I don't know whether we should be really proud of the fact that everyone wants to contest here, or we should be worried about it. And we are not worried. We are very confident because we have put in the time. We have put in the effort. We have walked the ground. We have met the residents, and not just once, but some of the blocks we are going on the 2nd round. And by the end of this campaigning period, we expect even 3 rounds of our flyers and us going around, and our party members and our supporters meeting you and being with you. And in case you don't get a chance to speak to us, give us a WhatsApp message. Our contact numbers are all in the description. Send us a message on Facebook, YouTube channels, or however else. We will still represent you. We will speak up for you like all the messages that are coming in. And I'll end off today on this section with the words of Mr. Lim Desmond again, who said in the interview with the reporters earlier that we are confident. Why? Because as an alliance, and by the way, for those of you who do not know this, the Singapore Democratic Alliance is the only alliance in Singapore. We believe in opposition unity. We believe in every party, including the incumbent, working together as a team to make Singapore much better for all of us. And our legacy goes back to the times of Mr. Chiam Si Tong, who you will remember from the Potong Pasir SMC. He is the one who founded, with many other capable people, the Singapore Democratic Alliance, and we have been carrying on that legacy. We will not destroy that legacy. In fact, from today onwards and forever, for the years to come, build upon it. And that's why Mr. Desmond Lim replied to the reporters, as an alliance, we accept any political party but we can't join another political party. We tried our best. We talked to the other alternative party, but they still insisted to come. Now, please remember, we can't stop anyone from coming. Everyone has the rights and freedoms to contest anywhere in Singapore. It just so happened Pasir Ris Punggol has been the only GRC with a three-corner fight. We hope you remember the contributions and the services we have been providing for the last many years. And we hope you will be the support for us. Because I'll tell you something very sweet. It is not just about the three parties that are contesting. This division that's happening, I know some people are afraid of the fact that it's going to dilute the votes of the opposition, which I also agree. But just remember this one thing, that we are there all the time to speak for you. In the 2011 general election, Pasir Ris Punggol voters gave us I think it was about 37.6% of the votes. And even if we get that same number of people helping and supporting us this time, we will succeed in being in Parliament with you, for you. And in the last general election in GE15, I remember very clearly that after the People's Action Party and the Workers' Party, the SDA had the third highest percentage vote count in the entire Singapore. And this was even after the Mr. Lee Kuan Yew's demise effect that, swayed the voters towards the PAP. So I have got good confidence that you would love our service. You would want us to be the voice in Parliament for you. You would want us to represent you when we write to the ministries. We write appeals on your behalf. We fight for your needs. So SDA is always here, will always be here for you. We need your support. And I just want to say this much. Everyone will be blaming each other and saying the two parties they shouldn't have come up here and all that. And I'll tell you something very specifically. There was so much informal contact going on, and formally, even until the night before the nomination day, I was there when I heard Mr. Desmond Lim himself making a call to the leader of the other third alternative party. And I was there into the wee hours after we finished our walkabouts at the HDB blocks. We were tired. After that, we went around to the shopping malls, and we were even more tired. But yet, Mr. Desmond Lim even tried the last minute effort to try, after all other means had failed, to personally call. And I was there sitting right in front of him, plus my other candidates who are running this time, and many other volunteers were there. We tried to logic with them and say, please give us an opportunity, because we have been here for 13 over years and intensified our efforts for the last 5 years. Give us an opportunity to go one-on-one with the PAP. But I guess they have their own reasons, and we cannot stop them. We will still continue to focus on what we have done, what we are doing, and what we will continue to do all the time for you. And this is so true. Because I want to just say something. It is the lives of the people that we are fighting for. And I think you remember I've shared this with you many a time. Why are we here? What are we fighting for? And we, the SDA, promise you that we promise to challenge the PAP-led government, or whichever government comes into power next. And I'll let you know this much. They have got all seats being contested by them, the PAP. So it is for sure they will be the next government. Singaporeans don't have to be afraid of that. But if you do not give us an opportunity, there will be no one to challenge whatever decisions that they make. And if you heard my last video, you know some of the pain points that I covered. And I will go in maybe a quick detail once again for those of you who missed it. But check our page, look at the previous videos. And I'll remind the voters again, in the GE 2015 also I said it, there is always the government, there is always the alternative or opposition parties, but the third group of people, that is you, the voters, are the most important. Because if you do not want a change, if you do not think that we should be there in Parliament, and if you do not use the power of the vote in your hand to help us get into Parliament, then there will never be any option to ask those hard questions. And ask yourself, have you ever seen any of the PAP MPs asking the real hard questions on your behalf in Parliament? And you will say, no, I haven't. Because many people say, I touch my heart, and I know they don't actually do that. So you need us in Parliament, because we promise to challenge the PAP-led government and press it to implement policies that benefit all Singaporeans, not just a small group of elites. Yes, all policies must be designed in such a way. And that's why you need people, new people with new ideas, not just the groupthink of the traditional. Those ideas and policy matters that the outgoing government put together in the pre-COVID-19 period are no more relevant in the new world order, in today's new world order, and in the post-COVID-19 new world order. For that, you need us, people with new ideas, new paradigms, new way of thinking, new way of doing things, to come forward to make sure the policies that we come out for all Singaporeans benefit all Singaporeans. And this is so very important. And I'll tell you something, this is our policy proposals. Some of them I'll just cover very fast for you to understand what are we fighting for. And we target Singaporeans and helping Singaporeans at different stages of their lives to live a life of dignity, to enjoy personal prosperity. And most importantly, we design our policy matters with a staunch belief in mind that it is Singapore for all Singaporeans, not just the elite, because we are proud to say Singapore, my land. And you heard me say that many a times before. So quickly, what are we going to be fighting for? And this is important. Number one, we will address the burden of the high cost of living by reducing GST and cutting spending on extravagant public projects. Now, if you know, the goods and services GST tax presently stands at 7%. Now, the PAP-led government has seen it fit to increase GST, and it will keep doing that in the coming years unless you bring us in to hold them accountable. Now, such a move, I remind you, my dear friends, will devastate lower income and middle income Singaporeans, because they are already grappling with the economic impact of COVID-19 pandemic. I'm talking about you and me. We already are facing so many problems. And if GST ever goes up again, or is maintained at 7%, it is going to be difficult. So what I'm going to say to you is that very different line of thought from every other political party that is contesting. And we are proposing that we reduce GST to just 3%. 3%, you heard me right. Reduce GST to 3% for basic items such as food, common household products, and other essential items. Yes, you heard me right. We also propose, the SDA proposes that there should be a progressive GST taxation system, going from maybe the lowest 3% that we are asking for, all the way up to even 15%, where basic goods are taxed the least, and luxury goods maybe a little bit more than the rest of them. Now, this is important because I'll tell you something, the impact of COVID-19, in fact, not just Singapore, but the entire world has been so bad, not only on the health, but also economic and social needs of people around the world. So I remind you, share this with everyone. 3% GST reduction for basic items like food, for common household products, and even other essential items is what SDA is fighting for. You have to get us there into Parliament this time, because no other party is going to talk about reduction of GST. Yes, there will be higher GST to balance it out. So we are not being an irresponsible party proposing without having done deep discussions on this. And the other thing, talking about cost of living, the PAP-led government, you know, has seen it fit to splash billions of dollars of taxpayers' money on extravagant public projects. Now, to name some of these projects, you know, the upcoming Founders Memorial. You heard of the Changi Jewel, I'm sure. And even the Ng Teng Fong General Hospital, my party members were telling me, are all examples of these lavish projects. Now, development of new infrastructure is important. SDA is not saying it is not important. Yes, the development of new infrastructure is important. Expenditure, but at the same time, must be exercised with prudence. Now, that is where you need an alternative voice like us to be in Parliament, to ask these hard questions before they spend more billions on these kind of infrastructure. That is it a prudent expenditure? Are you spending it? It is going to benefit most Singaporeans, or just some elite Singaporeans or some small groups? Especially, I'll tell you why. Having been in all business and great big 5-star luxury hotels and such, you can say businesses in my life, I'll tell you where the problem comes in, which most people overlook and oversee. And it is in the ongoing maintenance cost, not just the building cost of all these structures and all these infrastructures that we are putting together. So we want to talk about, especially when long-term maintenance cost is taken into account, we want to make sure that expenditure must be exercised with prudence. And that's why the SDA proposes you give us your vote so we can go into Parliament and have a more stringent set of checks prior to the approval of expenditure on vain, you can say vanity-oriented, vain-glorious mega projects, because you are channeling the savings of Singaporeans, the hard work, the reserves that our pioneer Merdeka generations have put into our reserves, and you are taking that money away into all these high-end infrastructures. Maybe if we reduce the cost there, we could channel the savings into developing the most important resource the SDA has been always identifying in Singapore, and that is you and I, the people of Singapore. We are the only resource, and we believe money should be channeled into developing us, especially on the lower rungs, instead of being spent on extravagant projects. And that is the very important first point I want to bring up. Number two, tackling social inequality by giving the disadvantaged Singaporeans a shot at success. This is so important, and it's related to what I just said. When you get savings from all those extravagant projects, where can you channel it into our people? Because touch your heart and ask yourself, what else do we here in Singapore, a small country, have? It's only people, my dear friends, you and I, and we need to make sure that all rungs of our community rise in prosperity as Singapore rises in prosperity and becomes a first world country. And I want to say something. At present, you would know that a lot of Singaporean youths from the disadvantaged families, they struggle to even reach the starting line of a level playing field. The odds are still stacked against them, even though we are a first world country. This could be understood in third world or second world countries, but as a first world nation, to still have the odds stacked against fellow Singaporeans, and a vast majority of these fellow Singaporeans are trapped in a vicious cycle of poverty and struggle. We owe it to everyone to have a good level playing field. So what is SDA proposing? We are proposing an extra 1 to 5% of the government's annual net returns. 1% to 5% of the government's annual net returns on investment be channeled towards helping youth, young people from disadvantaged families. Now, to put things in broader perspective, the returns of the government's investments last year total about 17 billion, and we are projected to hit 18.6 billion this year. So asking for just 1% to 5% of this great billion-dollar net returns is not too much. We are very prudent in our calculations. We have think tanks who do all these calculations to make sure that this data is backed up by concrete evidence, and we know this can be done. But it will only be done if you vote us into Parliament. Otherwise, these are theories and these are papers and these are policy matters we will keep raising every now and then, but they will never get implemented in Parliament. Because I'll tell you something, even if a fraction of this goes to the over 100,000 disadvantaged Singaporean families, it will go a long way to helping these people. I'll tell you something, just take a family of a size of maybe 3, 4 or 5 people. We are talking about 300,000 to 500,000 Singaporeans in these 100,000 disadvantaged families who will be helped to break free from this cycle of poverty. And the youth especially will have a chance at success, to achieve success when they are given the right tools and environment, the right modern technological equipment, the conducive aftercare in dedicated centers near their homes, and the caregiver tutors who will motivate them, who will coach them, who will believe in helping people succeed. And I'll end off this section with a very small point for you to think about as you go to bed today or as you do the rest of things during the day. Think about this. Did you know that in the various countries around the world, the national budget spending on education, health and social protection is so much higher than what we spend in Singapore? I'll give you two examples nearby. Because I lived in Thailand for 3.5 years and I worked there, I understood some of their mechanisms too. They spend up to 50% of their national budget, and not only Thailand, even think of South Korea, because they are always using South Korea as an example of a country which held its election during COVID-19. I'll let you know, if you want to compare that, then also compare the fact that South Koreans also spend 50% of their national budget on education, health and social protection. Now for Singapore, we are only at a very low 39%, not even 40% yet, so far from what other neighboring countries are spending. And it is time you brought us into Parliament so we can ask these questions and have a heart for the people to represent you, to bring Singapore to a new level, to the next level. The third point I share with you why and what are we fighting for is very important. We are fighting to fix the broken CPF retirement scheme. Now this phrase, you will hear a lot of elderly people saying it is better to die than to fall ill. You may have relatives who are elderly. You may have your parents who are growing older. You may have other uncles and aunties. And if you hear them say it is better to die than to fall ill, it will be a pain that will be in your heart for a long time. But many elderly Singaporeans are saying this, and it speaks of the multitudes for the plight of the aging Singaporeans. We are an aging generation. We are an aging country. We are an aging group of people. And I tell you something, not only must they toil into their twilight years, they fear being a financial burden to their children. So you young persons who are listening to me, maybe you are part of the sandwich generation. You and I have to make sure in our age, take care of elderly parents and also young children. And I hear this problem every day as we go knocking on the doors, every day as we meet residents on the road. And I want to say something, it should not come as a surprise then that the suicide rates among Singaporeans, elderly citizens especially, has leaped up even further, up and up. So what does the SDA propose? We propose a tweak of the CPF system so that senior citizens receive their CPF savings in full upon hitting the retirement age, which is currently at 62. Used to be 55, I know, and a lot of people are complaining about that too. We propose, of course, that a component be reserved for MediSave and MediShield Life so that the elderly will have the resources in reserve to fund emergencies that they may face or emergency health care cost. But the important thing is, we were given a promise, 55 you will get your CPF. Now it has gone up to 58, to 60, to 62. And if they're still not getting it in lump sum, then that is a very big problem that we need to raise and bring up in Parliament. In addition, don't forget that with the government serving as a custodian of the people by offering financial assistance to those elderly who fall between the cracks, this is going to be a point we're going to push for, because this is only right, seeing that the Singapore's wealth of a first world country, Singapore, was built on the collective contributions of each generation. So we cannot forget the pioneer and the Merdeka generations. It is only our duty, our moral responsibility and our right to take care of every Singaporean. Because one day, let's not forget, my dear friend, you and I will also age. Do we want to have a compassionate community of people who take care of all of us? Because in this way, I will tell you something, our elderly Singaporeans will be able to retire with dignity, to have the benefit of social safety nets in place if needed. And before I move to the last point, which is number 4, about jobs, let me just end off with this. Every elderly needs about $1,379 a month if they are a single elderly household. If it's a couple, they need about $2,351 per month on a current, you can say the current cost of living in Singapore. And if it is a single person just a little below that age, 55 to 64, they still need $1,721 per month. Now this is what we need to help. We need to make sure every Singaporean is taken care even as we grow older into our twilight years. And the last point I want to cover, the fourth one, which is very crucial. We are pushing, SDA will push as a party that we have good jobs for Singaporeans. First, by curbing irresponsible immigration policies. Yes, you heard me right. Yes, you heard me right. Because touch your heart and ask yourself, aren't there a lot of Singaporeans? In fact, from the last figures I was told, more than 100,000 PMETs of our own nation are out of a job, and there are so many others who are coming in. Now, our own people could take up, because we are proud of our universities, we are proud of the education we give them. What, aren't we good enough to have jobs and we need to import so many others? Now, we are not totally against other people coming in. Of course, they are also here to find a better life for themselves. But what is SDA proposing is a stricter qualifying criteria, regulations in place for local firms that seek to hire foreign working professionals. This is so very important. If we want to have foreign working professional come in, then we want to have stricter qualifying criteria in place. We will press for tightened quotas on the number that a company can hire, and these foreign working professionals, they better come from a university that is accredited on a Singaporean accredited list. Now, this is very, very important after what I hear from a lot of residents on the road as we meet them every day in Pasir Ris, Punggol and everywhere else. And at the last point in the same topic, at the same time, the SDA proposes that we will demand tighter labor audits on companies to ensure that rude companies do not get away with hiring phantom local staff to boost up their army of cheap foreign labor. So these are important points, and I can share once again, a victory for SDA will be a victory for you, for me, and all common Singaporeans. I repeat that. Give us your vote. Help us to get into Parliament, because a victory for the Singapore Democratic Alliance, a victory for SDA will be a victory for all common Singaporeans like you and me. Now, the only way, and I end off with this, as I thank you for joining us again, do click and look at all the other videos and all the other posts in our social media, Facebook, YouTube, and everywhere else. And if you have feedback, send us a WhatsApp straight away. Send us a message also, and we'll follow up, be your voice, not only in Parliament, but even before we get into Parliament and after we are in Parliament, and always be there to serve you. So I want to just end off with this. The only way to improve the plight of all Singaporeans is to have them vote in good leaders who understand and care for people. Vote in good leaders like us who are ready to serve you, who are ready to listen to you, who are ready to involve you, and who are ready, most importantly, to challenge the PAP-led government to correct the bad policies that result in the suffering for Singaporeans. The SDA leaders have had strong foundations, like I said, for the last 13 years in the Pasir Ris Punggol community, and that is why we chose to focus only in this constituency. We have been serving residents there for so many years, and as I mentioned previously, in the last 5 years alone, since the last general election, although we were not elected, we did not give up. Although we don't have funding from the government, we did not give up. Although we also personally don't have $1 million salaries, and we also are tight in our budgets, we still continued to give everyday lunches to residents there in 7 stations that we have set up. More than 3.5 million packets of lunches have gone out in the last 5 years without any funding coming from the government. Now that can be scaled up if we get elected, and we really need your support in every way. So when you elect us to Parliament, I like to remind you, we'll be better able to be the voice of you and your fellow citizens, to be the voice, to be able to voice the concerns. Can I use that word? Voice the concerns of the people in Parliament. Number 2, challenge the policies which will lead to a better life for all Singaporeans. Number 3, most important, those policies that have been leading to the greatest sufferings have to be removed, have to be replaced with better policies that will make your life and my life better, better and better. And last but not least, we will involve all of you in the policy making decisions and champion policies that put us, the normal, common Singaporeans first, and not just a certain group of elite Singaporeans. We hope you will give SDA your support. Give us your vote. Vote for SDA and let us be your voice. Let us be the voice of many Singaporeans who are unable to voice out their daily anxieties, their problems, and their concerns. And I promise you, we will always be by your side, because the Singapore Democratic Alliance is always going to be here for you. So in today's session, I've shared with you especially why we feel that no, we are going to be the full MPs and not NC MPs. And if you just joined us in the middle or towards the end, please listen to the whole starting of today's sharing, because it is a very important point. Media and everyone else is talking about the fact that we could be NC MPs if we get the highest number of losing votes. But no, we want to be the full MPs to serve you. We want to be there, the voice for you. The other thing I also spoke about was a three-cornered fight, and how we tried even until the last minute. And I was there personally when I heard Mr. Desmond Lim giving a call to the third alternative party, which is coming in, because we really wanted to have a united opposition front, and also a one-to-one chance with the PAP, because 13 years we have been serving you. We thought that was our moral responsibility to come back. And as I conclude, I want to end off with one last point, and that is the redrawing of the boundaries that always has been happening and happened even this time. My party leader, Mr. Desmond Lim, made it very clear in the earlier interview that we are still confident that the redrawing of these boundaries won't affect him, because we were asked these questions time and again, and even today we had so many of you asking us many questions. I thank you for all your feedback, your questions, your ideas, and this question came up, and I also checked with Mr. Desmond Lim. He makes it clear that we are still going to be confident. Never mind the redrawing of boundaries, they won't affect us, because we have actually walked a bigger area. Now they have shrunk the GRC from a 6-man to a 5-man. So we are still quite confident. And the other reason is because this is the third time we are contesting in Pasir Ris Punggol. We were there in 2011, we were there in 2015, and this is the third time. And today, I'll tell you something, it feels very good. Every time we meet residents on the ground, it feels very good that they still recognize us, as I shared earlier, even with the masks on. And some people say, of course, your turban is, is so recognizable, so no wonder they can recognize you. But it's not just me. Even Mr. Abu was sharing with us in our meeting earlier, and Mr. Desmond also shared that with the masks on, even the residents are recognizing them from far and giving us a good wave, giving us that good support, and we feel good because we know that we have been serving you for the last 13 years. So we are very happy that you recognize us and hope that you will give us your vote this time. In fact, Desmond says, I'm a familiar face, and I quote him. He says, I'm a familiar face in Pasir Ris Punggol. Even half-masked people sometimes recognize me, which is very true. And I'll tell you something. He has said that this may be his last general election as the party chairman, and he will hand over to the younger leaders after the election. He's not going to stop being the member of parliament. Let me make it very clear. But he wants to have a rejuvenation, and he wants to make sure that there are new people to take over. And Desmond said this very important. I remember, and I like these words he said. He said, I'm not here, we don't fly by night, and we don't take our voters for granted. And assuming that just because, people just come in for the last few months and the third party comes in and then wants to be the third party, it is a little bit late for them to come into the Pasir Ris Punggol. We have been here for 5 years in the last general election till now, and 13 years overall. And just to remind you, we had over 27.11% in the last general election and 37.6% in GE11 if I'm not wrong. And in the last election, we were the third best percentage votes in the whole national after PAP and the Workers' Party. The SDA had the third highest number of percentage votes. So I thank you, my friends in Pasir Ris Punggol, residents of Pasir Ris Punggol, and we look forward to your continued support for this election and many years to come. And I'll tell you something. This year, the important thing is the redrawing of the boundaries will not affect our chances, as we have been in this area since the year 2006. And no matter how they cut the area out, most of the area is in the middle, and we have been greeted by residents and they recognize us time and again. And I like to end off with very important things today, that there are also other opposition parties, of course, who are coming from one constituency to another, and they speak about opposition unity, says Mr. Desmond Lim. But he said, and he continues, we won't run here and there. These are the words of my leader, Desmond Lim, saying we won't run here and there. You think there's a chance there, you go there, and then you think there's a chance here, you come back here. Mr. Lim and the rest of our candidates and the party, the alliance believes that that is not a statesman thing to do. But as I quote Mr. Lim, that is something that they are trying to do in or playing in politics. This was said in Mandarin, so the translation may be a little bit off. But I just want to say something. I like the words, and this is important, because every part of the opposition parties are saying, and many parties like to shout about unity, unity, but we don't actually shout about it. We just quietly try and work with everyone, because after all, we are the only alliance, the Singapore Democratic Alliance, the one and only alliance in Singapore. And I hope even after this general election, more and more of the opposition parties, more of the alternative voices, even if you're not in any opposition party, give us your contact, call us, give us a call on WhatsApp, or just message us in the messenger box, or even on WhatsApp, or contact us in every way. We want your talents. We want your ideas. We want, of course, your energy and effort. We need your time and not just your money. And I remember as we were trying to boost the post to make sure more people get our videos, Facebook gave us a required budget of US 50,000 to reach 1.3 million to 3.2 million Singaporeans. We are a small party. We don't have that kind of $1 million salaries to fund it. And even if we try to reach Pasir Ris, Punggol and the residents in that area, just to boost one post was about 8,000 US dollars. Now, of course, money is important, but beyond money, if you can also support us, give us your ideas. Tell us what are you talented in. Tell us how much time, effort, energy you can put in. Be with us. And not only during this election campaigning period, but I hope in the next 5 years, we can build up the alliance so we can go into greater heights to be a real strong alliance for you. And I just want to end off today's presentation with one small thing. Asked about the views on COVID-19. It is of no help to speak more on this topic, said Mr. Desmond Lim too. Because a lot of people are asking us about COVID-19 situation and all that. Because we don't really have the control. PAP wasn't done resolving it. The COVID-19 was not fully resolved, and they have called for an election. In fact, 9 months, as I shared in one of past videos, 9 months before it is actually due. And I can say this, we already said many times the SDA stand was say no to elections. We did not want to hold an election during a COVID-19 period, and we spoke until our mouths were dry. But since they want to hold the election, let's let them hold it. No need to say any more things about the COVID-19 situation, except that every one of us must take care, must take personal responsibility, must remain safe. And we all know in our hearts, deep in our hearts, that if they want to hold on to the power and unilaterally make these kind of decisions, then it is even more important that we, the alternative voices, we SDA get voted in. So in the future, they don't make decisions unilaterally that may affect the lives of all Singaporeans. So touch your heart. Ask yourself, why risk the lives of so many Singaporeans when they could have had 9 more months to stabilize the position and then come together to ask for an election? So I just want to say on that part, we could have also stayed at home and not risked our lives, but we chose to come out and we chose to fight this election because enough is enough. And I've said this many a times before, even G 2015, I remember, enough is enough. is what we were always saying, because we are fed up, and not just we, but every Singaporean we meet is fed up. But we need your help, my dear friends. We can voice these every time the elections come up. I said same great things during 2011 GE when I first fought for elections. I said the same things in GE 2015. I raised the same main issues, and today in GE 2020, I'm here still every day having these kind of online rallies after we spend hours on the ground, and after my supporters are tired, after all our candidates are also super tired. We still want to work into the late hours of the night to do this, because we are serious about being there for you. We could have also stayed at home. We could have also not risked it during this COVID-19, because a lot of people are asking, why risk your lives too? Never mind, let them just carry on. But I'll tell you something, enough is enough, and you know that, because we feel the pain of the bad policies that we see in every resident that we are meeting. And to us, I'll tell you something, people also have had enough. And this time, there's lots of high stress, lots of high pains, and lots of high, you can say, difficult moments that everyone is going through. So today, I want to say something. I may have been one of them who are aligned towards taking over from Mr. Desmond Lim, but besides me, there are also few others, and we, the younger people, will always be there to serve you. And Mr. Lim, Mr. Abu himself, our senior members of the SDA, will always be there to support us and guide us even into the years to come, because we are not going to go away. And definitely every organization should have a plan in place and not wait, until it's too late to hand over. So I am very helpful, I'm very thankful, and I'm very humbled by the opportunity to be one of the many people who Mr. Desmond Lim, Mr. Abu, and all other senior leaders in this organization feel may be able to carry the SDA forward together with all the other young leaders in the Singapore Democratic Alliance. But we ask not only the current batch of leaders, but we ask all of you out there, Singaporeans who have a passion to serve, who want to be the voice of the people, who can contribute your talents, your ideas, even your effort, your energy, your time, your money, or anything else. Please come forward, not only in this campaigning period, but for many, many more months and years and weeks and years ahead, to help us to build the Singapore Democratic Alliance. And on that same note, to all the leaders of all the other opposition parties, the candidates and the supporters, we also wish you well. But after the elections, we look forward to working closely with you, and maybe, hopefully, as an alliance, come together, be the team, because together everyone achieves more. So let us be part of the team. Make Singapore better. I thank you once again for watching. I thank you once again for sharing these videos with everyone. I thank you once again for clicking on the like, the love, and also lately I've been seeing a lot of you clicking on the care button. Thank you so much for that. Please forward this to all your friends. Please copy the link and share it on all your WhatsApp, on all your social media, because honestly, we do not have the $8,000 budget to boost one post to reach just the Pasir Ris Punggol residents. Forget about the 50,000 to boost the post to reach all of Singapore's voters. Now that's a lot of money, but that's the business model of Facebook. We are at least appreciative that we are doing these Facebook online rallies every day to reach you. We will continue to do this. We will always be there for you. And tomorrow and every other day, we will reach you. But also reply, comment below, send us a WhatsApp message, send us a messenger message, or reach us in any way. And I just want to thank those people. Some of my candidates said they shook hands and they left a little ang pao to say this is for you to also use it during these campaigns. We thank you for all your contributions. No contribution is too small. And I end off with this. If you are able to afford it, and if you can sponsor these videos, we are more than happy to put your name or your organization's name as a sponsor in support of SDA. But on the other hand, if you want to remain anonymous and you want to be totally not known, but you want to fund these campaigns and forward these videos, we respect your privacy and we will not put your name, nor anyone will know who is funding, who is supporting, who is boosting these posts. And the last message, On the cooling off day and on the day of elections, we, the candidates and also part of the organization SDA, cannot share any more posts on the internet, but you can. So my dear fellow Singaporeans, if you're listening to this any day, just remember, forward it today, forward it and share it with everyone now, but especially on cooling day, especially towards the election day. We are not allowed to do it as candidates. We are not allowed to do it as being part of the party and alliance, but you can feel free, and we have checked this with the elections department. You, as a common voter, a Singaporean, can surely forward and share all these posts, all these videos, and we need your help. We thank you once again, humbly. I love the time you spend with me. I love the time. I hope I am being beneficial to you, understanding better the stand of the Singapore Democratic Alliance and the policy matters. So please comment, please write to us, please WhatsApp us, and be happy to know that we will always be there with you. Thank you once again for listening. Thank you for joining in, and have a good time ahead. Thank you. First they say don't have to raise GST. Then now GST must go up. Flip, flop, and then flip again. They said the value of the HDB will always rise. Now they said the price will fall to zero. Flip, flop, then flip again. They say our graduates are best in the world. Then they bring in foreign talent. Flip, flop, flip again. First they say my CPF money come back at 55. Now sell tissue law. Flip, flop, flip again. They don't know what they are doing. Is this the kind of government you want? Vote for SDA for a better future for you, your family, and all Singaporeans, and not just the elites. Because Singapore, my land. Hello again, and welcome to another episode of the Singapore Democratic Alliance online rallies. Very happy to see you again, and today we're going to be launching two very important things, and this is going to be in the next few days again. Every day is something very important, and the first thing we want to just tell you, it's a very light-hearted video that we have come out. It's called a flip, flop and flip again. If you haven't seen it yet, make sure you get to see the video, because it's just been forwarded to the whole of the media in Singapore, and we will be officially launching it on this page and all SDA pages and our Facebook and YouTube channels and social media too. Please watch it, because although it is done in a very light-hearted manner, a very funny way, the message behind it is very, very important about the flip-flop policies that the government has been doing for the rest of Singapore for a while. So these are very important issues which require every one of you voters in Pasir Ris Punggol, and especially all fellow citizens of Singapore, to watch the video to understand that although we did it in a form of a humor, but the most important thing is the message behind it is really very, very crucial. Crucial because we need a change. Crucial because today the time is right to give us the alternative parties an opportunity to come and serve you. And the second thing that we're going to be very importantly focusing on today are our post-COVID-19 recovery plans. I repeat that. From today onwards, in the last 1 week, many of our episodes were talking about the general pain points that Singaporeans are facing. But from today, as we come towards the last few days of the campaigning period, and as we head towards elections this Friday, we are going to be focusing on the post-COVID-19 era, which is going to be a new normal. So if it is a new normal, you need new people with new ideas, with new paradigms, with new ways of doing things to bring this country forward to new, greater heights. That's why we are ready, because we believe Singapore, my land, very strongly. So don't forget to watch the flip-flop video. It is funny, but the message behind it is very serious. And please share it with everybody. Now, if you don't don't have access to it, comment below. Our numbers are also in the description, or just write a message to us on WhatsApp or Messenger, and I promise to send you the video, if not the links on YouTube and social media channels. Now this is very, very important because time is running out. We do not have access to the mainstream media as much as the incumbent outgoing government has. Neither do we have a lot of time that we are given in the newspaper, in the news articles. But I want to thank my newspaper press friends because they have joined us also from now on for all these online rallies to help the SDA get the message across. So today, two important things. Number one, watch the funny flip-flop video, and if you like it, share it with everybody. But remember, the message behind it, although it is very funny to watch, the message is very serious, and we need us to all understand it. And the second thing, I'm launching with the very first thing, special press release for this COVID-19 pandemic era. The SDA is proposing something very different, and I will develop on this in today's presentation and also share with you over the next few series videos on these online rallies, the other action plans that COVID-19 era has forced us here in SDA to look into. And the first one is to make sure that our GST goes down to 3%. I repeat, for basic items such as food, common household products, and other essentials. Now, you will not see this in any other manifestos of any other parties, whether it's the incumbent or the other alternative parties. So we take pride as the Singapore Democratic Alliance to announce officially we are going to push that the GST for basic items like food, common household items, and even other essential items be reduced to just 3%, and then increase slowly, progressively towards 15% for high-end luxury goods. Now, yesterday at the NUSS talk, where 6 of the parties were invited to be on stage, the chairman of the forum, he actually asked me, is this a short-term plan or is it going to be forever? And I answered, if we implement it well, if it is accepted by Singaporeans well, once we are elected, then it will be short-term for now. But why not just extend it forever? Because a 3% GST on the basic items, the basic necessities like food and other household items will go a long way to address the burden of the high cost of living that is being faced by common Singaporeans like you and me. And reducing GST is just one aspect of it. The other aspect is cutting spending on extravagant giant projects. And I'll tell you something, this is very, very important because you know the government has been spending, and it's also going to continue spending on upcoming programs, projects like the Founders Memorial. Think about the Changi Jewel. Think about other hospitals like the Ng Teng Fong Hospital. Now, while development, please mark my words, SDA believes that while development of new infrastructure is very necessary, expenditure, on the other hand, must be exercised with prudence. I repeat, the reason you need to vote us SDA into Parliament is so that we can exercise prudence. We can bring about question answers, and we can bring about different levels of accountability so that expenditure is exercised with prudence. And this is very, very important, especially when you take the long-term maintenance costs of all these projects. This is very important that we propose, the SDA proposes a stringent set of checks prior to the approval of expenditure on all these vanity-oriented projects. And then we can channel the savings that we yield from these kind of activities to developing our most important resource, and that is people, you and I, because Singapore doesn't have any other natural resources. We have limited other resources. The only resource that we have in abundance are our people. We want to bring down the cost of living, and this is one of the most important post-COVID-19 recovery plans that the SDA is proposing for this new era. We need your support. We need you to vote for us. And if you live in Pasir Ris Punggol, I thank you for your support in GE 2011 when you gave us 35.7% of the votes there. And then in GE 2015, you helped us become the third largest percentage vote count after PAP, WP, and then it was SDA in the entire country of Singapore. This election, we are faced with a three-way challenge. You know that in Pasir Ris Punggol, and it is the only GRC. So my dear friends, we look forward to that support, because for the last 13 years, we have been walking the ground, serving daily lunches, taking care of your medical needs, your legal aid, bringing the residents for outings, giving them even simple things like haircuts, and most importantly, being there for you, listening to your needs. And this time, we need your support really badly. And if you're there living in other parts of Singapore, or if you're watching us online, please share this with everyone, especially the residents of Pasir Ris Punggol. So number one, the reason they need to get us in there is because we're going to address the burden of the high cost of living by pushing for the GST to go down to only 3% for basic food, household items and necessity goods. This is the biggest difference in our manifesto and our post-COVID-19 plans, which is lacking in every other party's manifesto. And we need your support to be able to push for these changes. Think about it. This move especially will help the lower and the middle class Singaporeans like you and I. Because think about it, today the GST stands at 7%. Now the PAP-led government already has plans to increase it. It has increased it in the past and they will keep doing in the coming years. Although now they may say, and what other parties are asking for is not to be increased for a limited time. But after that it will increase again. And this increase in GST will be a disaster, you can say, for the lower income and the middle income Singaporeans who are already grappling with the economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. That's why, my dear friends, the first important launch in today's press release, this online rally, is to tell you the good news. Vote for SDA. We will push for the GST on basic items like food, household items and others to be brought down to only 3% and then progressively go up to 15%. We need your support. We need you to help us in this very important area. Now, over the next few days, I'll be sharing the other greater issues that will help tackle social inequality by giving disadvantaged Singaporeans a shot at success, because I just said our people are our greatest resource. I will also be talking a lot, and this is all to do with the post-COVID era recovery plans of the SDA. So there are some people, especially from the incumbent party, who says they have not seen in the manifestos any post-COVID recovery plans. But I'm proud to tell you, read our manifesto again. These things are all there. And the third one that's going to be helping Singaporeans is to fix the broken retirement scheme. This is very important. We need to push for it. Number 4, we are also going to push for good jobs for all Singaporeans by curbing the irresponsible immigration policies. I will be covering this in the next series in detail for all of you to benefit by understanding what we are bringing forward, because we want a thriving economy. Think about it. We want Singapore's economy to thrive. Of course, we want the wealth of the country to go up, but the country's wealth should not be unequally distributed. It should go and benefit everybody, every Singaporean. Think about it. In the last 100 days, they withdrew $100 billion from the reserve. One of the MPs from the incumbent outgoing party, she divided the 100 billion by the number of citizens, and she said every one of us should get about $23,225. Now, touch your heart, ask yourself, why is my bank account not showing any $23,225? Now, that may be a difficult number to remember, but is it easy to remember 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? So we have now come up with a tagline, shared with everybody, because the day you go to the voting booth, touch your heart, ask yourself, why is my bank account not showing $23,000 $456, because that is the equal share that each and every Singaporean should have benefited, because they withdrew $100 billion from our reserves in the last 100 days. You know, about 2 years ago when they mentioned about $100 billion will be needed in the next 100 years to overcome global warming issues in the world, I thought that was a big number to be spent over a 100-year period. I spoke to all the residents. They said, oh my, that's a really big number. But 100 years, 100 billion. And now we have just been shocked. Nearly $100 billion have been withdrawn in the last 100 days, my friend. Not 100 years, not 100 months or even weeks. In 100 days, in the 4 budgets they have released. Now, some simple-minded Singaporeans are saying, wow, very good, huh? The government take care of us. But think about it. Is it really the government which is taking care of us? Imagine you go to an ATM machine. The money comes out from the ATM machine. We don't stand there and give the ATM machine a big hand and say, very good, ATM machine giving me money. We know the money in the ATM machine is coming from bank accounts that we put the money into in the first place. And in the same way, like we don't clap for an ATM machine when we take out our own money, in the same way, let's remind all our friends, don't be overly happy. The money that has been used, the 100 billions, was the hard-earned reserves of Singapore and Singaporeans. Because the pioneer, the Merdeka generations, they knew how to save it. They knew how to put back the money. And to hear some of the people in white saying the constitution doesn't have any timeline or any other requirements saying how fast and how we should put that 100 billion back. Now that to me was a wake-up call. I repeat what they said. The people in white, one of them very prominent leader, very prominent member of parliament of the outgoing government, he said the constitution does not have any requirements put in or stipulated on how fast you must put back the 100 billion reserves, or how do you even put it back in the first place. And to me, and a lot of Singaporeans that I've been meeting, and a lot of leaders of other alternative parties, we are very careful of that statement. Because this $100 billion, or 93 billion to be exact maybe, this close to $100 billion are our hard-earned money, the money that we put into reserves. And to hear them say the constitution doesn't have any such stipulations of how fast and how you're going to put in is a very dangerous statement. It's a very irresponsible statement, and that's why you need to put us, the alternative parties, especially SDA, into parliament, because we promise to ask the hard questions, ask these hard questions, and make sure they put back the $100 billion sooner than later. Because you never know, for a small economy, for a small country like us, when another rainy day may come again. So this is the first official announcement, GST to go down for 3% for basic items like food, basic household items and other necessities, and then progressively towards 15% for luxury items. And I thank the press media which is also listening. They have been invited to listen to these rallies, because we release very important points in every one of the rallies. And if you missed some of the past ones, the links are in the description below, or send us a WhatsApp message and we'll send you all the links, or just send us a message on social media, Facebook pages, wherever. We will be there to keep in touch with you. And in the next few sessions, I will also be covering very much into how we are going to tackle the COVID-19 era and the recovery phase for Singapore, so that we are no more just a simple country, but we come out even stronger. We come out thriving even much better than what we were before. I know the entire world is closing in. Every countries are de-globalizing now. Now Singapore benefited from the open policies of the entire world in the past. In the new era, you need to have understandably a different way of doing things, so we can leverage Singapore's position and our intelligence and the knowledge of our people and the talents of all Singaporeans to thrive in the future. So if it's going to be a new normal, we need new ideas, we need new paradigms, we need new talented people, we need new kind of efforts, energy, and new kinds of time commitment. And most probably, you understand where I'm going. We need new leaders to lead a new government in the new normal. Vote for SDA. We will be those people that will serve you for the next 5 years, 15 years and beyond, and maybe even up to 50 years to bring Singapore to a greater level. Because think about it, this is very important. And some of the other touch points that I'm going to go into, and if you have questions, feel free to put it in the comment box below. Towards the end or later part, I will also be covering this important question answers, and if we are unable to cover them today, we will do that in the next few online rallies, although days are limited. Don't forget, SDA wants to have a very dynamic economy, an economy that is competitive, an economy that is focused on our locally based firms, because our local Singaporeans are losing jobs to foreign talents. And I will speak about the right policy matters, which I did in the previous telecast also, and in the next videos on the SDA's plans to have a Singapore accredited list of universities, so we know no people with fake degrees come here and replace our workers. We will have more stringent controls on the inflow of foreign talents, so that Singaporeans, talented Singaporeans like you and I, can have a good chance at good jobs and a fair economic lifestyle and progress ahead. We promise you there are a lot of global challenges that are coming up. There are going to be a lot of internal forces of changes too, and we need to provide dignified jobs for all Singaporeans. I repeat, we need to provide good salaries, good opportunities, and most importantly, a life of dignity for all Singaporeans. Because I said this earlier, and I repeat, think about the father I met on the road as I was knocking on doors in Pasir Ris Punggol. He is worried. He can't sleep. He is worried how is he going to bring the food on the table for his little children and for his wife and his family. Think about the sandwich generation, which has to worry about taking care of aging parents and at the same time the young children. But most importantly, think about also the young graduates who are now working in supermarkets as supervisors, and some of them can't even be a supervisor as a cashier in supermarkets, although their qualifications are so wonderfully well qualified from supposedly top class universities that they say Singapore has. Then why aren't we getting the top class jobs? And I end off in this line of thought with the example of our elderly who are still pushing trolleys in the airport, who are still selling tissue paper. And think of the elderly lady who is collecting cardboard, but she meets us and she's worried, will the collection of that cardboard be enough to even buy her a simple little lunch? These are the people we are fighting for, and we want to give them a dignified, not them, let's say you, because maybe you and your loved ones and your family and your friends also are going through similar circumstances. So we must work together. I repeat, all of us must work together, because together everyone achieves more. Be part of the team. Make Singapore better, because together we must build a home that we want, tackling the cost of living. And the first thing that I launched today, tomorrow I hope it comes out in every newspaper, in every news channel. We are the only alliance and we are the only party pushing for GST to be pushed down to 3% for basic necessities, food and other household items, to tackle the cost of living while having a robust health and social care system, which I will also touch when I talk about CPF, the broken system, and how to repair it. And we also want to talk about sustainable, affordable housing, because the young graduates that I meet not only are not getting good jobs, they are not getting jobs with good enough salary to afford a HDB flat. Now, my dear fellow Singaporeans, the HDB flats were created, the entire flats of the housing that was provided by HDB was supposed to be an affordable scheme, so every Singaporean could have a shelter over their head. But today, if my numbers are not wrong, if I remember correctly, there are 58,000 families living in rental flats, which means that is the number of people who can't even afford to pay a down payment and buy a HDB flat of their own. Currently at 58,000 such families. Number two, young graduates, they say, I can't even afford to pay the down payment, Palji, because my salary is not rising at the same rate as the cost of living. And I'll tell you something, this is so important, because if some of you watched my other earlier presentations, you will know, and I also mentioned this in detail, that our cost of living is going up, up, up and up. And giving our elderly $500 a month from their CPF is never going to be enough. Because think about it, a transport cost, even if they have a senior citizens public transport concession card, cost them about $64. Think about it, the housing SNC charges for a common household, it's about $44.50. This is for a 3-room flat in Pasir Ris Punggol, because as we knocked on doors, as we spoke to them, we found out. And I think it should be the same all over Singapore. Now the water and power bill comes to about $114 on the average SP bill for again a 3-room flat. And food, just taking a $3 simple meal 3 times a day will cost about $270 for an elderly person. Now add that up, that is already close to $500. To be exact, it's about $492.50. What is this going to be enough? Because everything in Singapore is going up. Think about it, water prices have gone up 30%. Think about it, 30%. Electricity has gone up by 23%. Polyclinic charges have gone up by 20%. Even that simple cup of tea, coffee that we drink has gone up by 20%. But touch your heart, ask yourself, why hasn't my salary gone up by 20 to 30% that I just mentioned? 30% for water prices, 23% for electricity prices, 20% for polyclinic, and even simple things like a cup of coffee, cha, tea, Milo has gone up by 20%. My friends, ask yourself, has our salaries gone up by equally, at least even a 20%, if not 30%? And they have not. And you know that. I know that. These are the core pain points of Singaporeans, the high cost of living. And we need your help to vote us in so that we can ask these difficult questions, and then ask the most important question, which is that Singapore has achieved prosperity. But for who? Is it for the common Singaporeans like you and I? Singaporeans no longer trust that a central government from the outgoing party, only led by one sole PAP party, will bring prosperity, happiness and progress for the nation. We say that in our pledge all the time. But is it really bringing prosperity to you and your family? Happiness for you and your family? Progress for you and your family? You need to ask yourself. Because the man on the street does not need technical details. You and I, we don't need technical details to tell us the cost of living is going up while wages are staying stagnant, especially for the working and middle class. Secondly, average Singaporeans are not earning $1 million ministerial salaries. Are you earning $1 million salary? I am not, for sure. Maybe not yet. One day maybe we will. But I'll tell you something, we don't have $1 million salary. That's why we feel the pain. We feel the squeeze on the ground every day. Now, I just shared with you at the changes in the prices, and this, by the way, the mentioned 30% and 20% and all that increases of 23% even in the electricity prices is in the last 5 years since the last election, because there was not enough people right there making sure they don't unilaterally make these decisions. So our salaries, think about it, in the last 5 years hardly match an increase of all these prices in basic goods and services. Instead of thinking of ways to ease the burden of Singaporeans, they have introduced and they want to introduce new taxes and increase the rate of GST and other taxes in the years to come. In fact, the entire election is so totally flawed during this period. They should be focusing on helping people succeed, because we still have 9 months due before that election period is really due. So I want you to really ask yourself, if they continue to make these kind of decisions on their own, that is not going to be fair to the rest of us Singaporeans. Because whoever stands for election, and I speak for the SDA, when we stand for election, we are prepared to bring the country forward. When we stand for election, we are serious enough to know that we may one day in the forthcoming many years have to take the responsibility to assume that what is right for Singaporeans is what every government should do first. So in SDA, we are not just here to ask the government and be a check and balance, but we are prepared to come up with policy matters. We are prepared to raise issues, and we are prepared to come up with very important changes that will represent each and every voter. every Singaporean, especially you in Pasir Ris Punggol, who should give us your vote this GE, because that's how we can look after you and after your needs for many years to come, and that of your children. Now think about it. We are not just one party that is saying give us a seat in parliament just to have checks and balances, because we know as serious politicians we will take care of your town council in the best possible way. And I've shared this before. I may be able to speak up in parliament very well, but my other 5-member GRC members, especially Mr. Desmond Lim, Mr. Abu Muhammad, they have experiences that are beyond even my knowledge and maybe many of you listening. Especially for Mr. Abu Muhammad, who has been leading the entire PKMS, and also especially for Mr. Desmond Lim, who has been the chairman of SDA and Singapore Justice Party. In fact, you would be happy to know that when Potong Pasir was run by Mr. Chiam Si Tong, it was our very own Desmond Lim who was running the town council very successfully. I repeat that, Pasir Ris Punggol residents especially, we have the capabilities to run the town council with exception. Yesterday at the NUSS forum where 6 parties were invited and I was sitting there, in fact the chairman brought up the question, would you, the younger and the smaller parties, be able to take care of the town council if a bigger alternative party had some issues? And we made it very clear, and I raised this point and all of them agreed that yes, we do have not just the capabilities but the past experience and the knowledge and the know-how to make sure that Pasir Ris Punggol Town Council will be very well taken care of, always spick and span. And I hope this comes out, because very simply, Desmond had been doing that when Chiam Si Tong Sir was in charge of Potong Pasir. And by the way, SDA is a legacy of Mr. Chiam Si Tong, because he wanted to see a 2-party system in parliament. So I'll tell you something very seriously. We are not only asking to be your voice, to be the checks of and balances. We are not only going to be looking after your town council with exceptionally good quality and in a very wonderful way, but we also know that we are going to represent you when we write those letters. We fight for the appeals to all the government agencies, and we also know very well that one day psychologically we have to be prepared as an alliance to bring all the parties together. And it was also another big point that was covered in yesterday's NUSS forum, where even the chairman himself said maybe the alliance should look at not only the alternative parties coming together, but maybe even including the PAP. I repeat, it's not my words, but because I was the only alliance member over there yesterday. This is important. When they discussed the ability of all parties to work together, alternative parties coming together in opposition unity, they also brought up the point that as an alliance, because I said I look forward to the day when we all work together, because that was Mr. Chiam Si Tong and all the original leaders who set up the alliance. Their vision was to have a 2-party system in parliament in Singapore. And I look forward to all alternative parties coming together. But the chairman corrected and said to us, maybe even the PAP can be part of a future Singapore Democratic Alliance. Who knows? You never know how the votes will go. Although I like to say in this election, we don't expect the government to change. It will still be the PAP-led government, because they are contesting everywhere in 93 all areas of SMC and GRC. So they will surely be the government that's going to come up in the next post COVID-19 era. But we are still prepared to represent you both in parliament, in your town councils, in writing appeals and letters to organizations and ministries for you, and also in the long run to work with all alternative parties to possibly form a future alliance, a future 2-party system in Singapore. But it starts now. We need the experience step by step to go in, at least with Pasir Ris Punggol GRC's vote this time. We thank you for your support. We look forward to that support really, really, really strongly. Now, some people have also said that this time any responsible party or a candidate should have a comprehensive plan on the core issues of how to get Singapore out of this coronavirus COVID-19 era. And like I said, today we have stated very clearly, the very first COVID-19 pandemic recovery plan is to reduce GST on basic items to only 3% and then progressively bring it up to 15%. So those of you who have just joined us, I see more numbers coming in on this live rally. Those of you who have just joined us, please do listen to the first part, because that is one of the biggest and the most important issues that we're going to be bringing up in this post-COVID-19 era. So I want to say something. In SDA's mindset, we want an accountable government, an accountable democracy, which will help make Singapore a more resilient Singapore, where there is a robust political governance and there are good defense institutions that protect our security. But at the same time, enough social nets, enough money, enough budget being allocated to the education, the welfare and the good being of all Singaporeans. We must embrace, and I repeat this many a times, I've said this again, we must embrace a diversity of views, different talents, different ideas, different energies being put in, different time allocations from your own abilities, and most importantly, different amounts of maybe sponsorships, the money that comes in. And we must encourage all different views to have a robust debate about how we're going to go forward. So whatever I'm sharing with you about tackling this COVID-19, it is not just my personal ideas or that of the SDA's team, but it is going to be together. All of us are going to come out to make sure the widespread economic and social disruption, because it's not just a medical issue, it's also an economic issue, it's also an economic and a social issue. The disruption across not only Singapore, not only Southeast Asia or the ASEAN countries, but around the globe, around the world. It is a public health emergency that has already overwhelmed our healthcare system, as much as they may deny. When I went to the hospital at the start of this campaigning period because of you can say just being too tired, and they brought me to the hospital. Even the doctor who was examining me, she had to run across 3-4 different people, and she came back to me and she said these words, "I'm sorry, Mr. Singh, I'm just too overwhelmed." So I want to say salute to our frontline healthcare workers. They are working really hard. When they pushed me into a ward to admit me, originally they said you are okay to go home. This was at 3-4 o'clock at night, on the night when I had some fainting spell while we were on the walkabouts and while we were meeting residents. And I'll tell you something, when they were going to check me in, they realized there were no beds available in our first-class medical system hospitals because of the overwhelmed effect of COVID-19. And they said, we will put you in the observation ward for the night. Tomorrow 11:30 to maybe 2 p.m. when other patients clear, you may get a bed in the wards upstairs. May get a bed. When I heard that, I said, no problem, let's go. And they pushed me in the wheelchair. We went not for 1, not for 2, but 4 different observation wards, and then finally into the short stay ward. And sad to say, I'll tell you something, there were no beds available. All beds were full, and I saw elderly Singaporeans lying in, they were more in pain than I was. And in the corner of the rooms, there were still other elderly and many other Singaporeans who were just sitting in wheelchairs with blankets on top because they also didn't have a bed available. And that's when I went back to the doctor and said, I think you told me earlier I could go back and recover and rest at home. I choose to do that now. I don't want to take away the beds from the elderly Singaporeans, because the way I look at them, they need it more than I. And I'll tell you something, Singapore, this is something very shameful. I have never wanted to share this reality. I would not even have believed it if I heard it from someone else's mouth. But because just a week ago, I was pushed into the hospitals when I fainted on the walkabouts and meeting the residents. When ambulance came and brought me to there, after the checkups, they declared me okay to go home, but it would be very good to stay back for observation. What I saw really made me cry. There are really no beds in the general wards available, and even the observation wards and the short stay wards were packed to the brim. This is the important point, that this health emergency of COVID-19 has not just overwhelmed the entire world, but especially even in a first world country like Singapore, our healthcare system is just not adequate, or maybe they were not adequately prepared or manage to face all these issues that have come up. And maybe that's why we need some alternative voices to make sure that we are able to think of good solutions in the post-COVID-19 period. And this is a very important COVID-19 recovery strategy that we have, and we have already looked at the plans to make sure all this is done. But one small humble appeal before you move with me to the next topic, and it is called taking personal responsibility. Because that evening when I saw all that overwhelmed hospital healthcare system, it reminded me health is more important than any wealth, and we have to take personal responsibility, each and every one of us, to make sure we are healthy, we take care of us, we be safe, we take care of each other. And I wish you do the same too, because this is a very terrible period we are going through. We need more brains, more talents, more ideas. That's why we need you to elect us in. And I want to tell you something. Restrictions imposed to curb the spread of the disease have dealt a terrible blow. Terrible blow. Go read some of the articles that came out after yesterday's NUSS forum. It was very good, because a very detailed analysis was done that yes, initially it was going very well, and how suddenly over 40,000 cases. And yesterday, or in this week alone, a whole new cluster is emerging in Tampines and many other parts. Singaporeans are going to face this. To have an election and whole country is going out in the next few days to vote. I still think it's irresponsible, but what is done is done. We can't change it. Enough is enough. We need to get into parliament so future instances like this of them unilaterally making decisions don't take place. Vote for SDA. We need your support, my dear friends, because it is a very terrible blow to our economy, to our livelihoods, and it is hurting Singaporeans. Now we acknowledge the government's efforts, and they tried, but they were all flip-flop and flip again. That's why if you joined me from the start, today we have released a light-hearted video called Flip-Flop Flip Again. Please go watch it, because although it is made in a very funny way, just to make sure everyone is light-hearted about this serious situation, the issues that we cover there in a very short minute or two are very important issues. Flipping, flopping, and flipping again. Watch that videos. So as much as we acknowledge the 4G government's efforts, many Singaporeans are saying they are totally disappointed with the way the 4G leadership has handled this crisis. Many Singaporeans are saying, had Mr. Lee Kuan Yew been here, and if the 1G and 2G leaders of the incumbent party had been here, they would have handled the crisis very, very differently. And I don't know whether you know this. Somebody just sent a question. May I just go into the question? He says, there will come a time when eventually the public will say, I'm reading to you the question from one of the respondents. He says, Mr. Lee Kuan Yew said this in the Hard Truths to keep Singapore going on page 68. Palji, I have a question for you. Mr. Lee Kuan Yew said, there will come a time when eventually the public will say, look, let's try the other side. Mr. Singh, I have a question for you, says the reader. In Lee Kuan Yew's own words, he says, either because the PAP has declined in quality or the opposition has put up a team which is equal to the PAP, there will come a time when eventually the public will say, look, let's try the other side. Mr. Singh, my question for you is, Mr. Lee Kuan Yew felt that they will say that they will come and let's try the other side. My question to you is, are you and the alternative opposition parties, let me read that question, ready for this day? Because as we look up at the lineup of you, your friends, and all other alternative parties, we think your team and the team of many other alternative parties is, in the words of Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, equal to the PAP, because the PAP has declined in quality. Quote unquote, Mr. Lee Kuan Yew from the Hard Truths to Keep Singapore Going, page 68. So his question is, Mr. Singh, do you think you guys are ready to also come in and be a good representation in Parliament? My answer, my dear friend, is this. I don't think in this current election we will have enough numbers because of the fear that the government, incumbent government, is trying to put into Singaporeans, that fear that they should, vote for the government and no one else, that fear that people still have. So I think in this particular election, GE 2020, we may not have enough numbers to ever form the government. But I will say we are ready to have at least the responsibility of having 1/3 the parliament if you give us enough support, if you give us enough votes. Because in the words of Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, you quoted rightly, I think the day has come, like Mr. Lee Kuan Yew expected, the decline in quality, to quote and unquote Mr. Lee Kuan Yew. And also, as Mr. Lee Kuan Yew said, the opposition has put up a team which is equal to the PAP. A lot of Singaporeans, after all the conversations and talks and road shows, door-to-door meetings and supermarket meetups and in the hawker centers, and especially after the high-level meetup at NUSS yesterday, the feedback and the comments that were coming, it actually reflected what your question says, because even yesterday it was raised in one of the comments that we think the team that the opposition leaders are coming from this time has improved vastly, and I think it is equal to the quality of the PAP leaders. So I thank you, my dear friend, for asking this question. For the rest of you, if you have questions, please put it below. We will answer all these questions, and I'm just checking the screen one more time to see if I've missed out on any other questions. Good, more questions are coming up. But I just want to remind you something. These were the words of Mr. Lee Kuan Yew. And Mr. Lee Kuan Yew and the first leadership 1G government of the PAP also came from the opposition. They were given the right, they were given the brave vote by the people of Singapore. And we need you, my dear fellow Singaporeans, to be brave in GE 2020, to give us, the opposition, the alternative parties, an opportunity to serve. Because just like Mr. Lee Kuan Yew said, and I quote the words again, that day will come. Maybe that day is here on the 10th of July, this Friday. You have to make the choice, vote for us, choose wisely, and I'm sure we will make Mr. Lee Kuan Yew proud too. Because I want to just say something. As this same time the crisis is still ongoing, it is our duty as a responsible alternative party, as a responsible alliance, the Singapore Democratic Alliance, to make constructive contributions to the policy discussions and policy matters on how to best deal and to emerge stronger as a nation, and how to best deal with the COVID-19 outbreak. So the first policy matter that we're going to push, and I don't want to share all of them all one together because it will take the limelight away. Today's focus is on the very first policy matter: reduce GST to just 3% for basic food items, household items and other necessities, and then slowly have a progressive GST system that goes up to 15% for luxury goods. Not just for this short time COVID-19, but if it works very well, then let's have this progressive GST system in the long run. No other parties, including the incumbent, is talking about this. They just want to maintain at 7% and they still want to raise it, although all of them are saying put a hold on the rise for a while. We are not even talking about rising whether now or later. We are saying first let's bring it back down to 3% for basic household items, food and other necessities, and progressively then bring up for luxury items to 15%, because this is our constructive contribution. And if you don't put people like us in parliament, nobody is going to raise these kind of issues. Nobody is going to help make the policies better, so it becomes a better life for all of us. Tackling this crisis, I tell you something, requires decisive actions, requires effective response, and many Singaporeans are saying they are disappointed with the response of the outgoing government. And all the easing of restrictions we feel have been rushed through just in time to make time for this election. Instead, I think they should be finely calibrated to make sure we kickstart the economy while ensuring that we don't face a second runaway wave of infections. And this is very important. So on this election day, my humble appeal to all of you fellow Singaporeans: be safe when you go out to vote. Be very safe, and not just on election day, but from now on, let's all take care of each other. It is equally important, and any future pandemics that come up, we must strengthen, not weaken our social harmony, our resilience as a group of strong people, and we must resolve to work as a team make Singapore better. I repeat, as a team, to make Singapore better and work together as a nation, one people, one nation, one Singapore, to make sure we defeat the COVID-19 pandemic and even future pandemics, while individually, one and all, taking care of each other's health and our own well-being. Of course, listen to the medical experts. Let's also expand the testing, because there is not enough testing that's going on. Let's also implement better effective contact tracing while safeguarding privacy, because this is very important. The apps that are being released, we want to make sure our privacy is respected and maintained. Yes, we need that. And also in the long run, SDA understands, especially for the lower income and the middle income tier of Singaporeans, maybe the affordability of a vaccine when it comes out may not be that affordable for the lower rung of our people. So we want to offer free vaccinations for COVID-19, because this is going to be hopefully available and approved sooner than later. And when it is given, we hope it is going to be free for all Singaporeans, especially those in the lower and middle income, and starting especially also with the most vulnerable people of all ages, especially the elderly who need this. And we also want to make sure we review this budget stimulus and the payment modes, because like I said earlier, 100 billion has been taken out, but where has the money gone? Have you got $23,456, which is supposed to be an equal share for all Singaporeans? We got $300 first, then $100 vouchers, and then another $300. Some of us got $1,000 per month, those were self-employed. And I just had a taxi ride here, and even the taxi driver told me, actually Devan, was because they wanted the taxi drivers to say good things to all Singaporeans who ride the taxis here and there for this election. But we taxi drivers not going to fall for the trick. This was just told to me on the way here when I was coming back from our walkabouts to come and do this recording. So our taxi drivers and our, you can say, entrepreneuring Singaporeans, they are smart enough. They are self-employed, but they know even they only got $9,000 at the max. Where is $23,456 or thereabout, which is supposed to be adding up to 100 billion or 93 billion as they drew from the reserves? So we need to have a review of this budget, of not just the one, but the 4 stimulus budgets that were put in. Because if you don't get us in, nobody's going to review it. Nobody's going to review it, and nobody's going to know where are the payments going. Nobody is going to know. And I know these are unprecedented for budgets to deal with these economic shocks, the shock of COVID-19. But think about it, this may have been a welcome relief for many Singaporeans, but all these assistance packages, whether it's a GST voucher or SNCC rebates or temporary relief fund or the SIRS or the workfare or the COVID-19 support grant or the silver support, the cash, it is so confusing. It is so confusing for so many people. So many people don't even understand which ones they qualify for. And it would have been so much simpler to give everybody, all Singaporeans, even $1,000 for the next 2 years. Every month, give every Singaporean $1,000 for 2 years. It will also have added up to about $100 billion. Did you know that? Or if you want to shorten that period, every month, every Singaporean gets $2,000. In 1 year, you add it up, it would still have been $100 billion. And when every Singaporean gets that $1,000 or $2,000 every month, it's up to them. There are 4 kinds of Singaporeans I know. One who are spenders. They will go out there and they will spend the $1,000, $2,000 every month, which is good because it revives our economy. There are second kind of people who are savers. Savers are people who would say, no, I want to save this money for an even more rainy day, which is good because they will use the money later on to revive the economy. The third kind of Singaporeans I know are the people who are very investment savvy, very investment oriented, and they would have put that money, even though it came back from the reserves, into other investments to make it grow. And of course, there are the fourth Singaporeans who are like, huh, what money? You mean I got money? They don't even know. They are indifferent because they don't have any financial issues. They are very well taken care of. I hope I'm speaking to some of you who are in category 1, 2, 3, or even 4. So ask yourself, if you were given $1,000 or $2,000 a month and every Singaporean was given $1,000 to $2,000 a month, would that money go a long way in helping your life better during this COVID situation? Every Singaporean. So which means a household or 4 would have got 4,000 or even 8,000 a month. Now, before you think it's irresponsible what I'm saying, don't worry, we have done our maths. We know if you add up the numbers, it still comes to $100 billion over 1 year or 2 years, depending on whether you give $1,000 or $2,000 to every individual Singaporean. Still the same $100 billion. But do you see, that is very much a simpler way of helping to revive the economy, but making sure every Singaporean reserves a good amount from, a fair amount from the reserves that were open. Now, who's going to bring this about? You need new people, new way of thinking. You need new governments. You need new parties to come in. And I need you to vote for us, vote for SDA. Because instead of spreading the support package over so many schemes, you can quote me. I know the media is also listening to this telecast, and I thank you for your time to be here. I thank you. And for those of you Singaporeans, common people who are listening, forward this, because instead of having so many support schemes like the names I mentioned earlier, wouldn't it have been better to just channel the financial support through just $1,000 or $2,000 value to each Singaporean? Because I think we are mature enough and we are intelligent enough to know how we will spend. This way, we could have had a choice of how we're going to spend this money to tide over this difficult period while injecting necessary stimulus into the economy. Now, these are different proposals. You are not hearing it from the incumbent because they don't know maybe these things, or they are not thinking out of the box, and you're not hearing it from many other parties. So I want you to push the fact that SDA has very good concrete COVID-19, post-COVID-19 concrete plans to stimulate the economy and bring it back to greater heights than we were even before. But we cannot do this with just these videos every day. We need to be voted in. We need to be in Parliament. Thank you for your vote. Vote for SDA. And I thank you for that. Now, having said that, I also want to focus on something very important. That is, there are many gaps in the support systems that have been released by the government. And I think we need to go in there. What are these gaps? If I start talking about it, it's going to be another 1 hour just talking about the gaps in the community, in the support systems that they have come out with. Now, the enhanced packages, they are very timely, they are needed, they are very useful. But the gaps in the measures, we need to address them immediately. So I promise you, vote for us this Friday. On Saturday, Sunday, Monday, I will start working hard. We, the SDA, will start working hard for you from Monday. Maybe even on Saturday night, Sunday onwards, to put into action certain measures that will close the gaps in all these things. Things like the HDB public rent, which should be forgiven, we believe. Things like the self-employed person's income relief schemes, that they should be made automatic for many Singaporeans, and also to look into the CPF, which I think, and I said earlier, is a broken scheme. I'll cover that in maybe one of the next episodes of our online rallies. And also on the same note, a lot of business people who are meeting us are asking us that locally built up businesses, the small moms and dads shops and the other shops around us, they really need help. Government needs to look into these things. Economic revival should not be only for the big the big government-led companies, GLCs. Neither it should be for the big companies, because they know how to take care of themselves. But the small businesses are suffering. They are really very suffering. Whether it's the credit-backed schemes from the government, because it has been very, very low, and many micro businesses and SMEs, they face urgent cash flow crisis. Now, I'll tell you something. Nearly 67%, 2/3 of our workers are employed by the SMEs. I think you know that. And for government loan schemes to provide emergency credit is something SDA is going to push for very, very hard. And they should be allowed to repay this in a very comfortable way when they return to profitability. I think this is something on a business viewpoint, because I meet a lot of business leaders and I have meetings with them. They are pushing and they are telling us to bring up this issues in Parliament too. And we should make very clear rules, I think, that bring down the lower the interest rate to a much lower level that can be offered by financial institutions when these loans are offered. But I still think that the government should take the bulk of the credit risk, and this is very, very important. Now, having said that, last but not least, one of the other biggest COVID-19 Moving forward, plans that SDA has is to review this communication with the local people, the population, and the people of Singapore. I think over time what has happened is every day as I come along, do these online rallies, our other members of the party are still in Pasir Ris Punggol, knocking on doors at MRT stations, and tomorrow morning for that matter, I am supposed to be at Pasir Ris MRT at 6:30 in the morning again. So we start our days earlier, and now in the night, this is about 8 something right now. I rushed back to do this while the rest of my party members, and I thank them, a lot of other supporters are still giving out our pamphlets, our manifestos, and knocking on doors and meeting residents. And one of the things we meet and we understand from them is a lack of clear communication of what is happening from the government. And also a lot of word of appreciation is coming in for these online rallies, because people say thank you SDA for once and for all making your policies and your manifestos very clear through this online channel. Now I promise you, after this election campaign is over, if I'm still given the good resources by the campaign party headquarters, by PKMS, by SJP and SDA, we will still continue to do more everyday daily communication with you. But even if I can't use the facilities here, I'll try and do it from anywhere else I can, because I want to tell you something. We have seen a very serious and a lack of that government communication flow between the people and the government itself. We saw some national broadcasts, we saw some articles coming out. We also heard them have all these post-COVID-19 plans, but I don't think the communication went out that well, because a lot of Singaporeans are worried. They are saying the incumbent party can't even tell us clearly, and we don't even know what are their past plans for the post-COVID-19 era. Very sad to hear Singaporeans on the road telling us that even the incumbent party, having all the airtime on TV and the media newspapers and every channel, they have not been able to communicate what their plans are. That is why we are standing up for elections, to stand up and explain to you. And I propose and I promise that even after elections, I will still try and keep this channel open if you like. So like our page, send us our comments, give us your feedback even on WhatsApp, because I'll tell you something, it is totally unlikely, or maybe in simple words, it is not likely at all, or it is totally not possible that the alternative parties and opposition will form the next government in GE 2020. But I promise you one thing, if the government or whoever the government is in the next week onwards, I think it is very important for them to have open communication channels, because they have not been doing that. And a lot of Singaporeans we are meeting on the road, door to door, are complaining that in fact the incumbent government should know that the chances of them winning is so high that they should continue to have even better communication and show us Singaporeans that they do have good post-COVID-19 recovery plans, which no Singaporeans know about, or many Singaporeans are wondering what they are about. So today I took this opportunity to share with you, especially the post-COVID-19 recovery plans of the SDA. In this special EVA of GE 2020, I've shared with you the very first one, which is to reduce GST to 3% on common goods, slowly progressing up to 15% for luxury items. So I hope each and every one of you share this video with everybody. And I'll tell you why. There is a real true fear that the opposition will be totally wiped out in this election, and that even most of us, the alternative parties, would have done these campaigns, and then on election day we will not even be elected. And a lot of people have sent us message saying, why are you putting in so much time, effort, energy, running around and doing this? Please save your resources. The chances of having a total wipeout of the opposition is very real in this election, and that is very true. That is very true. And we have been offered by even the Prime Minister, the outgoing Prime Minister, who said, oh yes, not to worry, because there are always the NCMP, non-constituency members of parliament seats available, and that scheme will benefit the oppositions. But I said this in the previous videos. Please listen to them. We are not interested in just being an NCMP. We want to be a full member of parliament to give you the full range of services that we know we are capable of providing. And I want to say this, there has been so much of discussion over checks and balances. If you think that these checks and balances are not important, then I think you have not seen all the issues, or you have not spoken to enough of your neighbors, enough of your friends to see the pains. The checks and balances are very important, but more importantly are also that SDA is ready to be your town councillor and also take care of your town council, appeal, write the letters to all the ministries on your behalf, and come out with good policy matters that will benefit you, your families, your children, and the future for all Singaporeans. So vote for SDA, share this video, like it, comment it, send me a WhatsApp message, click on the messenger button, write to us, because this is important. As a voter, you have to decide this time is the time for change. Like in the words of Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, don't forget what he says. There will come a time when eventually the public will say, this is the words of Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, look, let's try the other side. Either because the PAP has declined in quality, or the opposition has put up a team which is equal to the PAP, and they say, let's try the other side. That day will come, said Mr. Lee Kuan Yew in his book, The Hard Truths to Keep Singapore Going, on page 68. I think the day is here. If you agree with me, put it in the comment. The day is here. The day has come. The day Mr. Lee Kuan Yew was talking about is here. The opposition has put up a team that is equal to the PAP. Not I say this, but Mr. Lee Kuan Yew's words long time ago. And because of that, maybe now you, my fellow dear Singaporeans, the voters of Pasir Ris Punggol, you please play a part and bring us into parliament, because this is so very important. And this is so important. So I want to urge every one of you to listen to this video from the start again. Listen to all the other videos. If you don't have the links, look up in the description, or send us a message or comment below, or send us a WhatsApp message, messenger message. We'll send you all the links, because we have got an important plan for the COVID-19 era and forward-looking recovery plan. And if some of the leaders of the outgoing party are saying they have gone through and they have not seen the manifestos, or they have not seen these kind of policy matters in our manifestos, then I ask them to read the manifesto of SDA again and again, because it is stated very clearly multiple policy matters which have been planned to put into action once we get voted in for the benefit of all Singaporeans. And today, officially, I launched the first one: reduce GST to 3% for basic items like food, household items, and other necessities, and have a progressive GST system going up to 15% for luxury goods. I will cover the other plans in the next few videos, but feel free to read our manifesto immediately. Download it and see it, or come to my SDA pages and you can see it all there. Our plans on how we intend to lead Singapore through the most challenging time in history. The election this year, I'll tell you something, it is about the survival of the country. It is not about how many seats the PAP is going to get or the opposition is not going to get. It is not about whether we form the government immediately, which I already have said is not a possibility in this election, in the most plausible case. But it is all about making sure how the lives of our people, how the future of our people, how the welfare of all Singaporeans, how the jobs of all the jobs of all Singaporeans is well taken care of. So I want to just leave you today with a very important message. It is a very complex situation. We cannot allow one party to decide on solutions for the complex situation that we are in today. Think about it, and this is very important. In the post-COVID-19 era, we need a different way of thinking. We need a new way of putting policy matters forward. We need new ideas, new talents, new brainstorming to be done. And all the previous committees of theirs and all the action plans and all the groupthink of that one party is not going to help Singapore to become great again. It's not going to help make the lives of Singaporeans better and better. You need to put us into Parliament this time so we can thrive in a post-COVID-19 world. We need the right measures to be put into place, because eventually, if we don't do this, I repeat, if you leave control in the hands of one party, Singapore will eventually subside, will go down. And although it's unlikely that this virus and its mutations will ever go away forever, people are saying learn to live with it. It's going to be here for a long time. I think what we need to be prepared for is to be prepared for life after this COVID-19 pandemic, life in the post-COVID-19 era, and to leave our lives and the future of our children in the hands of one party. It is not going to be beneficial to all of us. I need you to help us get in there. We must look at the positive lessons and the opportunities we have learned from other countries which have done much better than us. Look around the world, they have done much better than us in handling this crisis. And that's why most Singaporeans I meet are disappointed with the response of the 4G leaders. You need to help us to help the 4G leaders. We can only help them if you vote for SDA in this election, so we get elected to be in there, so we can bring in different experiences and create a room for new kind of ideas, new kind of thinking, new kind of solution seeking, and work and interact with each other to have a good post-pandemic preparedness plan. Because even if the incumbent party PAP has said they do have a forward-looking COVID-19 recovery plan, I want to say something. After this election, whatever their plans are, we will still need to review them as a multiple party input. We need to maybe even have an independent commission to review and convene, examine the lessons that we learned from other countries, and look at the plans that the new government has, look at the protocols they want to put into place, look at the new strategies they want to bring up. And I think this is important. That is the biggest reason why SDA needs to be in Parliament, why I and my fellow GRC member need to be voted in, because then we can find the ideas of many experts and ordinary Singaporeans and bring them and be the voice for all of you in the post-COVID-19 era. We should be given an opportunity to examine, to comment on, and look at all the forward-looking plans that the PAP says they have for the era after this election, the post-COVID-19 era. But how can you leave it in their hands alone? We need to be elected to go in there to look for this, because the implementation of these revised plans should begin immediately. Like I said, there are many gaps in the plans that we have seen so far. There are many gaps that have made 44,000 virus cases, COVID-19 cases in a small island like Singapore. Shameful when I talk to other fellow politicians from around the world. When we have a think tank of other fellow politicians from around the world, they laugh at me because we, such a small nation, have a nearly 44,000 cases in a small island. Shameful, my dear friends, and I don't know where to hide my face. But I need you to now finally vote for us, because enough is enough. And it's time we got in there to make the changes, to make Singapore better. Because as a team, we will make Singapore better. And we will be very aggressive in putting a good timeline together to prepare for the right activities, to be prepared not only to heal the pains of Singaporeans in this pandemic, but also to prepare Singapore. Hopefully, no more future endemics and pandemics come. But should they come, at least we will be much more well prepared to take care of it. And this is important because I think we need to develop our own domestic manufacturing capabilities also for times like this. Currently, Singapore does not have any good capabilities for critical items. If you notice, when a large-scale epidemic like this or pandemic like this blew up, we had issues having enough face masks at the start, ventilators, and even the test machines were not enough. The testing, I was told the reagents were also not enough. And even the PPE, the personal protective equipments, were not enough. To have the doctor personally tell me, I'm sorry, I'm really overwhelmed, and she had to run to 2-3 patients while they were attending to me simultaneously. In her own words, she is really overwhelmed. And we can only overcome this if we have got multiple party distributions. Think about it. Like many countries, we are highly dependent on the imports. And we have seen that during these kind of pandemics, it is very, 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 very limited availability for each country to have enough amounts for their own citizens first, because limited amounts of critical items will be reserved by them for their own citizens first. And some impose export restrictions like we have seen in the last few weeks, and they want to make sure, of course, and they have the right to make sure that there is sufficient supply for themselves. So Singapore, I think, which has been a gap in the previous outgoing government's policy, and the SDA wants to close this gap very strongly. We must set up more domestic production capabilities for these critical items, so that in times of these kind of pandemics, we can ensure we have adequate supply and we are not disrupted by external imposing of external disruptions upon the supply chains. I also want to say, if ever such a crisis were to recur again, we should have local companies who have been given the blueprints and who have been given the designs to immediately have the production whenever the government calls for it. But this can only be done if we are part of the next government, even though as alternative seats, because I don't think we will have enough seats to win and become the next government. The incumbent is surely going to be in power, but we need to be there to make sure we keep pushing them every day. And I tell you something, I liked one of the comments one of Singaporeans from Pasir Ris Punggol wrote in one of my videos yesterday. They said, Mr. Palji, if you can do what you are doing online today, every day in Parliament, I will really vote for you. Wow! I put a like on his comment because he said something very powerful. He said, if you can put in these kind of everyday rallies online, will you be able to also do this and speak up for us once you're elected? If you promise to do that, I will vote for you. I thank you, Pasir Ris Punggol residents, for giving us 35.7% in GE 2011 when I first stood for elections there. And then again, the third largest vote count percentage all over Singapore in GE 2015 in the last elections after PAP, WP, SDA had the third largest percentage count. This time we need your vote count too. Please give us this one opportunity. I promise you, just like I'm doing these rallies every day, if in Parliament there's a sitting every day, I will try to ask these hard questions. And if we do not get time because of the round robin system and all that distribution of time in Parliament, we will still do every day a rally online like this, not only during these critical times, during election periods, but all throughout the 5 years to come. This is our promise. Give us one chance. Vote for SDA. We need your support. Otherwise, we keep talking all the time every 5 years and nothing happens. Why nothing happens? Because we have not enough votes supporting us. So knock on every neighbor's door. Tell them vote for SDA. Send a WhatsApp to everyone, especially living in Pasir Ris Punggol. We focused on one constituency for one reason, so that our total time, effort, energy, money, resources and everything we have is dedicated to you. And I want to promise you, we will be the best MPs for you. Vote for us. We will help you and we will plan better future in this post-COVID-19 because we are here in SDA well prepared for the post-COVID-19 era. Very, very important. Now, also having said that, two other important issues I just want to touch and go in the post-COVID-19 SDA plans are also to look at all over the world, what are the, you can say, the good methodologies and the technologies and the pathways they used when these diseases outbreaks happened, and how did they overcome it very fast. Because think about it, if during the early stages of the outbreak, if the PAP had done timely and accurate information sharing, and if they had taken the right steps at the start, at the outbreak, at the very beginning of the outbreak, then today we wouldn't have reached over 40,000 cases in such a small country. Because the correct decisions would have been possible, but because there is no Right to Information Act in Singapore, we here in the alternative parties and opposition do not know a lot of information, and we cannot enact policies or even propose those kind of changes. So we need to be voted in so we can do that. Because think about it, a delay in just a few days in implementing good action plans to overcome pandemics, like even passenger screening when they were all returning from overseas, or border controls that Singapore did not implement in the early days of this pandemic, resulted in hundreds of infected cases maybe that entered and spread that virus into Singapore and infected our people to over 40,000. Now, I do not want to divide the foreign workers and Singaporeans. 40,000 is 40,000 because passengers, because tourists from overseas, they are not going to look at, oh, the locally transmitted cases are very little and the foreign talents are very high and the foreign workers are the ones that are very high. Tourists don't look at that kind of division. Tourists look at wholesome picture. Singapore, small country, 40 over 1,000 cases, no travel to Singapore. This is how foreign tourists are thinking. I mean, isn't that right? You think the foreign tourists are going to say, no, 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 no. There's a difference in locally transmitted cases and those with the foreign workers. Foreigners or tourists don't care. They look at the overall case. So let's not hoodwink them. Let's not try and play with numbers and give them a different representation or a misrepresentation. You need good leaders like us to take over and take responsibility and say, yes, the outgoing government made some wrong decisions, some wrong choices. They were delayed in taking out good action. We, the new leaders who will come in, will not only correct the bad, maybe the bad actions or the bad policy matters that they put into place, but we will also have a good, strong recovery plan that's decisive, aggressive, to make sure we take Singapore out of this COVID-19 and into a better future for all of you, all Singaporeans. Vote for us. We need your support. Because think about it, Singapore is a hub. And with the high volumes of international travel that happens through Singapore, it is really too late, and sometimes it's really, really very late to wait for solely the official warnings or advice from international organizations and governments. We need to be proactive. We need to look forward. We cannot be reactive and wait for things to happen and then try and cover up the things. We need to be proactive and gather information from all over the world and make sure that immediately we take good action the moment it occurs. If you look at other countries, that is how they overcome this pandemic in such an effective, fast manner. We, supposed to be a first world country among our neighbors, are really doing badly. And most Singaporeans are saying it is because of disappointing action of the 4D leaderships, 4G leaderships, and that's why we need to bring other people like the alternative parties, SDA, and all the opposition parties into power. Help us to do that. Because I'll tell you something, we need to also look at very important aspects of looking at the improving the living conditions of foreign worker dormitories. These issues have come up many years ago too. But because there's only one party and no one to make sure they take the good actions, they continued having bad living conditions. And that's why, if you notice, because of the cramped and the overcrowded living conditions, it became a very, very easy breeding ground for the disease. And this, I repeat again, my dear friends, it's not a new issue. It has been a long-standing issue, repeatedly raised by my friends in the NGOs for many, many years. I meet all the non-governmental organization leaders again and again. They email us, they write to us, they WhatsApp us, they call us, and they have told us, we have raised these issues for a long time. We have raised these issues for a long time, but the government will not take action unless there is someone on the other side to make sure who pushes them. So greater political will is needed to improve the cases of these foreign workers in Singapore. We should do this not just to prevent the spread of future infections, but because I think it is our moral responsibility. These workers have left their home to come and work in Singapore and contribute to our economic growth. Now, for these kind of workers, we are very supportive. The kind of workers that we don't want in Singapore are the foreign talents who are taking the jobs that Singaporeans are capable of doing. But all this building and construction and other work that our foreign workers are doing, they are contributing to us. So SDA is a very responsible party and alliance. And we say we thank these people because they left their homes to come here and maybe do those jobs that Singaporeans were a little bit hesitant, or because the pay was too low and they couldn't afford to raise a family with $700. I mean, think about it. I remember reading this in one of the reports by Professor Tomiko, if I'm not mistaken. He said one of the PAP MPs in the past had said his Bangladeshi worker is very happy with the $700 salary they are getting. And Professor Tomiko looked at him and he looked at me and we were like, Who in Singapore will be happy with a $700 salary on a Singaporean citizenship? No, we understand for a Bangladeshi worker who has housing provided, who has a roof over his head, the food is given, his transport is taken care of, he just goes to work, comes home and rests and does a good work the next day. Most of his money is sent back to Bangladesh and he converts that to Singapore dollars to Bangladeshi money. It becomes a very huge sum. His family is well taken care of and they live very well. But imagine a Singaporean worker doing the same thing given $700. You think a cleaner in Singapore for $700 is going to be able to take care of his family? No way. And Professor Tomiko himself, being ambassador and knowing the Singapore environment, and I remember he also said what I always say, we are willing to die for Singapore, because Singapore, my land, is something I'm proud of. And he also said this, no Singaporeans will work for $700 and be a cleaner. So either we have to look at a better wage for all these people so local Singaporeans can also come forward and take these jobs in a fair wage, which is what we can also raise. But more importantly, we need to take care of these people because they're taking care of those jobs that many Singaporeans are unable to do because it's just far too low a salary. And they are contributing to building our growth, building our economy, building Singapore. It is our moral responsibility to take care of all these workers. We need to make sure that more enforcement is done, make sure that the checks and balances is not just in Parliament, but we actually go out there as elected members of Parliament from the alternative parties. We must step up to ensure that dormitory operators comply with the law and they make sure that those people who are found to have committed offences, they actually, especially by the way, offences for the spread of this COVID-19, we need to find them or make sure that they are accountable to the fullest extent of the law. It is not happening now. Think about it. Is it happening now? No. The dormitory operators, they earn good money during good times, but during times like this, during challenging time, money is coming from the government to support, and they are still not being held responsible to the level they should be. So maybe we need to set up proactively even statutory boards to look into these, to enforce the standards of the working and the living conditions of all foreign workers on work permits especially. And I tell you something, we cannot do this alone. My dear fellow Singaporeans, we call upon you every day in your everyday life. Also treat these foreign workers with good respect, courtesy and concern like many of you do. But more importantly, as much as respect you give to them, as much as courtesy and concern you give to them, give us your vote this time so we get elected and we can come out with good plans in the post-COVID-19 forward-looking economy. And I also bring you on that note to maybe strengthening the social safety nets and looking at other benefits for retrenched workers. Because as I knock on the doors every day, as we meet people, and tomorrow morning we'll be meeting you at Pasir Ris MRT, if you're there around that area, 6:30 we start our walkabout again, and I will be there too. If you're free, join in, and if you don't see us, don't meet us because you're going to sleep in late, it's okay, we understand. WhatsApp to us, message us, or write in the comment box below what your feedback is, and we will work on it. Because a lot of people, a large-scale unemployment is happening because of the COVID-19, and it's going to happen in the next few months. And just 100,000 jobs that they say they will create, and most of those jobs are not long-term. They are ambassadors, like the social distancing ambassadors. They are more like the temperature checkers, and there are other jobs that are all of a short-term or internship natures. What we need are long-term jobs for Singaporean, and this is part of the SDA's plan. The moment we get elected, we're going to look at these kind of policies to make sure there are good jobs for all Singaporeans, to make sure quotas are tightened for foreign talents, to make sure that even the foreign talents who come in here have got accredited degrees from universities that we accredit on a Singapore list, not some foreign list. And I will tell you something, if no one else wants to take up this, tell me, support me, and I will come up with a list of accredited universities around the world that match up to our standard before we bring in all these foreign talents to take away the jobs of good Singaporeans, good talented Singaporeans. And we need this really badly. SDA is going to push this for you. And also at the same time, let's not forget, as I end off today's sharing with you, we need to of course look at more digitalization and how in the post-COVID-19 era, it is a totally transformed work at home kind of economy. So remember this, if you and I can work at home, The company bosses can also hire people in other countries who can work from home for their companies. So it is going to be a very challenging environment. We need you to learn up and take up more skills, more training, improve ourselves and become really internet savvy, become very good in globally promoting ourselves out there, become entrepreneuring. And I'll tell you something, even after these rallies, after these elections, I have been requested to continue these ongoing evening talks or daily presentations with you, but not just focus on getting us elected, but maybe focus on giving you life skills that you can listen to every day and maybe build a second income, a side income, or maybe build an income that can replace your job, especially for those of you who have lost your jobs. I will try my best to do this. I can't guarantee if our resources will be available, but if possible to the greatest extent, please comment if you think that's a good idea, because yesterday's in the comment box, some people said, can you please continue these kind of ongoing trainings online every day to nurture the Singapore's mass, you can say population, to be more internet savvy, to be very much entrepreneuring, and also set up second, third, fourth streams of income, and hopefully build up those other streams of passive income to a level of, yes, passivity, where you can get them without having to go to work, but more importantly, they can replace your current active income, especially for those of you who have lost it. So if you like this idea and if you want us to continue these trainings long after this election is over, let us know in the comment box or WhatsApp us and we will try to fulfill your request. I thank you yesterday, the comment from one of you who has actually put this idea, because I'll tell you, times are changing. In the new normal, you know, telecommuting is going to be telecommuting is going to be the in thing. It's already happening right now. So we need good policies during this period and the post-COVID-19 period that will allow employees to work from home and work maybe even flexible hours whenever they can find it feasible. And we need to have positive shifts in the work-life balance and the culture, the work culture itself. And this should not go to waste just because of COVID-19, but we should actually leverage on these changes and be able to support digitalization among enterprises, support companies, especially the SMEs, to engage in digitalization beyond the obvious work streams like e-invoicing or basic accounting systems or just selling on e-portals. I think we should go far, far beyond it. And all these details we are looking at, and we have already started to develop policy papers. SDA needs your vote. We need to be voted in to be able to put this into action in the next week onwards after the 10th of July's election. Help us to do this so that we can pivot the companies, very importantly, that were digital, that were lagging behind. You can say lagging behind digitally, to leapfrog and get ahead in this digital era. And in the last 2 points, although these are not exhaustive, there are many other ideas that many of us have put in, and if you have good ideas in the post-COVID-19 forward scheme, today's sharing is all focused on it. I need you to put this in the media, I need you to put this in the news, I need you to put it in all your Facebook channels, your social media channels, your YouTube channels. Just copy and paste, or just wholesomely copy this video. I've got no issues with copyright, neither does the Singapore Democratic Alliance have any copyright issues with you helping us to spread this word, so every Singaporean knows that we are trying to do our best to look at the COVID-19, post-COVID-19 era. And we're going to nurture a core of globally local mom and dad kind of businesses, because that era of very big government links corporations is over. That era is over. In the post-COVID-19 era, we need to look at reducing rents and reducing other overheads for SMEs. We need to look at giving them other ways of making sure that they have a viable system, a viable SME, a viable small business to not only earn good money for themselves and their family, but hopefully in the long run to grow their businesses out of Singapore. Because realize, many countries have realized their vulnerability, and we in Singapore have also done that. The vulnerability to global supply chain stocks. Even think about the eggs, and suddenly no eggs, and don't have bakeries selling cakes, to suddenly eggs in surplus supply and suddenly eggs being wasted. What a What a strange thing to go through. A lot of Singaporeans says the least the government could have done is donate the eggs instead of destroying them just because they had an oversupply and they wanted to maintain prices. You can't do this. Give it to the poor. Give it to the charities. Give it to the people. I mean, in Pasir Ris, Punggol alone for the last 5 years, I let you know the numbers. We have distributed 3.5 million lunch packets in the last 5 years without any governmental funding, without governmental aid, just on our little resources that we have and that of sponsors. So I take this opportunity to thank the sponsors for today. Today's a whole episode is sponsored by someone who wants to remain anonymous, and we respect that. We respect your request for anonymity. They are a flower shop in Pasir Ris, Punggol, and after this post-COVID-19 era, we will let you know who these good people are, so that those of you who are members of the Team Make Singapore Better, go look for Team Make Singapore Better, and those of you who are members, you will be even able to get flowers for free with the Future of Money Seva cryptocurrency assets that you hold for helping us and being part of the team Make Singapore Better. Good news. So today's sponsor, I'd like to thank him, and we will be helping businesses, local small businesses, because they help us, they support us. And in the last 5 years, think about it, 3.5 million packets of daily lunches have gone out to the residents in Pasir Ris, Punggol without any government funding or legal aid, all from good sponsors, and they help us. You can help us too. So if you want to help us in any way with your talent, your ideas, your money, your energy, your effort, your time, or whatever not, please reach out. We are always available. Like I reminded you in one of the previous videos, we were trying to do a boost post to make sure it reaches more Singaporeans, and to reach 1.3 million to 3.2 million Singaporeans. Facebook gave us a cost of US 50,000 to boost the post. We are a small party. We don't have $1 million salary. We couldn't boost that post. Then we tried to narrow down to just Pasir Ris Punggol residents, and for only those people living around Pasir Ris MRT and Punggol MRT, the cost was US $8,000. We also found it difficult because every video for $8,000, and we have produced up to date about 20 videos that we have shared, and we look forward to even more in the last few days as we come towards the end of this campaigning period. But to boost each video for even 8,000 just to reach Pasir Ris Punggol residents, it's a lot of money. Those of you who sponsor us, if you would like your name and your business name to put up there, yes, under the new election rules, we are able to do that in support of SDA. But if you say, no, I do not want to be, publicly known for having supported and sponsored this and given you the money, we understand that. We respect your privacy, and we will not put up your names too. So please reach out to us, because every dollar you give us helps us, and you will be rewarded back 4 times with the Future of Money Seva cryptocurrencies, which you can use it in return at other mum, dad, and local, you can say local small SMEs and local core of businesses that we want to raise in the post-COVID-19 situation. Because you realize, many countries realize their vulnerability to the global supply chains, and this was shocking. Singapore went through it too. We are very vulnerable, and many countries want to pull more essential manufacturing and services provisions back to their own domestic economy and their own economic blocks, because they want to serve their own people first. And we have already seen this shift towards a localized supply chain where goods are manufactured very close to their own end markets. Now Singapore has to learn from this. The new leadership bring us in, and we will also do this, because this underlines that very urgent need to have a strong core, I would say, of locally rooted but globally competitive Singaporean enterprises. We need you, every one of you who is listening. Like I said, after yesterday's comments, we are thinking very strongly to have more training online even after the elections, that every day we can train each and every one of you to start businesses that are rooted in Singapore, but they are competitive around the world with the online era, post-COVID-19 era. Now, if you like that idea, please comment below. Yes, Palji, I would also like to learn. And if you think those of you who have been retrenched and are looking at opportunities, you will learn from these things, let us know. Because I'll tell you something, these will help you to not just create a sustainable income, to create a sustainable job for yourself at home, but also in the long run, if your businesses are good, we have people who are ready to fund you to make your business go up to the next level and become multinational corporations, so we can scale it to the rest of the world. And during times of pandemic, we can again scale back to serve Singaporeans first. Do you like that idea? If you like that idea, and if you want to be part of this economic entrepreneurship drive that the SDA and the rest of us are thinking of in the post-COVID-19 era, then let us know, comment below or WhatsApp us, and we will keep you informed. Because I want to tell you something, these are things in the manifesto we have looked into, and there are strong people who are good professors in major universities here, in polytechnics, who are the think tanks who are helping us draft these policies. And they forward to me, they forward to us these things, and I am just actually, you can say, speaking up for these people who don't want to come forward for whatever reason, and we respect their privacy. We respect their privacy. Some of them don't even want their names to be known. We raise because they have good ideas for a better future. And we need to change our laws, change our policies, change the way we work to enable Singapore and Singaporeans, all Singaporeans, not just the elite, to ease the growth of these reserves and our salaries and our jobs, and invest it back into our own Singaporean workforce first, not the foreign talents. And I'll tell you something, companies are needed, especially small companies in the new post-COVID-19 era. You are needed as a necessary step. So each one of you, if you have lost a job, or if you are, if you're in the fear of losing a job in this post-COVID-19 era, please just to open up yourself and consider entrepreneurship, and we will give you ongoing training as a responsible party and an alliance if you want it, every day through these kind of channels, and even meet sessions when it is more possible to meet up and conduct these let me put it this way, to empower you to never have to worry about losing a job. I repeat those words, to empower each and every Singaporean to know we are educated enough, we are knowledgeable enough, we are internet savvy enough, we have good infrastructure of the internet in Singapore. Why don't we also go and start looking at alternative ways of earning an income instead of being just over broke, J-O-B, just over broke? Because this is important. We need to move away from being self-employed to maybe being employed, and then coming out to become a business owner, and one day maybe make money work for us by being an investor. I repeat that again. Many Singaporeans who are fearful of losing their jobs is because we have always been self-employed. It is time to move to being maybe not just self-employed, or worse still, being employed in a job. I'm not saying it's no good to have a job. It's very good to have a job. Go for a job. But being in a job that always has this dagger dropping over your head that you will lose that job is very painful. It's very stressful. It's very worrisome. And we see the pain of these bad policies in the eyes of every Singaporean we meet. So let's learn to move from this idea of being employed in a job to being self-employed, and then becoming a business owner, and one day becoming an investor where money works for us. And I think Singaporeans, I said this yesterday at the NUSS meetup, where 6 of us parties were invited. Beautiful. I mean, NUSS has all the think tank and the richest and the smartest, and maybe not the richest, but the smartest people, richest even in their knowledge, and smartest people of all Singapore and many other countries who were watching, and thousands of them were there watching on the online rally too. And I said it yesterday, and I say this again, this is very important. If we have a little India in Singapore, if we have a Chinatown and we have a Malay village, why don't we start thinking of having little Singapores around the world? Because you and I Singaporeans should go out there with our knowledge, with our talents, with our ideas, with our tools, with our time, with our energies, set up little Singapores all over the world. So let's learn the skills, and that's how we're going to make sure that in future pandemics, this is very important. Jobs, the job security that a business provides, or even being self-employed, gives us more than being employed by somebody else is important. And investing in building capabilities of every Singaporean, investing in building the resilience of every Singaporean is the only way, I tell you something, to look forward to develop a thriving economy for you and me and all Singaporeans, an economy that is strong, an economy that we will not have to draw on future reserves like $100 billion in 100 days. And in fact, we can top up the money we withdrew as soon as possible, because that's what this responsible, I think, generation to do. Just like the Pioneer and Merdeka generations were responsible. So we need to be good citizens. I want to end off towards this. Singapore has always been a very good community around the world too. We have always protected our people, we have always taken care. But this time, a lot of Singaporeans are very disappointed with the performance of the 4G leaders, that the pandemic really took them by shock, and their response was not strong enough like the first G and second G leaders of the PAP government. And in the words of the PAP founder itself, or in the words of Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, as I shared earlier, he said the time will come. It was from a question that one of you have put up, and I read that quote, "The time will come, that day will come," said Mr. Lee Kuan Yew. And I think the day is here, exactly like what you were asking for. So we need to come together. We need Singaporeans to achieve our dreams. We need to believe that all of us can have a better life for yourself, for your future, for your children. And those of you who have just joined us, I see more people joining this online rally. I thank you for joining us. But earlier we shared a lot of important points, especially the action plans of the SDA in the post-COVID-19 period and the era, because some of the PAP leaders are saying they have not found any solutions. Maybe they were not reading our manifesto well enough. And I repeat today the very important launch of the fact that nobody is talking about it, but SDA is the only party to say reduce the GST to 3% for basic household necessity goods, for food, for other household items, because this is very important. And then have a progressive GST that goes up to 15% for luxury items. We are proposing this. Get us into power. You will see your GST go down as soon as SDA gets into power, and we can speak up and get voted into right action plans for new policies. And I've also shared at least about 20 different action areas of the post-COVID-19 era that the SDA has plans for you, for every Singaporean. Please go back, listen from the start of this video and listen to all the other videos. If you do not have the links, please comment, please put it in the messenger box or WhatsApp us. The numbers are also listed in the description box. I look forward to seeing you personally in the post-COVID-19 era to give you again a good handshake. And for those of you who at the Pasir Ris MRT area will be there at 6:30 in the morning tomorrow. I know those are long days for us. We start very, very early and we finish very late. Even yesterday, after having gone to MediaCorp for the recording of the constituency party broadcast in the afternoon, then in the evening I had to go to NUSS for a ongoing forum on the 6 parties who were invited. And we also reach back very late. And it is not just me on these online rallies that doing hard work. All my supporters, all my other party candidates and leaders are right now, even at this time, on the ground, giving, distributing flyers, meeting residents, listening to your needs. And that is what is needed, my dear friend, in this post-COVID-19 era. So I come to the end of today's presentation by reminding you that all water prices have gone up by 30%. Electricity prices have gone up by 23%. Polyclinic fees have gone up by 20%. Even a cup of kopi has gone up by 20%. But touch your heart, ask yourself, has your salary, my salary, gone up by anything close to even those 20 to 30%? That's why we need people like us to come in to address the burden of the high cost of living by reducing GST and cutting the spending on extravagant public projects, says SDA. Number 2, we need to tackle social inequality by giving disadvantaged Singaporeans a shot at success. I will cover this in the future videos. Number 3, most importantly, what are we fighting for is to fix the broken CPF retirement scheme and push that all of us have a component reserved in the MediSave and MediShield Life, but the mass of the money to be returned to senior citizens in full when we reach our retirement age of 62. It was 55, then 58, then 60, then 62. I tell you something, some people are worried it's going to become 65 and then maybe never mind lah, just work lah until you die kind of thing. And not only, that's why most old people I meet, they keep saying it's better to die than to fall in Singapore. Do we really want a country like that? And most importantly, I'm going to be speaking more and more about this over the next few videos as we come closer to the election. SDA wants good jobs for Singaporeans first. by curbing the irresponsible immigration policies. And as I shared earlier, there are many proposal plans we have on how to do this. A vote for SDA will be a victory for all common Singaporeans like you and me. And the only way, I repeat, to improve the plight of all Singaporeans is to have you vote for SDA, to have you vote for good leaders like us, to have you vote for good leaders like us who understand, and who not only understand but care for people. And I'll tell you something, you need to vote us in because we will listen to you. You need to vote us in because we will involve you in our policy making decisions. You need to vote us in because we will challenge the PAP-led government or any other government that comes in to correct the bad policies that have resulted in the suffering that Singaporeans like you and I are facing. I promise you once again, with a hand on my heart, that when you elect us, we will be better able to voice your concerns, my dear fellow Singaporeans, to be better able to voice your concerns in Parliament, to take care of your town councils even better than anyone else, because Mr. Desmond Lim has had the experience in running town councils during Mr. Chiam Si Tong's time in Potong Pasir, and we bring that talent. Mr. Abu Muhammad has been running big organizations. He has that experience and years of experience. And all our candidates, Mr. Kelvin Ong, in fact, currently is already one of the executives and maintaining and running a town council right now. And of course, Mr. Kushwadi, he is so superbly talented and experienced to make sure that our 5-man team is the best team for you. Because when you bring us in, we will challenge the policies which have led to the greatest suffering of all Singaporeans. It's a time to eradicate the suffering, to make life better for all Singaporeans. Please comment below if you agree with me and if you have other ideas on what you want us to raise, because each and every one of you, I respect you. You have good brains, you are well educated. Maybe the incumbent party, the outgoing party, did not recognize the talents in talented Singaporeans. So please comment. I will tell you something, no idea is not good enough. Every idea is worth looking into, and that's why we will involve you in policy decisions, and we will champion the policies that put Singaporeans first. We hope you give SDA your support. We hope you will let us be your voice in Parliament this time, and the voice of many Singaporeans who are unable to voice their daily anxieties, their worries, their concern, because we will always be on your side. And I end off today's presentation. In a little while, I will again be uploading the new flip, flop and flip again video. Some of you may have already got it because a lot of people told us that the moment they get it, they will forward it. And minutes before I started this online rally today, we forwarded that video only to the members of the press, selected members of the press who have been supporting SDA in the last few weeks very strongly. So for those members of the media, you are the ones who just got that video first. I do not know how much you have already started to share it with the others. I thank you for your support, especially members of the media. We will be doing these kind of rallies every day until election day and then beyond it, because everyone is saying don't stop this. Whether you get elected or not, Mr. Singh, we want to hear this every day. And even if you get elected, Mr. Singh, because of time limits in Parliament, we hope you continue to speak up like this every day on these kind of channels, because communication has been lacking in the outgoing incumbent government. We need to bring a change. I thank you for your suggestions, and I thank the media who have been following us on the road. And if you have missed the other previous videos, I please humbly invite you to look at the links in the description, or just message us or send me a WhatsApp message, and I will give you all the links to previous videos, because in every video we have covered up issues. We have not covered up issues, we have focused on issues that they have covered up on. They have actually hidden the real truth from Singaporeans, and we have focused on sharing that with Singaporeans, because I think you deserve to know what is important, and you deserve to know, because you are an intelligent part of electorate, voters who have a good choice this weekend on the 10th of July, to vote for us, vote for SDA. I thank you, and please forgive me if we are making mistakes and our equipment and our setup is not professional enough, because we are still learning how to do it. And I apologize officially. In one of our last videos, I had put the posters of SDA and also our candidates behind me as a backdrop, but because of the flip of the camera, the words were inverted, and I apologize for that. Like I said, our equipment doesn't have the capabilities, so today we have removed those posters, but our flags are flying behind. And may the flag of SDA always fly high forever, because it's a legacy of Mr. Chiam See Tong and the leaders of the opposition of that time, who brought in the SDA with the sole idea of having a two-party system in Parliament. So please give us your vote, especially residents of SDA, of Pasir Ris Punggol. I tell you why. Because you vote for SDA, don't worry. We are not too many candidates this time to be able to form a government. It will still be the government of the incumbent PAP party. But every Singaporean, please tell all your friends and your neighbors and all your relatives in Pasir Ris Punggol to give SDA a chance. Because even if 5 of us go in as full MPs, I promise you, Mr. Desmond and Mr. Kelvin Ong have good experience in running town councils. In fact, Mr. Kelvin Ong is currently even running a town council there. Mr. Desmond Lim was running Potong Pasir town council when Mr. Chiam See Tong was in control. Mr. Abu has been running big organizations, and Mr. Kushwadi with all his private working experience, and myself, we are ready to serve you. So I'll tell you something, even if no other oppositions are voted in, because every party is expecting a total wipeout, I humbly appeal to you to please tell every friend of yours in Pasir Ris Punggol, to tell every relative of yours in Pasir Ris Punggol, to tell every loved one in Pasir Ris Punggol, and if you stay in Pasir Ris Punggol, please vote for SDA. Because 5 of us in Parliament, we cannot form a new government, but 5 of us as full MPs, we can be your voice, we can raise the concerns, we will take care of your town council, we will make sure everyone's voice is heard, and the lives of all Singaporeans become better and better, and happiness, prosperity and progress for the nation and for all Singaporeans. I'm your pal Harminder Singh from the Singapore Democratic Alliance, and I thank you for your time once again, and I thank you once again for listening and joining us on this online rally and a press conference. Don't forget to watch the flip-flop video. It's very short. We did it in a very fun way, but the issues are very serious. So forward that video to everyone. And I also know that some of you have made our video from GE 2015, which I spoke at NUSS forum, where I requested that the government is important, then comes the opposition, and then the voters. You have the power. You can vote us in. Otherwise, every 5 years, 4 years, 5 years, we will be having videos and talk shows like this, but no action going in to make the changes for policy matters. I thank you for making that video viral already. I think the flip-flop video will also be something you may want to look at, you may want to watch, laugh together with your family, but after you laugh, touch your heart, ask yourself, why are Singaporeans suffering? Maybe because of the flip-flop policies of all the incumbent outgoing government, and we need a change. We need a change in this new era, in this new normal. You need to vote for us. You need to give SDA your support. Vote for SDA. We will be the best in Parliament, the best in your town council, the best in writing appeal letters to support you, and most importantly, the best in making Singapore better, better and better. Thank you once again for watching this video. Again, share it, forward it, comment, like, and please tag your friends. Thank you, and have a wonderful time till my next presentation with you. Thank you.
他这里驾车来分放给我们，第一个分放给我们是first one。我是姓沈，my name is Singh I stay here in Sec 2NB。5年前我在这边走过的时候，我看到这边一些先生，他自己一个人驾车来开那个饭，给我们免费的午餐吃，他还送我一个包菜，所以我很感谢他。如果这里有免费午餐是他开始来的。
我戴口罩瘦了，你还认不出来？
我们这里很多人是很穷困的，连午餐都免得吃的。但是林先生每天都拿饭来给我们吃。从5年前开始 ，5 years ago，就是这位林先生